We got 30 minutes till shit starts. So while I'm sitting here to get dragged into the back room, I'm going to continue looking at this to make sure I'm fully abreasted. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Also, I have to remember I have to turn off my camera. I have to remember that it's going to need my camera. So we have to look from this screen. He's literally going live in his channel right now. I believe it is, yeah. I was wondering what that fucking sound was. USA Warwatch and maybe TikTok debates. It doesn't even have a shit labeled. Okay. It should now be set up that I should just be able to swap between these two. Yes. So when it comes time, that's when it'll switch over to this view for the conversation. Tuning. Okay, continuing.
I want to get to it at some point. And we don't go like, well, that's like a super shitty way to do things. It's just like, okay, yeah, if you want to make a piece of art, it does that, then sure. If you want to disagree with the actual message that we're giving, that's a separate thing. But you're saying you are a piece of shit for wanting to create a piece of art that you believe in spite of like the money and stuff like that. Even though they haven't laid out the argument for that these people are doing it without the money in mind. Like they could just genuinely believe pushing this message would also make them more money. You could again argue that's dumb, but yeah. This idea, they're making video games and they don't care about money. There's plenty of people who make art and don't really care about money. Do you think all of these companies, do you think Death Stranding was made exclusively to figure out how to make the most money? No. If anybody pitched a walking simulator video game to somebody and was trying to maximize profits, that shit would have hit the can instantly. That shit would have been vetoed. No, they wanted to make a piece of art, and maybe they had some money in mind, probably had some money in mind, but they wanted to make a piece of art that told a story that they cared about. Literally. I don't know. Sorry about that. We're gonna do TikTok debates, bro. Sorry. Trump, Joe Rogan, COVID, and Islam? Why the fuck did you link me this? You linked me the whole video. Why would you do this?
I think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for having brought the hostages back. There was no Democrat who was going to do it. If you are concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop, it still doesn't compare to what Trump is doing right now out of the open. You know, the real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view, is to think that the president's character doesn't matter. We're doing massive brand damage to our country. Very prominent people, from the president and Elon on down, treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War. This was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria. It was their George Floyd moment. Again, yes, without the riots and obviously.
Well, that's quite a big deal, Sam.
Before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine, Republicans died more than Democrats. Rogan is implicated in all of this. Joe was a super spreader of those ideas.
Okay. I don't even know what this podcast is. Didn't Hassan go on this and like make a fool out of himself a bit? All right. TikTok time. TikTok time. What is the prompt? What are we prompting on TikTok? Trump death drowned the baby. I saw some more people talk about that. There doesn't seem to be really any direct evidence or anything like that. Well, what's a fresh one? Yeah, I want a fresh one. But until I get the fresh one, we can go with this. Oh. Oops.
So he ends up just entirely abandoning it after about 2 hours of reacting to his reaction of his reaction clip. So what did Ahrelevant do over here?
Where oriented on average. What? Or whatever, then he's part of the problem that is ruining games. Like, this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. And I'm gonna call this person on Twitter a retard in a second. That's what I'm gonna do.
So fully disengaging, not actually addressing any of the arguments, which means that it goes back to the lock, like, to the fucking deadlock that it's always been. You think they're retarded, they think you're retarded, you won't see eye to eye because you won't have any common ground to meet on. Because you won't admit, actually, it should matter about who's actually enjoying the games and playing them as a group, rather than who has the ability to say, well, I was here first, you're the tourists.
I do want a quote from the video.
There's been a lot of...
I do want to be careful. As you say. Let's see. Alright, we'll do this later, but I'm going to look for a quote in this video and then I'm going to use it back at them. Once again, I arrive at the right time. Right. There was what I was doing, Conduit, was there was somebody who like responded to me on Twitter, I don't know where it is, like here, saying that I don't know who this guy is, but if he's spazzing out at the idea of video games are male-oriented on average, like, It's what a retarded thing to imply to be mad at without even knowing what I'm mad at. I wanted to get something from the video that showed better the issue that I had, which is pretty much that, I mean, I'm pretty sure Asmongold says definitively in the video games should be made for men. Should be a male thing. It's a bot 99%. Yeah, but it has engagement, so responding to it will probably get engagement. And it's also a retarded thing to say.
Unironically calling Madam Savvy a bot. Play it back for the people at home.
Should be a male thing. It's a bot 99%. Yeah, but it has engagement, so responding to it will probably get engagement. And it's also a retarded thing to say. Is this person a bot? Meta PCs, if... I mean, it looks like they have a YouTube channel. They're followed by a couple of people. I'm gonna assume... Look at
Followed by more people than the both of us combined.
their location. Undisclosed basement. I don't know what that means. Want me to scan for it? I mean, if you want to, I was just gonna do it later.
Looking into Madam Savvy? Looking into Madam Savvy's actual person? Looking into Madam Savvy's content? No. She's a bot. She disagrees with me. She's retarded. I refuse to see their argument. I'm just gonna treat them like they're fucking stupid and dumb. What a take. What a take.
Anyway.
I agree that people are mad about that, but it's because of the false reality that people like you are complicit in throwing it up against them, right? I'm guessing he's watching that or just watched that video, but it was the Department of Justice, the Biden DOJ, the Merrick Garland Biden DOJ nonetheless, that was the one that prosecuted the feeding our future, feeding our families, whatever the fuck that, all the small people who are involved in fraud were prosecuted by Biden. No? This is insane. And Sean had no problem with me saying this exact same thing whenever I was talking about the people that covered up the Epstein files. You remember that? Because I said the same fucking thing. I said that the people that are covering up the Epstein files, you need to find out, no, not the person that told them, the person that did it. I don't care, oh, they're a pencil pusher, oh, it's not fair, good. Maybe that'll set a fucking example for what it's like whenever you go and you allow this rot to continue. That's it. And average Americans are tired of having their country rotted out, looted, pillaged by a bunch of random fucking third worlders, and then asked to apologize for it because there's something that happened before we were born. This is outrageous.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well, Lower Unboxed. What is this?
Just trying to change shit. No, Asmon, it's the fact that you're getting older and starting to age out the primary demographic these games are marketed towards. No. Absolutely fucking not. To show how games used to be good, he compares the Warlords of Draenor cinematic from World of Warcraft to Dragon.
Sorry, it might have been 20 seconds early. Oh, 20 seconds early?
Badass, and now it's cringe. Because this shit used to be so badass, and now it's cringe. The premise Asmon is working from isn't men dominating the industry, it's nostalgia. It's a bunch of Karen game design. That's all it is. Literally Karen game design. What does Karen mean here except problem you are blaming on imagined women? And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games.
Karen is a woke scold person that goes out of the way to try and tone police anyone and everyone about how things should be done because it doesn't appeal to a particular demographic that ultimately then responds to that demographic in a way that is taken seriously. As though, because this person was attacked by this person, that they are thus wrong. Despite evidence betraying the position as, no, they are right, you just don't like the answer that they're giving you. In this case, Ahrelevant would be the tone police. And Conduit would also be the tone police. And people trying to tone police people like him are, in fact, also the tone police. Anybody can be a Karen if they act this way. Which is the case of what they do. Why doesn't it show the banner that says that I'm live on this right now? That's so crazy. Why doesn't it show the banner that's...
So it's like, I'm not trying to say that...
It's not already hosting live stream. Okay. I'll just have to link my own VOD. $13 minutes.
Yes. And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games. You have Stardew Valley, you have Animal Crossing, you have Pokemon. And I'm not saying all the ways I think there's...
Like, this is what I'm talking about. He talks about these other games and shit like that, but he ignores the cross-pollination, the Hogwarts legacies, where it's not particularly made for men.
No, I didn't. You're claiming that he did. How did we flip-flop so fucking fast between this and this? We went from, you can't address this, these games exist, and we immediately went to, he identifies them by name, and you say, actually, you're ignoring the cross-pollination. Actually, you're trying to discount all these other examples that exist. You mean the ones that you and people like you decided to hate on them for? That because they even played them, they were evil Nazi bigots that hated trans people and wanted them to die? Because the purity spiral says that if you support these games, that you must support the policies of the person who is the source material for making them? Which is people hating Joanne Rowling? That one. Those games. What the fuck? Did we really just go into topsy-turvy land? Is that what I just fucking heard? Clearly I must be crazy. Let's listen to it again.
Are you valid? You have Animal Crossing, you have Pokemon. And I'm not saying all the ways I think
Like, this is what I'm talking about. He talks about these other games and shit like that, but he ignores the cross-pollination, the Hogwarts legacies, where it's not particularly made for men, it's not particularly made for women, stuff like that, and it's like, oh, okay, he's just literally retarded. Yeah, this clip is not from me. I want to put this on there so that way he can, address the point.
So, you quite literally contradicted yourself. In bad faith, you contradicted yourself. Because everything that I've said was talking about cross-pollination. Everything that Asmongold said talked about cross-pollination. But you claimed that he didn't know what he was talking about, and now you're saying something entirely different. Between two different broadcasts. Between 2 different days. Disingenuous does not even begin to explain what we just witnessed.
But yeah. Anyway, thank you for that clip, Conduit. Let's see. We'll get to that point later when I go to Twitter and I start calling every single person who disagrees with me a retard because I'm 100% right. I cannot be wrong about this gaming take. It's literally not possible. I play more video games. This is one thing where I will straight up be elitist. I play more video games than any person who will ever respond to me on Twitter.
So you're defining yourself as an elitist. You play more video games than any person ever on Twitter, but you don't, because you're not playing more games than I am. You're certainly not playing them on camera while you're doing politics. For the meme, I should flex on you. For the meme, I should flex on you and start playing video games in the background. And share my screen while I'm doing it to make a point of mogging you. To display that I can be able to hold an argument and opinion at the same time that I'm talking to you. I should not do that! I should not do that! That is a thing that I should not do! I should not do that because I should pay all of my attention on the topic. But for the meme, I should do that. Because you're calling people stupid, you're calling people retarded, you're putting words in their mouth, you're then lying between one VOD to the next, and then you're going online saying, everybody's retarded. Everybody's retarded. Nobody can prove me wrong. Everybody's retarded. Nobody can prove me wrong. Nobody can prove me wrong. I'm always right. I'm always right. Nobody can prove me wrong. No one can prove me wrong. Meanwhile, what did you just say that Asmongold was doing that made it cringe when he did it? This example, that example. This game, that game. It's cringe when he does it, but it's based when I do it. This game, that game. What fucking dog shit. What absolute bullshit.
I will 100% be elitist. I will be elitist about how stupid it is to be elitist about video games. That is one thing that will make me elitist. It's like people are like, I'm a real gamer. I know what real gaming is. That's why Stardew Valley shouldn't exist. Then
I mean, most people could probably have that take, but we would ignore those people because we already know these people are dumb.
We're not.
Yeah, low. I know.
Yeah, we're really
Yes, I'm here.
Take your time, right? But just getting set up.
No problem. I'm doing my own thing. Unlike my first appearance, this is one where I have a very serious take about, and I've been going through the VODs. I actually have an example that I'm looking at right now of him changing his own opinion and his own argument from his own VOD to the VOD he had the next day.
So I'll just tell you straight up.
Yes.
If you have clips that you want to show during this thing, DM them to me, and I will share them on the stream, as long as they're not like forever clips. So if they're ideally under 30 seconds, but if it's like a minute, that's cool. Anything over that, and it's like, okay, this is probably too much.
Probably have to make them as I go, because there's so many examples that I'd have to clip out. I should just be capable of just referring to it by timestamp, because I have them in front of me by timestamp. So I could just do that, if that's preferable for you, Wick.
Sure.
Okay. I'll try to make myself remember to do it in the moment, but it's not the case that it happens, because I can do it without it.
Give me a second. Sorry. Trying to get all my stuff in a row. Hey, you're not live or anything on my end, so just welcome to the backstage, I guess. You guys are early. What's up?
I am live right
Oh.
now, but I have you
Okay.
muted.
Okay.
Let me know if I can unmute you.
You can unmute me. It's just we got like 5 minutes before I'm starting, so
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
you want to do other things or anything, feel free, right? I'm not going to be very
Yeah.
entertaining while I'm setting up all my like notifications and all these things, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Damn.
I gotta set up stuff anyway. See.
Carl, I'm going to let you go first for opening statements, by the way, just FYI. So,
No problem.
See that.
Address now whether or not you can hear or not, chat, because I'm not going to address it while we're on the debate.
okay, so just so both of you know kind of what we're going to do here, I will introduce the topic. I'll say hi to my audience. I'll give each of you brief opening statements and introductions, tell people who you are, all that. And then we'll just get into it. It's just the two of you. I don't know how long this is gonna go. It'll go until it gets boring to me, frankly, and then we'll end it. But other than that, are there any questions before we get started? Anything like that?
Not for me.
Nope.
No, everything good? Okay, well, let's start the show then, and we will get our way in 5, a 4, a 3. Welcome, 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 one and all, yet again, everybody, to another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues, both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, we've got a lot going on in the world, I know, right? Lots happening at a breakneck pace, but we always have some time for some culture war slop, okay? We always have some time for this, okay? If you guys missed it, Saturday we had an excellent discussion about the Venezuela strikes. You should go look at that. We got some stuff on the Somalia fraud coming up, but today we're going to be talking about, has feminism and women ruined gaming? Asmongold recently has claimed that they have. Ahrelevant disagrees. SinglePlayerCarl, however, wants to come in and back up Asmongold and what he says. So we're going to have a little discussion about it, a little debate about it. And thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you. We're going to give the mic first to SinglePlayerCarl. Give us what you got, sir. And then we'll get on with it, okay? Here you go.
Hi, I'm Carl. My base is here today is that I don't inherently believe that Ahrelevant's position as he posted from the viral clip from Yeet 20K or the ones that are being circulated around as LSF truly tells the actual position, quote, that women or feminists haven't ruined gaming, because I don't believe it's approaching reality for somebody who actually plays and streams video games regularly as a part of how they make their money, especially if they do one part politics and one part gaming, and that it's an Asmongold-related case of social contagion for attention, because they disagree with Asmongold, therefore anything he says must be wrong, even if there is some level of truth or an entire truth that is reflected by the industry itself, coming from actual industry professionals that know this for a fact and have the sites and the graphs to back it up, whether it be from Solinum, whether it be from the business industry itself looking in on itself, or even Circana numbers. I don't believe that it's all women, I don't believe that it's all men, I don't believe it's all transgenders, but there is a very obvious and very well-known group and archetype of public-facing creators and attention-seeking political activists that go out of their way to seek fame in a way that has eroded the high social trust that used to exist a quarter of a century ago, leading to current year today, that are responsible for the occupations of businesses and spaces and development cycles, to the point that people have learned to defend themselves from these types of users, the type of all-consuming dominating rhetoric, and ultimately to the point that denying the existence of this is tantamount to exposing oneself as not being from these spaces and unaware of the actual culture and how it develops, either because they, quote, are elitist towards people who are elitist towards other people who tone police them about how they enjoy games, or ultimately participate in the player base, but they're not actually of the community because they're off by themselves, because they conflate the difference between playing single-player games to actually being a part of an online community that speaks to each other, as that's how most of us get our fame. Attention economy. It's my goal to find common ground with Ahrelevant and establish that these common cases and occurrences are coming from the middle ground, not from any side of any extreme, and ask him why he particularly overreacts to Asmongold's takes, Zachary's takes, and try to apply this as a broad stroke to everyone in the sphere, and see whether or not the conversation can develop from there.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really excited to have you, and I guess we'll get into it as we go. Ahrelevant, tell people who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, and what are your thoughts? Go ahead.
I'm Ahrelevant. I typically talk about politics and like social commentary, but also I play a disgusting amount of video games. So I feel pretty qualified to talk about especially modern video games and stuff like that, how they've changed recently. And yeah, yes, the Asmongold clip upset me because this is a dude who plays like one video game trying to say that the entire modern landscape for video games is like tarnished when he doesn't play modern video games. Like he just doesn't do that. 80% of the good games that come out today, he just literally does not play them. He sits there, maybe he'll play some WoW, but he'll primarily do social commentary or reaction videos. Like if or a person who plays modern video games, you know that the landscape is actually very, very, very good for modern video games. But yeah.
Okay, we'll get into it. I guess what do you mean by modern video games would be my first question. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, so the idea is with the prompt and stuff like that is that feminism or women have ruined gaming, and this idea would create a present tense that video games are now like worse or in severely lower condition than what they used to be. And it's just not the case. We have like damn near a golden age when it comes to indie video games and stuff like this. You could talk about the degradation of like AAA titles kind of looping in on themselves, but you would primarily look at the catalyst for this being actually more male dominated games. Things like fucking FIFA 39 for the 50 billionth time being the exact same game, kind of manifesting from there, and not like, you know, Mega Bonk and all these different games that like kind of went hyper viral for a good bit of time and are very good games. We're having a surge of very, very, very good video games in the current day. I see no evidence that gaming is getting worse, and especially to do with feminism or women.
Okay, Carl, I assume you disagree. What's your argument here?
Because the thing that he's trying to address is the idea of all video games as a contingency when it's two things together. The games what we're playing, well, actually, no, three things. The games that we're playing, the people who are playing them, and the space and the occupancy upon those people who collected themselves as both a player base and a community that interact with the games. So, to counter what he says, if I were to ask him something about Balatro or Expedition 33 this year or last year, I would have to ask him, is that a modern game or is that a non-modern game? Because they're new games, but they speak to the kind of loop that would exist inside of Exile 1 and Exile 2. I know that he plays Exile 1 and Exile 2. One of the clips that comes from his view, not the clip itself that was clipped onto the timeline, but the actual view that was on his kick, that is discoverable nowhere else on his YouTube and nowhere on his Twitter or his Twitch, was specifically the session in the clip where Asmongold, when Zachary was referring back to the attempt to browbeat him about the elitism of who are you to talk about this from playing an MMORPG, when Steven plays nothing but autism simulators like Satisfactory, that it is browbeating people because the type of game that they play, they don't consider to be real gaming. Or in the example of what Ahrelevant says, that if they only play one game, they don't play real games. These would be examples of AA or indie games that very much in the viewpoint of the current political zeitgeist when it comes to the sphere of influencing video games for development, there is a hatred of a AAA scene or even the 4X scene of these indies because they are able to take people's lunches for millions of dollars with a game that only costs $15 versus something that's supposed to be a playable master experience of a type of story experience that you could get from something like, say, Dad of War and Dad of War Ragnarok, a remake created with the help of supposed DEI companies that are just script doctrine companies.
Just to short circuit a little bit. Right?
Yes.
Just to short circuit a little bit and maybe get a little more direct.
Yes.
Can you point to the games that have been ruined by women?
Phantasy Star Online 2, and pretty much anything that ever goes terminally viral, like Arc Raiders, although I would say it's not women.
Okay, well, let's stick with Arc Raiders. This one, the more...
Arc Raiders?
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders is ruined? Isn't that like a it doesn't Asmongold literally himself like Arc Raiders?
Well, as I said before, it's not just about women and feminists, it's about this particular kind of person, men and women too, that go out of their way that instead of actually enjoying games, they treat them as a zeitgeist, where they insert their viewpoints and their opinions and how they think things should be done into the conversation and in the spaces of how people should play the games. And ultimately, it becomes a culture clash between people who are there for a thing that appeals to them versus what people say, this is what the genre's always been. This is how it's meant to be done. That then ultimately push people out of it. This was drama that actually came up from the Streamer Awards, featuring people like Burnt Peanut, because him, Hutchinson, Courage, Nadeshot, Ninja, Nick Mertz.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm just lost on this. What does this have to do with women or feminism?
Well, if you listen and don't interrupt me, you'll find out. They go out of their way, and I just said what it was. Not just women, not just men, not just transgenders, and not specifically them, but a certain type of person who injects their viewpoints, injects their vision of culture, injects their idea of how they approach things, and they specifically push down on the people who would be coming in, that people would call tourists. And they project this view that this is how it is done, this is, quote, how we've always done it. Sometimes from the people that belong there, that you could call Neanderthals, losers that play nothing but one game, that they think this should appeal to only them, and therefore they're unwilling to experience the actual broad view of games, as you said in your clip from your channel, that they refuse to experience.
Me?
Yes, not talking about Wick. That they refuse to experience an absolute broad of games that they could enjoy, that they don't enjoy, despite the fact that they're playing all of these different kinds of games on camera. That it's a social problem. It's not just the industry, it's not just the people playing them, it's the actual conversation that's going on, or as people like to meme about the left-wing diatribe about this, the way that they have the conversation about it. People are not getting the problem because they are looking for a boogeyman to blame the issue on, and actually, instead of actually talking about who's directly responsible. And if any person says anything that's out of lines of what is meant to be the diatribe from what is considered the cathedral, left, right, dead of center, or the extremes, which in this case we're describing the extremes, the dude bros, or the supposed crazy blue-haired feminists, that why should anybody listen to them? Just play what you want. Which I pose the question is, why should anybody listen to you? It doesn't sound like you actually experience this in any serious way, because most of the things you talk about are single player. You're not experiencing the multiplayer aspect, because even if you do play those games, you're not playing them on camera. You haven't played them on stream in years, with the exception of Path of Exile during the free weekend for Last of the Druids 4.0 Fate of the Ball.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, I am talking about you.
Yeah, I don't play games on stream. I just said I was a political content creator. I play video games off stream. Do you want me to send you my Steam profile where I have over 30,000 hours on Steam alone in various games?
I mean, you could,
like,
but then
if you want to do a rap sheet, we could do a rap sheet. I didn't know that you were gonna like run my Steam profile numbers and talk about me only playing PoE during a free weekend. I mean, yeah, I love the game, and I shout it out to everybody. I've been getting my roommates to try and play it because it's a phenomenal game. But I'm waiting to hear how it got ruined by women.
The general sphere of gaming, to the point where people are starting to be a part of enclaves, where if they don't have lockstep opinions, they then shit on other people because they don't think how they think, both left, right, and in a center. That it's the job, and yes, again, I'm going to keep bringing you back to this, not just feminism, not just women, but annoying men doing it, annoying transgenders doing it, all kinds of people doing it, that it is in their...
So you're trying to say enclaves, like groups infighting, like picking sides, is what is like was being caused by like women or feminism in video games, like elitism, and tribalism in games?
Yeah, especially if we're going to go back to the actual source where it started.
Okay, so you believe that there wasn't tribalism amongst the gaming community before women, by and large, got into gaming?
No, I think the tribalism got worse when people started using politics as a dividing line and as a purity spiral mechanism to say whether or not they deserve to have an opinion or not, like what you said in your VOD. I'm quoting your words.
I mean, I generally would agree that... Oh, my bad. Oh, shit.
Bro,
I feel like I just got naked, bro. I feel like I just got exposed. Look,
I hope so.
But come on. But no, for like purity testing and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll agree that since it got politicized, it's gotten like worse. But that wasn't just like feminists who did that. Like the conservative reactionary right decided to politicize these issues where it really was not that big of a deal by talking about things like this, that it's ruining gaming. Like, I've seen no evidence for it ruining gaming. Back to what Wick asked, like, how is Arc Raiders ruined? Like, you have mainstay, like, I literally think we can find clips of Asmongold himself, the dude who is the reason we're having this conversation, saying Arc Raiders is a phenomenal game. So...
Well, if you stop interrupting people and let them finish thought, you'd find out. But no, I don't think it's just the reactionary right. I said everybody did it. Everyone did it, Ahrelevant. The feminists did it,
yes,
the feminists did it, the chuds did it, people in the middle did it, everybody did it, and it started making it into a place where nobody can have a conversation about anything, because the second that somebody said, this is what I like, somebody jumped down their throat to the equivalent of, so you said you don't like bananas? Nigga, I said I like apples. What are you talking about? At no place did I say I didn't like bananas. Replace apples and bananas with whatever genre you want versus what people would think is the masculine version or the feminine version of what should appeal to demographics. And that's the entire caucasity of it. It is basically multiple circles of interest. 1 second. It is multiple circuits of interest that all collectively together decided to make a culture war that then responded with people ignoring the people in the middle. Is like, bro, I don't give a fuck about any of this. I'm having a billion cakes I can eat. And in the case of Arc Raiders was not ruined by, quote, feminism, although technically these people are politically correct to begin with. And part of that has to do with the scene being fucked up where people decided to pick money over culture. So most things started getting sanitized, thanks to Twitch. The problem there is that you had people that went in for a group experience that everybody could be able to play whatever way they want, which for people who have not played Arc Raiders, it's equivalently a separation of old school RuneScape's Deep Wilderness Past 30. You are playing what is meant to be an extraction shooter, but unfortunately after the Hutchinson Bungalator raids, after the Hutchinson/Bungalator raids and the entire culture that was discussed on TikTok, the never-ending back and forth about who's a real player, how to really play the game, what is a right way to play the game and a wrong way to play the game is now turned into actually just another battle royale. Because instead of actually doing what even the developers envisioned was the goal of the game, to have a player versus environment versus player game where you have...
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is something we can kind of dig into.
Yeah, we can get into the weeds.
I know what
No
you're
problem.
referring to, but just for the audience's sake, there was a popular streamer or commentarist, a woman, basically, who said that she's going to stop playing Arc Raiders because it's too PvP focused and things like that. Is that what you're referring to?
I mean, plenty. Men, women in general. They got turned off the game because the game turned into something that it wasn't supposed to, that it technically wasn't ventured to be by the developers. That by the contagion and the culture of the people who came in to experience it, turned it into something that was like everything else. A game that had features of an extraction shooter ended up becoming the sweatiest lobby imaginable, equivalent to Tarkov, because it benefited them to turn it into something, a part of the culture war, that it wasn't. And now people have turned themselves off of it and have become disinterested. It happens to plenty of different games down the sphere of influence. Plenty of MMOs have experienced this. Plenty of single-player games have experienced this. Although the single-player game experience shouldn't be directly affected by that because no one can gatekeep you from single-player games. But the multiplayer aspect and the conversations around the multiplayer aspect, people actually going from being a part of the player base to actually becoming a part of the community, people who don't want to actually get into the community, become a part of the community, become a creator for the community. They decide to yuck people's yums. Let me finish. They decide to yuck people's yums. Let me finish.
You've been talking a lot.
You keep interrupting me, and I keep having to explain things. Just be quiet. Give me a second. I'm gonna finish, and then you can talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
They get into it for something other than just experiencing the game, having fun with the game, playing the game for what it is, and make it into something entirely fucking different, and ruin it for everyone. To the point where people are like, stay out of my games, we don't want you here. You're not actually here to be a part of this, you're here to try and get viral and get clips off this. Which leads to people basically creating their own circles and enclaves where they purity test each other constantly. I think it's fucking cringe and gay, because you should be able to have fun playing the games you want to play. But people are refusing to address that because they instead want to point their finger at somebody and say, no, it's Asmongold who caused this. No, actually, it's Asmongold who caused this. No, actually, it's Hutch who caused this. No, it's actually this guy who caused it. Instead of just saying, bro, play the game and have fucking fun. Why are you so mad? Now I'm done.
Okay. Cool. Relevant? Where do you want to go with this?
So is your argument that purity testing video games is bad and that you decided to
obviously
because one aspect of this is that you view women and feminists as also purity testing video games? Is that your argument?
Yeah, because everyone's purity testing. Just like you said, you would purity test people. Quote, I'm going to be elitist about people being elitist about video games.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll always do that because that's stupid. So it sounds like then I don't know why, if you watch that, you wouldn't agree with me. Because my point is that any person who plays a bunch of video games and thinks they can dictate how other people enjoy video games is fucking stupid. And I'm absolutely going to waive my hours in video games, my roster of video games against them to be able to make an argument that, especially if they play one video game, that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So yeah, of course I'll do that. But yeah, in general, people should just play video games and enjoy it as it is. What is wrong with that statement?
Because you then went back on yourself and effectively did the exact same thing that you're criticizing. Thus becoming a part of the discourse of people having the wrong way of discussing it and having the wrong way of the conversation. Because this exact tone policing was the basis behind Asmongold's rebuttal to what Steven said. The entire clip.
Okay, so just to be clear, you disagree with Asmongold.
Yes, I've always disagreed with Asmongold. I presented that as the case in my opening statement that I disagree with Asmongold, just like I disagree with you and with Steven.
Okay.
Because it's all elitism.
Okay.
It's somehow it becomes better and more important when you do it and nobody else can do it, but you're more of an authority because you're ours. But I can do the same thing to you.
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
I was under the impression that you believed that at least a certain segment of women,
There's a certain segment. There is.
Have ruined video games.
Yes.
And that you were here to argue that they were ruining video games, and you were going to put forth an argument of why that's true.
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation?
Yes. Because
can we get to that argument?
Yes. Because if you only ever look in the sphere in what he's talking about, then you're going to miss the forest for the trees. There's entire businesses that have gone under. You could look at any of the games that are currently under the ownership. Yes. Yes, again.
So let's pick one. Pick a business and we can talk about it.
Compulsion Games.
Okay. Why did women and feminists cause Compulsion Games to go under, please?
Because they decided that it was more important to try to tell a narrative and a story about something and actually instead of making a base level game that could be able to have good gameplay, good story, good art, good music, and instead intended to pander to a particular viewpoint because they considered that this viewpoint of a 50-50 paradigm, or even some level of paradigm to pander to a particular group that they believed was a part of the modern audience that wasn't being presented to, needed to specifically go after this particular dialectic that they decided to view for. And because of it, the game ended up being bad, because it had bad direction, it had bad design, it had bad implementation, and even if you could be able to divine a story out of what they wrote, they ended up writing a story that felt more like they were taking and picking pieces of puzzles of people's cultures and identities while not understanding them, getting them wrong, and attempting to tell you that you should buy this because, look, it relates to you. We have people with your complexion on it. You must buy this. It's an experience everybody has to go to. South of Midnight.
Sorry, what?
South of Midnight.
South of Midnight? Isn't that new game?
Yes, Compulsion Games, South of Midnight.
Okay. And you... Okay, so because I've heard this argument a lot, because you say...
Have you?
You said that, like, they're trying to appeal to, like, a specific group. Can you just give me what you believe is the evidence to show that they did not care about any of these gameplay things, and it's not just that they made a bad game? Because
have you played it?
The argument that I hear so consistently is, oh, they focused on DI
have you played it?
Or whatever stuff, and then you have not played it.
I have played it. Have you played it?
Oh, no, I haven't played
it. Then why the fuck are you talking?
I'm asking you a question.
Go ahead, finish your question.
About it. Okay, God, chill. Okay, how do you know, where's your evidence to show that they did not care about gameplay? They did not care about story or art direction or any of these different things. And it's not just that the thing that they were going for, they shot for and missed. They just didn't make a good game. Because your argument is that they didn't care about gameplay and they just cared about pushing an agenda or a narrative. Where's the evidence of that?
In the gameplay, in the development, in the conversations.
Okay,
earlier
the development.
The voice acting, the level design, the actual construction of the narrative of the game and its story arc, the writing.
Okay, where's the proof that they just went for woke and
Summer's Game Fest?
Any evidence? Like,
yes.
Did the devs go
yes.
and
yes.
Did it? Okay, you're saying yes. What was the question I was asking you?
You just asked me where's the evidence to do so. Where's the evidence to prove it?
And how is yes a response to that?
Do you have evidence? Yes.
Okay,
the follow-up question would be, where is it? My follow-up evidence is Black Voices in Gaming, Summer Games Fest 2025. Did you not watch it?
What's the evidence from there? No.
So my first question before
actually, I did watch Summer's Game Fest.
Okay, so you know. Wait a minute. So you watched what I'm talking about, right? You saw that panel.
The announcement for the game.
You watched the announcement for the game. Did you watch the Black Gaming Voices interview that they had on the Black Gaming Voices section? That was a part of Summer Games Fest this year.
No.
So you are not aware about what I'm about to tell you.
I don't know. Tell me.
So no, you're not aware of what I'm about to tell you. I'll tell you.
Okay.
They interviewed the designers and the story writers for the game. And they explicitly said from that interview, that was a part of that presentation, that they focused specifically on trying to write stories about African American folklore without actually doing proper insert details and research on that folklore to make it right and make it accurate, to make it fit the tone of what they were designing. They just took from different cultures and they slammed them all together with no coherent knowledge of anything whatsoever, which then ultimately led to them, when the main voice actor was then replaced by compulsion, that they didn't try to make anything fit tonally with what they were going for, and ended up with a bad game as a design flaw of their focus to specifically put black people first and not actually do anything at all to make a worthwhile design with an actual vision focus. This is something that people were very vehement about, including renowned game journalists like Colin Moriarty of Six Symbols Plus.
Okay, so 2 quick questions off of that. One, you're saying that they admitted that they did no research.
I didn't say they didn't admit to doing no research. I said they did improper research.
Okay, where's your evidence of that?
The interview. Should I pull up the VOD for you so you can watch the interview?
In the interview, what did they know? I'll believe you. In the interview, what did they say?
I just told you.
To say that they did no research.
I didn't say they did no research. I said they did very little research to properly flesh it out. They pulled
where
from
are you getting that?
From the interview. But from the folklore, from studying. No, you're not speaking another language. I answered.
What in the
They literally answered.
Let me try to translate.
Are you serious?
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, but you're saying that there's a portion of that interview in which they stated something that led you to believe that they had improperly done their research on the topics that you're talking about.
Yes.
Can you provide a quote, a paraphrase, or even a link to the timestamp, right, that we could just look at? That would be helpful. Yeah.
Because along with it, it comes with playing the game and actually knowing about the cultures that they were pulling from. They actively...
What you got? Show us
One
what
second.
you got.
1 second.
Take your time. Take your time. Gang, if you're liking this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button while you're waiting for him, and throw me some bits and subs. And if you got questions for either of these gentlemen, you can super chat them, and I will ask them to answer your questions. Okay, as we go. So thank you for that. I think that while we wait for him to find the clip, would you not say, Ahrelevant, this is to you, would you not say that certain game development companies have absolutely pandered to more kind of feminist ideals, and that has driven people away or caused games to go in directions that would be less appealing to men in general?
Yeah, of course. You could point to examples like, I think Concord was an example where a lot of people were like, what the fuck is going on with a lot of the shit? There was, the wide variety of characters was very, very, very wide in its variety of characters, for sure. And so, I think there are examples of this, but I don't think that the representation is that these developers first and only care about woke and DEI, and they don't care about gameplay or making a product that can sell. I think the primary idea is that they genuinely believe these things can sell, and they just don't realize that there isn't like a crazy market for these things, that these are not the types of people that are going to buy these games. And moreover, that isn't ruining gaming. Like, because we got Concord that has like a wider variety of people that like a lot of people are going to be turned off by, that's not ruining gaming. We have fantastic games being put out all the time. And also there's games that target primarily women that are fantastic. Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley are genuinely like near objectively great games. But it's just not particularly targeted towards men, even though they're good.
Timestamps in your DMs.
Okay, give me a second. Let me put my drink away.
Because my response to that is that it's very obviously the case that you can have games that appeal to all people without having to necessarily pander to one audience or another. But it's the case that there are people that go out of their way in the gaming industry to attempt to smother over AA and indie titles that are able to do this without having to particularly use these types of narratives and attempt to use some type of political proselytization as a replacement for just doing proper research. That it's expected that because it is something that is doing something different or doing something that has itself a niche, that can succeed well if done correctly, then it is not the case that they have not gone out of the way to do so, since it is quite literally the result of why companies have recently gone over or under.
Let's check this out. You said you give me the timestamp.
Yes,
and,
it starts at the beginning of the interview.
Okay, and then we'll just go through and let me know when we've gotten to the point where your point has been made. Let's see.
It's cool. It's cool. I love getting a chance to see that trailer over and over again. I can never get enough of it. I can never get enough of it. Des, what did you think?
Whenever honestly, the first time I saw that trailer, I was super excited, but it reminded me of this movie that I saw a really long time ago called Beasts of the Southern Wild, which like features like this little girl and she's going on this journey, right? To like, and it's like a coming of age, like with her and her father, and it just kind of, I felt like, okay, the people who are making this game definitely saw that movie and definitely got inspiration from it. And it was beautiful. Like, I think it won like Academy Awards and things like that. So I love what you've done with the trailer and with the game, because it really does speak to a place that no game has ever really done well before.
Yeah. I'm really excited to be digging into the trailer, digging into some of these references that you mentioned, Des, which is why this is going to be a really good segue into our next into our exciting guest that we have for the showcase today. That is Zaire Lanier from Compulsion Games. Zaire, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to talk to you guys.
Yeah. I pin that reference first before we dig into some of the details in talking about this exciting game South of Midnight. Can you introduce yourself and give a little bit of clarity as to your
Is it coming up soon?
Yeah.
I'm Zaire Lanier. I'm a game writer, narrative designer. I've been working in games since 2020, and I was one of the writers on South of Midnight. And I guess that's what I'm here to talk to you guys about today.
I wanted to know how you did your taxes, but since we're going to be talking about that, we'll just roll
really
with that.
Poorly, the IRS is probably like at my door too.
She's joking. I'm
joking.
Yeah.
No, that's great.
This is so awkward.
Yeah, I was literally about to say the same thing.
This is like the most awkward thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think this. Like, let's get to the argument. Let's get to the argument.
It's further in, and yeah, all of the Game Fest interviews are cringe, but doing the actual journalistic work involves watching this shit.
So it's soon. It's quick. I'm trusting you here, Carl. Okay?
Yes, it's quick, because it should be like the first argument that she makes, that she presents with her conversation.
Yeah, let's find out.
We were going to do this back and forth. I don't know if it was my turn yet, but I'm catching the ball.
It's your turn now.
So, thank you. What I wanted to know is, like you said, you got into it in 2020, but I know from my own story, like the reason why I wanted to get into games was because I wanted to see more representation. Working on a project like this, where you're getting to write Black characters and talk about like history and some of
starting here,
like, how did that make you feel?
It really means a lot to me. I've been playing games for a decent chunk of my life, but a lot of it was when I was younger, especially it was like Call of Duty or, goofy stuff with my cousins, which the games have narrative, but I don't consider them necessarily like narrative, like strongly narrative games. And, I've enjoyed all these characters, and then as I got older, I started playing like Mass Effect or The Last of Us, games that are really well known for their story. But I didn't, and even though I enjoyed those characters, I never really saw characters that looked like me all that often, so for me to be able to put that out into the world, so someone who, plays their first game at like 12 or 13 or something, or even younger, for them to see someone that looks like them, or like their mom or their sisters, like, that means just so much to me, just because it's not something that happens very often in games.
Pause there.
Okay, so we've done it. We've shown the thing you want.
Nah, no shot, homie. No shot.
Yes,
You're
shot.
actually saying that. Nah, I can't.
Yes, shot.
Let him explain.
Yes, shot. You would know if you played the game, but you didn't. But it's okay. I'll educate you. I'll do your job for you. No problem. Okay, so the story of South of Midnight is two things. One is racism, 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 racism is bad, racism, racism. The other story, which is the actual, what I thought was going to be the A-plot B part of the game. The game is about a character by the name of, forgetting the fucking main character's name, Something Flood. And her mother and her grandmother are 3 generations of women that do not communicate with each other. You could say that it's like Black Alice in Wonderland. And the entire through-line narrative of the game is that the character Hazel Flood, the character Hazel is basically supposed to be a go-between for mothers and daughters and grandmothers not communicating with each other because they get stuck in their own boundaries. However, the actual through-line of the game, if you actually play it, is the worst combination of the worst mechanics you could ever imagine in video games whatsoever. It doesn't feel like it was play-tested. It feels like somebody tried to reach into the PlayStation 2 Platinum Collection to collect all the mascot games of old, and Rayman, and tried to fuse it with a story narrative that doesn't even follow its own ontological inertia. Ontological, not deontological. Irrelevant. Ontological inertia means load-bearing plot. I want to make sure I explain that to you. So, the story itself doesn't support the narrative that it presents with what it's trying to get you to care about. And it is, in fact, a story-based game. That is the only thing that is there, because the combat is lackluster. They go out of their way to make the most prototypically hateful black character imaginable that only passes muster if all you saw was the trailer and nothing else. She is vapid. She is self-centered. She is incapable of understanding anybody else's viewpoint, which is supposed to be a part of the through line of the game of the story, but it's not. They spend all of this time. Okay. They spend all of this time in the narrative of the game. Let me finish.
How did that interview say
because
that they
if
did not
you
care
play
about making gameplay?
Because they cared more about the story of what they were supposed to perceive for people to see a black character on screen than actually making that black character a character. They made her a caricature. They made her a blank slate that people could insert themselves into while then delivering a story that instead of actually giving you a world to be invested in, instead is just the diatribe of somebody off of Tumblr deciding to say, if you don't like this, it's because you're a hateful bigot. While also getting lore wrong, getting mythology wrong, getting mythology that they pulled from the game wrong, and ultimately delivering a product that's not worth the near $70 for the product.
Okay, so I don't get how what the interview had to do with that. She was asked a pointed question about what a game like this would, like, how it connects with her and her life after got asked a question by a chick who said it was important.
Go ahead, Ahrelevant.
It was important to her to have, representation in her life. Is like, hey, what is important about this game? Obviously, she didn't say it's important to have representation inside of a game. I don't get where this idea is that, like, all of the funding for the game went to this one chick.
Did I say that?
Just make a black.
Did I say that?
Where's the argument?
Do you have holes in yours? Because I said it.
Because the argument should be that
my argument should be. Go ahead.
Lackluster. Yes.
Tell me my opinion, please.
If not, then they just made a bad game. Is your argument just that they made a bad game? Then who cares? There's millions of bad games. Your argument is that they spent
you know my argument. Go ahead.
or effort into making it like have black representation, make it woke, or something to do with.
Stop saying get woke because I didn't say woke.
That is the argument. Otherwise, they just made a bad game, and who cares? It's like any other bad game.
Just before you respond, $5 from Audacity to say I was so mad that Baldur's Gate 3 made me have all the gay sex possible. Thank you for the $5. Anyway, carry on. Go ahead and respond, Carl.
The point, if you actually played the game, is that when I went through and looked at all of their art assets, looked at the actual way they put it together, looked at the other interviews, which we won't have time for this segment, but I wanted to start there with that one. If you played the game Ahrelevant, which you didn't, so how can you tell me about what my opinion is and what my argument if you didn't actually play the game yourself to know yourself? If you actually play the game, No, it is not about the interview. It is about how the interview in context explains. Okay, your comment is wrong because it's not actually addressing what I'm saying. You have holes in yours.
Definitely.
The actual content of the game has everything from lazy AI art generation that steals from the business, the fact that they replaced the main character because they didn't go along with the particular diatribe of what the company wanted in terms of their social culture of what they wanted to put forward with the character. They decided to sell the racism bad narrative because every single white character in that game has some reason, if they're not a good sweet baby Aladdin that never did anything wrong, which that's whatever. White male that is the best character ever, has never done anything wrong, sweet character, woman who's responsible for killing her father, but she has a reason, it's because she was abused, so killing him with his pet alligator was acceptable. A brother that was basically abused for being lame and slightly retarded, so his white brother decided to string him up into a tree, and the trauma was so embarrassingly bad that it transformed him into a giant tree. A black male character that is supposed to be a transforming creature known as a Rougarou, mostly a wolf character, they made him into an owl, who literally goes about this transformation, because the narrative of the game is that you are supposed to be a player character that is a weaver, that's supposed to heal the wounds that are created by trauma in people's lives, that he witnessed his mother die because they don't give his father money out of company script to give her treatment, and that watching his father in front of him with the worst form of racism baiting I have ever seen in design leads to him turning into said demonic owl creature and smashing the racist foreman that shot his father point blank upon the rocks, along with a white grandmother that is the definition of somebody's viewpoint of racism from the viewpoint of if they have never had a single person in their life that happen to have a different complexion than them that must think hateful of them because it's white versus black. With it being a character in a multiracial story, they go out of their way to demonstrate a focus on making it about black this and black that, while still making a game that was bad. Yes, but they didn't just make a game that was bad because they focused on it. They explicitly said this was their goal for what they wanted to do. They explicitly had this as a goal.
They explicitly said they wanted to make a bad game and make it woke.
Before you respond, Ahrelevant,
Okay.
Yes.
there's $10 from Mega Lag to say, actually, to give Carl a massive win here. Irrelevant. If you don't play the game, then you really are just being a sophist. And then $5 from Audacity to say the hardest part of Cyberpunk 2077 is choosing the dong size. Thank you for the $5. And 430 bits from Certus to say feminists and women have ruined video games because a game was made that was bad in my opinion. Killer argument, buddy.
Yep.
Maybe don't focus on a single game, but the actual prompts. Thank you for the 430 bits. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to Ahrelevant to respond.
Go ahead.
Say what he wants.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So here, I'll just do the argument because this is just wild to me. So
of course
if
it is.
I want to make an argument that, yes, so if I want to make an argument that a specific culture inside of the development team has eroded video games, I would appeal to something that a lot of people can agree on. Maybe even you can agree on this, which is
Most
the
people who play the game
NFL,
can
the
agree on
sports
it.
game. Great. Do you notice how you're interrupting me? It's the sports
You interrupted
game
me.
mentality.
Lead by example.
Gotcha. All right, I got you. Yep, I got you. So the sports game mentality that every single person knows about, which is NFL 59 or whatever, and it's practically the same game that it was the year before, maybe a little bit of upgraded shaders at best. All right, this is something that is a clear ethos inside of the development pathology of sports games, and has started to bleed over into games like Call of Duty and other AAA games where they effectively don't make these very significant leaps or jumps or take any risks with their development that most people who play games can really notice when they play video games. This is something that is very clear inside of the game development and is shown in contrast to other games like that, for instance, Rockstar puts out, where they actually do add a lot of content in between their games, like Red Dead Redemption 1 versus Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a lot more content, a lot more to enjoy for a lot of the player base. These different gaming philosophies is something that we can point to in the culture. You have no reference or comparison, I feel like, when it comes to this. You just said that they made a bad game, and also inside of a development interview, they said it was important to make a black woman character like that.
Pause.
Okay.
You asked me an example. Go ahead. Finish. Finish.
Yeah, just one last thing. So I'm waiting for something that shows that gaming, right, the industry of gaming is in decay or collapse as a result of feminism or women.
So you asked me an example, I started going on an example, then when I could then compare that to an elaboration of an example, while still interrupting me in the beginning, you stopped me from doing so, and then immediately try to lay out an example of an argument without actually giving me the ability to respond and then build upon it, while still constantly interrupting me. I can relate to different games that I've already played this year, that are in my library right now, that were paid for by my audience to do so, because they wanted someone to investigate it, and not just say something off the headlines, like someone say, known internet media grifter, Smash JT, who had to get schooled by Colin Moriarty live on air about him not understanding things as basic as the Sakana numbers that relate to the actual sales in the industry before immediately being called on the exact same point that I'm telling you. He didn't play the games. He avoided them because he said that the games are cringe. Specifically for him, the difference between Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei, him saying, I avoided Ghost of Yotei because I don't like Eric Ishii. And then being asked, well, can you tell me about what you like about Ghost of Tsushima? He doesn't have anything to say other than, well, it sold a lot of money. It sold a lot of games. Without actually being able to refer to, the story was a little bit asinine, but mid at best. Just mid. The gameplay features, copy-paste, but no real development whatsoever. The same kind of cultural rot that already exists inside of Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7. To this year alone, from the company themselves, saying that they're never going to do a back-to-back release of Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 ever again, because they actually did have an example of how they ended up fucking up everything for the business. Because they went out of the way to try and put influencers and content packs first, as well as dipping into the inevitable well that all people do, chasing the follow the leader design, namely going from MOBAs to Battle Royales, and then into Battle Royales / independent async experiences that then led to them having some of the biggest crash outs in the media industry and worse coverage and worse criticisms and loss of revenue from the shareholders of the business, that they then said they would never do that ever again. All of that coming from the comparisons across the industry. Same thing from I could compare to South of Midnight. I could compare to Creature Kind. Same thing that I could compare to that. I could compare to necessarily Ghost of Yotei, which is a more popular one. Same thing that I could compare to that. I could compare to other games. Give me 1 second. I could compare to other games on top of that list.
For the life of me, I don't understand what the point of this is supposed to be in connection to the question I asked.
There is a market trend where you could even go from the people who are responsible for script doctoring the games, that the industry is chasing designs where they try to copy people and they end up making a product that is way out of its way, over designed and dated.
Yeah, I just want to, okay, but
go ahead.
Once you're done there, okay, I really want to get to the actual prompt of the issue. Is how are women, and not all women I understand, and not all feminists I understand, and not all games I understand, but how are, in general, as a trend, women and feminism and these types of things ruining modern gaming? That's what I want to contend with.
I feel like I answered that question earlier, but I'll go over it again. Comparison to...
brief as possible. Give me the elevator summary, okay? Right? We're in an elevator. We got a minute, right, before that elevator reaches to the floor. Give me that argument, please.
There is a trend from things like South Midnight to Ahrelevant to Merchants of Rosewall to Avowed, from the indie, even Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. There is a through line behavior in the industry where they attempt to ignore the primary base that buys the games, not based on gender, but based on the supposed demographics who they wish to bring in the modern audience.
Okay, so I get this. So basically, what your argument is, and correct me if I'm wrong and misinterpreting it, I don't want to do it, right? But your argument is that instead of appealing to the modern audiences that they should be appealing to, which are mostly men, they are going and chasing what the feminists and what the women think that they should be appealing to, which is taking games and making them more for an audience that doesn't play games anymore. Is that the gist of your argument?
The word I use wouldn't be for men. It is them going and trying to feature games to an audience of people that don't already have the appeal for that genre, for that game type, in whatever specter of the industry you're looking at, whether it be the indie, the AA, the AAA, the 4X, that they are trying to get these people to buy this game, and that they then have discussions and arguments where they attempt to dismiss people from the core genre that wouldn't have a problem with buying it, but are explicitly turned off because they go out of their way to tell them, don't buy our game. If you disagree with me, if you disagree with what we seek to do, if you don't like our opinion, then don't buy our game. And then people don't. And then the game falls down critically, as well as from the viewpoint of the players, that everyone critically pans it as a bad game. For both reasons, whether they disagree with the way that it was designed, or the fact that they don't play it because they don't remember it, because there's a dime a dozen games that are like this. Kill the Justice League, the remake for Saints Row, the Forspoken, and Intronoria The Last Song, but not as bad as Flintlock The Siege of Dawn. Games that come and go because they're trying to get into a trend that has already passed them by, because they don't have their finger on the pulse of what people are actually buying. Not that they're just pandering to men or pandering to women.
Sure, and
but
that's because
they,
of women
yeah.
and transgenders and things.
People that are in the industry telling them that don't listen to what the audience wants. Gamers are dead, and they don't have to be your audience. Listen to what we're telling you from the market research. Yes, that.
Okay.
Wouldn't that just be bad marketing?
You would say that it's not, because supposedly the game should just be good because the game should be good because the game is good. Except that if you go out of your way to tell people, "Fuck you, we don't want you to be our audience. You're dead, and you don't deserve to buy anything, and you don't deserve to experience anything," and we're actively going to try to push you out of the industry. That it shouldn't be the response of a marketplace using their wallet to vote with confidence in what it is that they want versus what they don't want. That's why Balatro was Game of the Year last year. That's why Expedition 33 was Game of the Year this year.
Balatro was Game of the Year because it was an insanely good game that was incredibly easy for people to get into. Like,
and you missed the articles that were written by people that were explicitly saying that this is a opportunity
Nobody
to...
reads video game.
How do you even know it's... Well, I know you don't. I know that you don't, because you're not actually a game journalist. You don't look into them. But that's okay.
People who read video game... Wait, I'm sorry. Do you actually think Balatro won because people read video game articles?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay. You didn't even listen to what I said, because you interrupted me again.
So just real quick. So just for the fact checking here, right? Balatro made again, this is just my Google research.
Go ahead.
So if you got
made a lot of money,
please give them to me. But it made over $60 million in gross revenue across Steam and mobile by early 2025.
That is correct.
And it's made about in mobile alone nearing 10 million. How was this game a failure? Or
I didn't say it was a failure.
Or bad.
I didn't say it was a failure.
I believe he was trying to use it as a success story in connection with, like, something to do with the marketing or development, in contrast to the feminists and, like, women that were taking over these other games. Balatro, I would dare to say most people didn't hear almost anything from any of the development of Balatro. They just played a game that they thought looked cool. It was a cool card game, roguelike. It was just a genuinely cracked game. This is all it was.
Didn't you just say that you don't read articles and therefore nobody reads articles? So how would you be privy to the knowledge I was just about to tell you?
Is that what I just said?
Did you not just say that nobody reads gaming articles?
No, I said nobody reads gamer articles. I never said I don't read them. I said nobody does. And that's absolutely true. So you think the majority of people who play video games read game articles?
I'll just repeat my statement when you're done. Keep talking.
Believe that.
Most people who are informed and don't get their opinions from media grifters actually do their own research, yes. And you would then know if you read the gaming articles that there were people that actively...
This is so unserious.
Go ahead.
The reason Balatro made $60 million is because everyone was reading that.
Go ahead. Keep yapping. Keep yapping.
Come on, man.
Keep yapping.
This ain't...
Keep yapping.
It can't be.
Keep yapping.
It can't be.
Are you done?
Yeah, no, I mean, that, like, nobody believes
Are you done?
Come on.
Are you done?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead, yeah.
You would know from reading the articles then that there were multiple people that attempted to use Balatro as a fuck the industry story. That, just like you could say for Megabonk, just like you could say for this year for Expedition 33, especially in the position of Western RPGs, because there is a very well-known history that game developers hate JRPGs. You could make multiple arguments about why, but they used it as a cudgel to bash the industry, instead of necessarily just liking video games for being good games, which that was pretty much the case, because another darling of that year was Astrobot, which was more or less a quintessential celebration of 25 years of Sony history, especially considering the kind of platinum hits that were then just ignored by the media industry as they started chasing trends. People went there not to celebrate Balatro being good, but to say, fuck all of you, we have something that demonstrates how we don't like you and you don't know what we want. There were multiple cases of this. Multiple YouTubers reported on this. Multiple games journalists that are actually respected and not just media grifters reported on this. Richard Lewis, Dustin Thorne Shields, Sven Scarin, I Will Dominate, Kristen Muriera, Colin Moriarty himself, and every one of his reporters from Sacred Symbols Plus as part of his organization.
Quick heat check. Do you think most of the people, let's say 90% of the people who played Balatro, even know let's say 4 of those names that you just said?
If they're just a person that it's a normie and they're just playing a game and their opinion is like, dude, is game good, is game bad? I don't care.
Of gamers. Okay, yes, you just described like 90% of people who play video games is people who boot up Fortnite on their fucking Xbox, homie. Yeah.
Except that your example was that literally get me on to talk to people who believe like Asmongold, who gets used as an example as cudgel to describe people that are a part of some far-right paradigm, not the people in the middle. That's not what you did.
Asmongold's point is that modern gaming is getting ruined by women and feminism. I have clips that I pulled and I even added to that Twitter thread where he's saying that like women being in video games is just lowering the quality of games. We used to, by his own admission, this is back when gaming used to be good. Like gaming has gotten bad for some reason. In comparison to now, we have such a wide scope of video games that we can enjoy. Things like Balatro versus Red Dead Redemption 2. This kind of like difference, this chasm of difference is massive. Animal Crossing versus Ready or Not. Path of Exile that you brought up versus like, fucking Pokemon. That's a really, really great gaming landscape where a multitude of people can integrate into this. And something that I'm gonna for now make a positive point about like women and feminism in video games is it's good to be able to have that kind of diverse base. I have played Animal Crossing. I like Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing probably would have never been made if it wasn't for trying to target women as an audience, right? Stardew Valley might have never been made if it wasn't made to specifically target women in gaming. These games and other games with feminism in mind, hey, maybe we can target an audience for video games that haven't been targeted traditionally, has been successful with very specific titles. But if you want to talk about like these other specific titles where they failed, then sure, you can talk about those. But also talk about the success.
Before you respond, $20 from Zonia TV. Thank you for the $20. To say, I think most of the things killing AAA games is cutting corners on content at release date in favor of paid DLC, microtransaction, season pass, and subscription content models. Indie games, on the other hand, are going strong. Thank you for the $20. Mike's to you, Carl. Go ahead.
I generally agree with that statement, by the way.
You should. I generally agree with that statement because most of the problem really comes from the nickel and diming of the industry. And no, I'm not just talking about specific games, Ahrelevant. As I said in my opening statement, it's 3 things. Not just the people playing the games, not just the games, but the spheres that those games possess in. Let me ask you a question right now. All those games that you described, have you been playing any games online with other people?
Have I played those games online?
No. Have you been playing the kind of online games that you could find right now somebody streaming on Twitch with other people?
Yes. Are you asking me if I played these games multiplayer?
Have you been playing Arc Raiders? Have you been playing League of Legends? Have you been playing Warzone?
Yes.
Have you been playing Exile 2 on camera with other people?
Yes.
Have you been playing Valorant?
No, I don't like Valorant. CSGO. CS is better.
I do not play CSGO, so I can't really speak to that, but I have played Valorant. So
you should give that a shot.
I dislike it. I don't like Search and Destroy. It is the fact basis upon something like, let's just use WoW Classic. There is a problem with this sphere where there are people that necessarily go into online games and have created this zone and this cone of silence where you have to tiptoe around people in multiplayer because you have no fucking clue when you are playing online in these social spheres around things like Rivals, Valorant, League, fucking Apex Legends if you don't get a lobby with a hacker, what have you, where people, for the integrity of the game, decide that they want to go viral with a clip. And they go farming to get attention by attacking somebody in the game and setting them up as the villain of the fucking week with some bullshit about them being harassed and antagonized, which would be the part where the social contagion really starts, where you could really say women and feminism, and not all women and not all people who have feminist desires, but a very specific goal of people who want to play mommy and daddy fucking internet.
I have a question on that specifically, Carl, if I may.
Go ahead.
Do you have an example of someone who is, you feel, in your opinion, because you mentioned a cone of silence where you have to be careful what you say in these environments because you might get clipped and go viral and be canceled because by claiming you're harassing someone or whatever. Is that generally the point you're making here, or am I confused?
Yes. Like,
Okay, so can you give us an example of that happening that we can talk about?
or also the accursed farms and pirate software, and stop killing games.
Okay.
This year.
Explain it to my audience, please.
So,
Feminists didn't do that? What?
okay.
You think pirate software got canceled by feminists?
I think pirate software got eaten alive by a group of people that don't like bully behavior that happen to involve people that have his social paradigm. Yeah, he is inherently a
Wasn't he
leftist.
literally canceled by Asmongold?
No, he wasn't.
Asmongold was farming the shit out of... Yeah, Asmongold was farming the shit. The whole WoW community was farming the shit out of him on...
No. Oh, no. Let me finish. It's funny this way.
Let
him finish.
What he means, please. Go ahead.
So my response to that is, you think it was Asmongold that did it, and not Ross of the Accursed Farms, who was lied about by pirate software.
Is that a question? Or is that
Yes, I'm asking you.
The entire internet hates pirate software. It was popular for the entire internet to shit on that guy.
And who was the source? Who was the source that started it? This is something that you cannot debate. This is factual. Who was the person that was antagonized by pirate software, who attempted to lie about a games movement by intentionally taking his words out of context and attempting to use his position to try and silence him? And what event happened in hardcore WoW from Soda Poppins' guild, OnlyFangs 2, that was responsible for the worldwide clip that everybody went viral for, dunking on him for, that then led to his cancellation? From him going from...
Are you talking about the roaching clip?
I mean, not the roaching clip, but his entire behavior doing OnlyFangs 2. Which then also relates back to Stop Killing Games.
So you're asking about the roaching clip?
No, I know what the clips are. I'm not talking about just the roaching clip. You're missing something because you're focused on just Asmongold. The roaching clip.
It wasn't just Asmongold. Everybody, literally, Destiny talked about him. Everybody talked about him, including people who don't play video games.
So you somehow forgot about Ross of the Accursed Farms, who's the leader of the Stop Killing Games movement.
Tell me.
Look, I don't know what's being referred to here, but this is.
I'll explain to you. I can explain to you. I can promise you he doesn't know. So I can explain it to you. Okay?
Okay, yes, explain it to me, please. Explain it.
The original drama started from Ross of the Accursed Farms attempting to use the Stop Killing Games movement that he initiated himself as technically the leader, but just as the mouthpiece to try and get people on board with the idea to preserve video games, to quote, stop killing games, namely live service games that have a component that could be preserved so that people can be able to access it in the form of something like a private server game. Because in the writing for EA, it's written in that it is a service game that they will destroy the live service connection to, that it cannot function without that live service connection because the supposed single player mode is online focused. He laid out his entire argumentation very clearly, and Pirate Software, Jason Thor Hall, went out of his way to inherently lie about him, did everything possible to claim he said something that he didn't, that he made an argument that he didn't. And then deleted VODs, deleted clips, continued to lie about it, and tried to create a cone of silence around the conversation by saying he didn't know what he was talking about, he's complete dog shit, he doesn't know anything about games development, he's asking for something that wasn't possible. And him using his authority to silence him as a big figure content creator led to other people not wanting to speak up because they weren't game devs, they weren't indie game devs, they weren't indie game devs that are still working on a game for 5+ years that knows what he's talking about. And thus, people didn't want to speak up about it, even though they knew about it, because who's going to speak up to the million something sub, and at the time of his popularity...
I came from Pirate Software, and I didn't speak up because, you know, I wasn't Pirate Software. I didn't know how to call those.
Yes, but he went out and he created a cone of silence that caused people to not want to step up, because the fact of the matter is, when you're a big figure like that, it is quite literally small bank takes little bank. The quote smaller streamer being smothered from it. And
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how that's feminism.
Well, he has an audience that is inherently left-leaning, that believes in the purity spiral, and believes in a certain way that one should behave and carry themselves and act as a content creator. Can you agree that that's something that they have? They do, in fact, to a purity spiral.
Who are you referring to? Pirate Software?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what Pirate Software's political leanings are for his stream or as the people who watch his stream. I'm not sure how you do, but...
Because I researched it. Because I looked into it. I did more than just say Moldova's fig tree.
Gotcha. What's the proof for that?
by actually going back and looking at his VODs and looking at the behavior that he carried out with on OnlyFans 2. And no, I'm not just talking about the roaching clip in the second Dire Mall raid. I'm talking about his behavior through the entirety of OnlyFans 2, with all of the other broadcasters and streamers that he was with in the OnlyFans 2 guild that he was brought in with, for all the other content creators that were not a part of mainstream WoW play. Because the feature of that event was to bring in non-WoW players and put them in the position of being new WoW players to experience the content and lead content raids. Of which, at that time, one of the leads for the guild was Tyler 1 and Yamato's Blade. And it was
How does it... Okay, whatever, just keep going.
I'm laying out details because you know what I'm talking about, but you keep trying to interrupt me.
Yeah.
From the roaching clip, but not just the roaching clip, but other interactions he had with people, like Zeklol, Lakari, Yamato's Blade, Tyler 1 himself, Soda Poppins, and other figures. During that entire diatribe, people started noticing that he had an attitude and a problem with bullying people and attempting to just shit on them for no other fucking reason than because he could. And because smaller streamers are hoping to get views off of this bigger streamer event, where the feature is for them to behave and play in a social environment, where it's more than just playing a game endlessly for thousands of hours, therefore they have no one to talk, but bringing in new blood so they can actually have community and consolidation to actually be gamers playing a game, having fun playing the game, not just because it's the game they're playing, but they like hanging out with the people that they're playing it with. That he was an absolute bully to those people, the way that he was an absolute bully to Ross. Because the cone of silence he created by trying to criticize him, Ross didn't want to originally speak out against him doing the lies that he did on the coverage that he then tried to delete the VOD clips of, because he explicitly said, people are trying to get me to talk about it endlessly, so I'm going to bury it. He finally responded to it after all that went viral, after everybody under their, and their mother, including, Brish, the one who talks endlessly with Kidology, Chud Logic, complained about Moldovia's victory, he's a furry. People started looking deeper into the clips that he historically had with any other content he would do to anybody else, and started noticing his bully tendencies and his attitude. And when Ross finally responded to the nature of how he took his words out of context, lied about him, lied about the things that he believed, effectively bullied everybody in that game, to the point that he was a problem that he had to be removed from the guild and got G-kicked by Soda Poppins, because it was better for the camaraderie and keeping people actually playing the game, instead of it just being more people interested in the drama of the situation than actually being there to be in a group.
Let me read some super chats.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna give it to Ahrelevant. Okay.
Go ahead.
$5 from Zonia TV to say, shit talking is wild in the Tekken community. Perhaps you're playing the wrong game, Carl?
No. Like, shit talking is a part of the community. What? Yeah. Especially if you're talking fighting games. I'll let me.
$10 from Zonia TV to say Pirate Software got on the radar by bailing on his WoW hardcore guild in the middle of a raid. After that, he ended up under the microscope. That's the original drama. Learn your lore, and then
that's what I just said.
$20 from Frank. No, it's not. Frank GH6MF to say in Yotai, the protagonist offers protection to a couple. She's clearly a warrior in a world where female warriors exist. The "but she's a woman" line comes up, which shouldn't exist in this setting. It creates a girl boss MO. Thank you for the $20. Okay.
So
no, can I not please?
Go ahead. Fine.
So, of all of that you've gone through, all of that list, I'm not sure you named one woman, and I'm not sure you named any individual who is outspokenly a feminist.
Really?
So I just want to hear.
Other than Pirate Software himself.
Has Pirate Software stated he's a feminist?
Yes, he's a leftist and he believes in women-led politics. Yes.
Where did he say that?
All over his content on all of his streams. Did you do any research to study it and watch it? No. You just find out the
streams according to.
Yes, that's what journalists do. Yeah, because he started leading the VODs, and it became an interest to put him on the. Yes, I'm an independent journalist, just like fucking Sophia Narwitz.
I didn't even know. Okay, all right. So I'll just assume that guy's a feminist for whatever reason. I'll just assume that. How is that ruining video games? Is it because he threw a temper tantrum and was like a narcissist?
Well, considering that somehow you're just pretending you don't know this, despite having been originally a Twitch broadcaster, when you are in a sphere of influence around people, Stop pretending you don't understand things. It's kind of frustrating because I know you're smart.
I'm a political streamer, and I watch the drama. Yeah, he was being a narcissist.
So
what does that have to do with women or feminism?
So you're pretending you don't understand how optics work. Okay. When you are
how dare you, Ahrelevant? You know.
when you are a person that is a big fish in a little pond, or you have the ability to open doors for people, there are going to be times where people are going to feel like they have to walk on eggshells around a particular person so that they don't close doors for themselves and or get bullied or fucked with. And quite literally, somehow to the denigration of the chatter who didn't understand what the fuck I was pointing out, because the only thing people know is the roaching clips, because that's all they really cared about. They didn't do the background information to know what happened that led up to it, or how it then followed through, because at that point it wasn't that interesting of a drama. Then it became an interesting drama, but they only paid attention to one character that was a part of the drama. Because of all that behavior that he had, the words that he said, the arguments that he did, the fact he couldn't take responsibility, the fact that not only was he dismissing people that were smaller than him to say they had nothing to say, but he then attempted to walk around the bigger figures that pointed out what he did and the bad behavior he had. Josh Strife Hayes, Charlie, Moist Critical, and more famously his interview on camera with Dr. K. His inability to take responsibility for his actions and actively trying to deny these things that he actively did say and did on camera led to his cancellation from his own audience because they believed that he had a viewpoint and a behavior that he did not display. And after all the farming of the clips and all of the review of the clips, including the people that he bullied, the way that he acted, his behavior, and finding that behavior demonstrably in later content and earlier content in his broadcast, people kept looking and watching him spiral out of control because he couldn't be able to take accountability for his actions, apologize because he decided he could never be wrong and there was never anything he was about.
Which is feminism? How are we bringing this back to feminism or women?
Because he kept saying that... Because he said that it was being used as a way for people to attack him, to then attack his audience by proxy. Because they were criticizing him, not for his behavior, and what...
victim is feminism?
They tried to attack him...
Donald Trump is a feminist, apparently.
Somebody tried to attack him, to attack his audience, so he attempted to avoid accountability for what he said, and instead saying these are just evil Nazi trolls who hate my politics, and thus that's why they're attacking me. That kind of behavior, where a company, an individual that is an influencer, or a particular space has such a vilatrolic viewpoint of how you should carry yourself, that they can attempt to then stop you from actually being able to speak on things, that they can then compel you by speech to behave and act a certain way, because if you were to speak against them, and they were to shit on you, it would lead to a denigration of your ability to grow and have reach. Because then this person can just point and say, oh, this guy, I shouldn't listen to this guy, he's a fucking lolcow, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Is this an argument that Pirate Software had a lot of clout, and that he could make people do what he wanted to through that clout?
When everybody is there together in an event to have fun, and there's this person that's using their politics and their viewpoints and their size to try and compel you to do what they want, otherwise he's gonna shit on you. Yeah, but not just there. There are other examples. You keep getting stuck on one so that when I can relate it to another, you then say, I don't understand. So from there, you have the same...
How does that relate to feminism?
Because most of these games are played by people that have this political viewpoint, and they lead first with their politics into gaming, and thus make the space...
most of the people who play WoW are feminists?
That's not what I said.
You said these games. What game are you referencing outside of WoW in the context of
online video games in general that have any type of multiplayer feature?
I don't even think that's true. I think most multiplayer video games are played by conservative men. I don't even think that's true.
So who do you think the majority audience of Overwatch was? Because I know, because it was majority women.
That's probably a mix.
It was predominantly women. And in those social groups,
I don't think that's true for the entirety of Overwatch since season 1.
It was about 5%. It was about 5% more women than men. But they don't.
I agree with this point.
In
if you play
season
Overwatch,
1?
you are much more feminine than I am. Yes, that's true.
That is accurate. That is an accurate.
$20 from Zonia. And this is to Carl. It
Go
says,
ahead.
So, is your argument that Pirate Software, an outspoken feminist who has regularly advocated for women's representation and visibility in games, got canceled from the gaming community by feminists?
Yes, and everyone else too. But the problem is that it was started off by the feminists, and then everybody else got on top of it.
Yes to? Do you know what you just said yes to? What did you just say yes to?
I agreed to the fact that it was started by feminists, and then everybody else piled on for their own different reasons.
By feminists.
Yes.
Feminist was canceled by feminists.
Yes. Purity Spiral.
Okay. All right.
$10 from
I-
Zephyr $10 from Zephyr Hash to say, how is it the game should cater to legacy audiences, but streamers should not cater to their audiences? Shouldn't Pirate Software please the feminists if his audience is feminist?
Is that also directed to me?
Yes.
I'm assuming.
A broadcaster can be able to pander and choose to make their content for whatever audience they want, but we are all still a part of a greater fucking internet. And along with that comes being a part of a greater fucking community, a greater space, a greater business sense. And it is the fact that there are people who go around, and they are slightly tourists, but I'm not going to stop them from playing games, because you're allowed to play more than one video game. You can play one video game and be literally the expert, but he'd cancel you for that. There is a base where you can be able to have content for such an audience that you choose to pander to them. However, he presents himself as a media figure that can then speak about how people should move forward and carry themselves through the business. And he was hypocritical to his own standards, that he refused to take the criticism that he was offered by other people that could be considered his bigger figure peers. He tried to ignore the smaller fish and tried to ignore the big people who also could criticize him, and said everybody's just a Nazi, everybody's just a chud, everyone's just a hater.
How about we do this? Okay. I think we're circling the drain just a little bit. Would you guys be adverse to getting closing statements? And then we got some other people who want to come on and they have some thoughts. Do you mind if I open up the pit a little bit?
Hey, do you want to do that? I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine.
All for it? Okay, well, let's get your last words from both of you, since you both were the invited guests, and then if you've got real big thoughts on women,
big feels,
gaming, please jump on in. We'll let Carl have the first word, so we're gonna let Carl...
let him. No, let Ahrelevant have the first word.
Oh, okay.
Ahrelevant, close this out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like we're any closer than where we started to be able to actually get an argument for specifically feminism or women.
Because you weren't listening.
I feel like the argument as to whether or not a push towards specific more left-leaning or woke ideas alienating a predominantly white male or just male consumer base is a real thing that we can talk about. But the idea that it's ruining gaming is like way too bold. It might have ruined specific games for like specific people, but generally speaking, it is this person like alienates a certain base of consumers, and then they just made a bad game. That's it. I don't see any argument of like that they only cared about representation and that's where all of the dev time went.
So you didn't do the interviews and
like that. I don't know. I don't see any argument like that, but yeah.
Okay, Carl, go ahead.
So even though I wasn't able to go through the examples I had provided or the clips I had provided from Ahrelevant's chat, because he can't stop interrupting people, it is the case fact that if you attempt, even with Zach's examples, if you attempt to say all games are bad because of women and feminism, and you're not able to actually hone down on specific case examples, then you're going to just simply paint with a broad brush, and you're going to attempt to do what Ahrelevant said in his clips that you can find on his channel right now on Ahrelevant on kick.tv/Ahrelevant from 7 days ago. Look for the one that has the yellow shirt in the first one. There's one that came before the other one. You're going to be able.
You remember my shirt? That's crazy.
Yeah, because I prepared for this debate and reviewed it on camera. And your arguments. But it's okay, we never got to them. It's fine. Saved by the bell. It is the case that if you attempt to try and literally say, tell me an example of feminism, tell me an example of women, you're never going to be able to have the conversation. Because literally you're going to tone police every single example that could be provided. Because you don't notice them. Because you're not playing them. And you're certainly not playing them multiplayer with other people online. Because it's like if you only play single player games, you won't be able to have an opinion about multiplayer games. Just like if you only play multiplayer games and you say, if it isn't an online service game, I shouldn't play it, you're going to miss all of the beautiful single player games and asynchronous games that are out there. You gotta get over the inch-high barrier of politics and proselytization and get off a pulpit and actually sit down and play something and really invest yourself with the people to understand it. It is the case matter that there are business sectors, there are companies, historically even Riot Games, now that they're fully owned by Tencent, there are multiple individuals, there are multiple figures, there are multiple businesses, individuals that are themselves game journalists, individuals that are themselves, at what you and I both would agree, are media grifters. We didn't get there either, but that's okay. There are multiple examples of influencers, there are multiple examples of influencer orgs, there are multiple examples of developer groups, there are multiple examples of, writing ticketing groups and script doctoring groups, including the beloved boogeyman that most of the media grifters like to accuse, which is Sweet Baby Inc., and others like them, which also includes things like Silverstring Media, Dragon Baby, Space Ghost Baby X, and what have you, that are responsible for a specific attempt to create a contagion that prevents you from being able to experience the industry for what it's worth and what it has to offer, because they both don't want to actually speak to the regular people in the middle. They only want to talk about the supposed extremes and what they don't enjoy. But the people in the middle do not care about these things. But they want to have the context to understand where the people on the extremes are coming from. And they often talk over each other, and they don't address those problems, much like you have. And if you actually enjoy these games, and you actually go out and find them, the majority of the industry itself, if you really decide to actually use your own opinion and not just listen to a person, you will actually be able to find great games. But the actual culture of games, being able to see eye to eye and understand it, we definitely didn't find it here. You don't see it because you're not there. You're not invested in it. At best, you are into yourself with your own group, like a clique. And inside you and yours, you don't notice it. That's crazy. This guy's talking nonsense. But me, someone who was actually investigating it, reviewing it, actually doing the work on the ground, to listen to the interviews, as boring and bone dry as they can be. The events, the interviews, the on the ground coverage, the actual live coverage from where it's first announced, to the writing sessions, to the interviews that they have with the people on camera, and all of the different interviews that they have, where they describe this behind closed doors, and it gets revealed after everything is done behind closed doors.
What is this, bro? God damn, bro.
I gotta say all the shit that you wouldn't let me say because you were too busy. It is the case that if you do any level of research yourself, you'll be able to find what I'm talking about. Any person can fact check what I just said. If you're able to get over that anti-barrier of deciding that you're going to police other people and what they say because you decided your forever game is better than other people, or that you have more hours than the person talking, you're going to be locked in this culture war forever. You can leave the culture war at any time by actually opening your eyes and trying to understand people. But if you don't do that, you're going to be lost. Because the industry is cooked. Parallel societies already exist. They've already been built by media grifters. 100%. Okay. But you can be able to just... I'm almost done. You can be able to just find good shit and discuss it with people if you go beyond it. If you don't do that, then you're going to be locked looking for the feminism, and looking for the leftism, and looking for the rightoids, and the leftoids. Done.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, thank you both for being here. We got quite a few people who have thoughts they want to share, and so I'll bring them on in a second. But first, before I do that, $5 from Adam Refriended to say, Carl really needs outside help to make his arguments clearer. I can't quite follow him, even though I get where he's coming from. And also, if you have a specific clip of Ahrelevant that you think he's wrong on, send it to me. We will watch it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and you can tell us why he's wrong. I'm perfectly willing to do that. Send me one.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let him do it. Before we open it up, let's do that. I think it might be more productive.
1 second. I need to...
Yep,
I want to deafen him so it doesn't overlap.
Yeah, I get you.
Bro, I say some unhinged shit, bro.
Well,
okay,
what you gotta say.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, I'm unhinged now. I'm unhinged now, not you. That's crazy.
I say I'm unhinged shit, is what I said.
Oh, not me?
Yes, I said unhinged shit, but okay.
Well, once he gets us a thing, we'll open it up and we'll bring on the peanut gallery, if you will.
Like, makes no sense. Like, Dewey is literally part of the problem. It was like the Nick Fuentes conversation that Destiny had, where Destiny's like, which is dog shit. And if you really like it that much, do the Warhammer Fantasy. If you like fantasy that much, do Warhammer Fantasy. It's better. In society, they're just fucking losers who need to grow up.
The fuck place do you have to talk about real gaming or good games or manly games?
100%.
You're flying around on multicolored dragons.
No, because that one was a store mount. I didn't buy that one. He's thinking of the Fey Dragon from Warlords of Draenor. I don't have that one. I didn't buy that shit.
grinding the 1 out of 50,000 cup drop.
You limit how many raids you can do. What? What the fuck? 100 millionth time. You had to pay for multiple months of subscriptions. Because, of course. And I know he's familiar with this concept because he's rich, but he doesn't buy rich people shit. A Porsche doesn't prevent you, Ali. You can customize your character is proof that, hey, we can make games for different groups of people. It's pretty cool. For instance, I myself, I like playing a black character, light-skinned black character, like they play video games. I probably played like close to, well, fucking trans. Did I miss that update? I must have did. Shit, we don't want it. Where is it? Red Dead Redemption 40k Dark Eye. How many women do you think are excited you? Like, oh, video games are no longer video games. And that was me. For instance, right, I'm 10,000 hours in one video. Hey, they're taking over. You're just, modern gaming is woke. Witcher 3 is woke. Red Dead Redemption is that. Okay, get with the times or get the fuck out of the way. For the past. You're this. All these people like. Oh, we're gonna relive our glory days in Diablo 2. We're gonna do all these things. No, the problem is, you're like clinging on to the past. You're this cringe fucking loser who's like going through a midlife crisis, who's like buying a fucking Mustang because you want to feel like you're 20 again. That's literally what this is. And you're making the video game industry accommodate that. Okay, get with the times or get the fuck out of the way. Like, bro, it's so fucking soy. That's fine, but don't go. More money than Asmongold will probably see for his entire life. That game has made so much fucking money. And the idea that like, oh, well, they billion have to be updated weekly from Asmongold's stream? Or does he expect them to operate like a fucking business and update based on a player base? Where the fuck? Arthur Morgan trans? Did I miss these video games? The video games aren't for men anymore. It's because you play one game! Women are taking over. You're just about a video game. Big difference. You don't play video games, you play a video game. Because you play one game! You play in my library on Steam. Like this as fucking perspective. Children who kept complaining. Isn't that literally what they did? And then half of these fucking losers abandoned the game like within a week? Dude, I hate this. And you're making the video game industry accommodate that. Okay, get with the times or get the fuck out of the way. Literally. Like, bro, it's so fucking soy. And that's
You guys have been talking about something that I think both of you would be willing. You've been talking about the same problem from two different angles, which it's designed by committee. Just this idea that AAA has this big issue, this contradiction where on one hand, some people want to pump out something efficiently like a business. So they're going to just pump the same thing out every year, your Maddens, your shooters. And then there are other people, they want to use the game studio that they are working for and their prominent role in it as a launching pad for a greater career. So they want to be the person that did something different. And then everybody's mad because there's a genre where people want the same slop. And there's a studio that's anxious to make something slightly different. Does that make sense to both of you? Just you disagree about whether or not it's women doing this like disruption, or like what is the actual point of disagreement? You both hate AAA games for like pumping out slop.
Well,
Specific companies.
I don't like just like what I personally consider to be lazy game deving. And a lot of AAA companies seem to be incentivized to do that. Now, yeah, I mean, I think we agree that there's an issue with that. The point of contention is often lost on me in this conversation.
Let's watch this clip real quick that Carl here has provided. I got it up on the watch screen so we could all watch it together. And he's giving me timestamps. It's about a minute.
Oh boy, Destiny and Asmongold. This is gonna be fun.
Destiny and Asmongold reacting to Destiny, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Ahrelevant.
Yeah, it's the beta. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
like this idea that the video games aren't made for men anymore. It's because you play one game. You play one game. You don't play video games. You play a video game. Big difference. You don't play video games. You play a video game. Big difference. And listen, I can complain about certain aspects of video games going down the shitter. You know what isn't? You know what isn't it? This idea that like women are taking over. It's just loser ass fucking perspectives.
Wait, who is that based guy? Wait, that guy's actually kind of based.
Clip's not done.
Casey, you got going in the background?
He's got another minute. There's another minute here.
was called World of Warcraft. You want to make your own shitty little bullshit game?
Didn't they literally make World of Warcraft classic so these fucking absolute mouth breathers could play a video game again? Because they had a bunch of man-children who kept complaining? Isn't that literally what they did? And then half of these fucking losers abandoned the game, like, within a week? Dude, I hate this because it's proof that it's all nostalgia, right? They make these things, they appease to these things. Same thing happened with Diablo 2. All these people are like, oh, we're gonna relive our glory days in Diablo 2. We're gonna do all these things. No, the problem is you're like clinging on to the past. You're this cringe fucking loser who's like going through a midlife crisis, who's like buying a fucking Mustang because you want to feel like you're 20 again. That's literally what this is. You're making the video game industry accommodate that, okay? Get with the times or get the fuck out of the way, literally. Like, bro, it's so fucking soy.
Okay.
Wait, I'm just actually based. Wait, what? Wait, that's so based. Why did you link him that?
For context, Tuna Chip, I was deafened, so I didn't hear what you asked. I'm gonna need you to repeat that again if you don't mind.
Well, before he does,
You're good.
$20 from Adam Refended to say, hey, Carl and the rest of the panel, are we discussing third and fourth wave feminism and how cultural Marxism, like Gramsci's ideas, is impacting gaming culture in the industry?
Yes, sir!
On this topic.
Yes, sir!
I have no idea about any of the words that came out of your mouth.
Don't worry, it's just capitalists blaming Jews. It's just capitalists pointing fingers at Jews. That's all it is.
Okay.
Wait, can I hear what that clip was? Can I hear what that clip was supposed to prove?
That's certainly a take. Holy shit.
Classic WoW is good, so you are wrong there.
Oh my god, you're so soy.
Okay, no, but I'm curious. Yeah, Carl, so you linked me that clip. What's your disagreement with the take? Go ahead.
So, before that clip starts, it's from the actual viral clip that went famous on the internet, because I doubt anybody actually did the research to go look at his full stream or his full reaction to what he said, to learn everything else that he said, which would be a level of sophistry from everybody else criticizing him that you're soy and getting cringe for. Let's start off there, and I'm certain that there's multiple people who have done that, because that's just what happens on the internet. Can't do anything about that, it's content. But, literally before that clip, he tries to criticize Zachary about his desire to play games like World of Warcraft, even though he is a variety streamer too and plays all different kinds of video games. It was the clip where he's criticizing his love of playing MMORPGs versus Destiny's desire, Steven's desire to play autism simulators like Factorio, Satisfactory, RimWorld, and what have you. He then goes on to complain, saying that the industry is over, you are a dinosaur, or rather he said you're a cringe loser fossil, and that you can either get with the times or just, I guess, get lost, get forgotten, which is literally the exact words that were used that I explained earlier in our discussion. Debate, discussion, whatever you want to fucking call it. That was the case of what started. I didn't use the words there, I said the exact words that came from Leigh Alexander, but Gamergate won. That was the exact words that were written on the articles that they all published at the same time to try and defenestrate and call gamers a deplorable group of people that couldn't adapt to this greater view that game journalists like, say, Rami Malek and Takahashi and Gina Jackson and Nathan Grayson and definitely Jason Schreier used as a piece of gamers are dead, they don't know what they're talking about, you shouldn't listen to them, you should listen to this ephemeral audience group, and that they are the ones that know what's hip, that know what's happening, and know what is good, because the gamers are dead and they don't have to be your audience. He's repeating the exact same, in line, Carl? The exact same lines.
Why did I say that? All I'm saying is that there's people who want to keep video games the same way that they were 20 years ago and not treat video games as a living, breathing art form, which they are, that adapts to, as people, us as humans, change our desirability for video games. The games I wanted 20 years ago are not the same games I want today. I expect different things, and that's the way the average normal person is. Our expectations for video games has evolved and changed. And video games are going to naturally try to be able to accommodate the changing gamer base. And if you want it to stay exactly the same, why the fuck should this game accommodate you instead of looking to break into a market share that is like in the trillions now? Why would they do that? It makes no sense.
Who is they in your
retro
sentence?
There's also modern retro games too. So there's all kind of games coming out to cater to people who want more retro style games.
100%.
That let you relive that.
Yes, sir. And they still succeed,
Okay,
and they're
so-
still good, and they live right alongside the games currently coming out today. The ones that are bad then die off. But
I have a question for you, Carl,
Go
because
ahead.
you seem to talk a lot about game journos. Like, what does it matter what the game journos are saying? Because I don't know how many gamers are genuinely influenced by game journos.
considering that literally in the age of the YouTube, the game journalist is competing against the gaming marketing influencer that themselves can be YouTubers, broadcasters, and influencers in the industry at the same time, it is the fact that they are competing against us. In the same capacity of journalists, I here and Ahrelevant here are actual data points that people will use to say, is a game good? Does it deserve to be played? There are people who will pay us money. There are people who will donate money. There are people that are in our communities that will work together to fundraise money, to then witness these video games, to play them on camera, and then try to experience them the same way you could say anybody does. And because there is indeed a goal from certain influencers to attempt to say that if you don't jump into, let's say, the anti-woke brigade, that would be led by people like Smash JT and John Delraz and John F. Trent and York Torch Gaming and other people like him that speak to trying to be in on the we hate DEI train, they are completely incapable and they are invisible to all of those games that exist that are good. Because those creators they make games as a thought-terminating cliche to avoid actually concerning themselves with them, discussing them, and playing them on camera, to find out if their accusations are actually good. They prognosticate a viewpoint about what the game is supposed to be and who it's supposed to pander to without actually playing it. Then they...
You're so long-winded. Can you wrap it up?
Carl, you've been making an argument against your point. The whole
No,
fucking
I've been
thing
making...
Tony is trying to say
No.
is that game journos are just normie fucks, just like you, just like everybody on the fucking street.
Not every game journalist is a normie. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Let me see if I can get a temperature check from the whole panel, because I could be kind of old school in the way that I do things, but like when I'm looking for games, I'm literally just like scrolling through games and like looking at the play examples and seeing how they play, and I'm like, that looks cool. Put it in my save list or pre-order or wish list or whatever. I don't even look at the game journal shit. I never really have. Never
Sometimes
did.
I'll check.
How do you guys do it?
Reviews, right?
Yeah.
Like to see how people like it, right? But that's usually after it's past the first check. The first check I do when I'm going and I'm looking for games is like, okay, well, as you said, look through the description of the game. Is it a type of game I would like? Like, is it a 4X game? Is it a looter shooter game? Is it whatever game I happen to be in the mood for? Once it passes that check, I go to the reviews and just kind of browse some good ones, browse some bad ones, and get a good idea. And if I still can't decide for whatever reason, maybe it's an expensive game that I'm on the fence about, then I might actually go to reviews from IGN or Metacritic or another gaming site, right? Like, I might. That's me, though. Right?
I do it the same way.
People are more likely to be exposed to those opinions, not because they're going out and looking for them, but because they listen to a podcast or they watch a YouTuber who shares those opinions, and then you're just like, well, I take this person's opinion seriously because most of their recommendations have gone well. Like, that's the modern journal. People aren't going to a magazine or a website anymore. It's being fed to them by their timeline.
And unfortunately, those people are the ones that I said, and if they do that, they're retarded. Because they are just as much of the problem as you could say the opinion is there. Because there are plenty of people that are being, I think, just obtusely dense. And yeah, I'm so long-winded. And
what are you talking about? Why is that retarded?
No, you're literally doing
feminism. Are you like? Is your argument like there's people like if there's a game that's feminist, it'll get like overly high reviews?
no, because I explained this before, and he also avoided it. I said that from the beginning of my opening statement. There is an entire diatribe. There is an entire ecosystem of people that are buying into opinions that they themselves don't actually inherently have and don't believe and don't have the ability to back up because they don't fucking know. Kind of like Ahrelevant's position. And they go out of this way to say the Neanderthals need to step out of the way and die because they have no idea what's going on.
Gamer irrelevant. Fake gamer irrelevant who doesn't.
Fake gamer.
Well,
Fake gamer.
actually, hold on.
There's a whole ecosystem on YouTube of like shitting on DEI games. That's like probably way more of like a pull than
I
any.
feel like that's even more trendy these days.
Yeah, and they are retarded.
But I kind of wonder if like, if most people are getting their game recommendations from friends and from seeing other people play the games, how much impact is this kind of diatribe actually having on people's own opinions on what games they play?
Are you asking me?
Well, I would make an argument right now that Asmongold, specifically because he's the topic of this panel, I would make the argument that Asmongold has a greater draw to what the vast majority of his audience believes about a game, more so than IGN, Kotaku, a Twitter feed, and any average YouTube video review channel does.
Yeah,
by 10x.
But just to be clear, if you are saying that someone's specific audience, right, like Asmongold's specific audience is more influenced by Asmongold than they are by other audiences, isn't that just tautologically true? Like, people in my audience are going to be more influenced by what I say than they are by some other random streamers. I mean, that doesn't, like, yeah, that's true, but okay.
Well, I understand why it would, well, the reason I would say it for this particular topic that Asmongold has more of a sway than, no offense, say you would, Wick, is because
it's got like billion times my audience, but yeah, go ahead.
Not even just the audience, not even just the audience size. Apart from the kind of like hyper political bent he's gone down these past couple of months, that's what he was doing beforehand. He was doing a lot of like talking about gaming, talking about game reviews, and that was kind of the niche he set in, and then he started falling down the political pipeline, and then now he's falling down the radicalization pipeline as a part of going down the radical politics pipeline. So he's basically kind of eaten his own tail, where he used to essentially complain about politics infecting everything. Then he tried to avoid politics by talking about gaming. Now he's backed up talking about politics, and I assume this time next year he's going to talk about how politics is ruining everything again.
I mean, if you want to look at it from a content position, he'll more than likely he could do that, but it could be more because it's going to be able to be farmed for content than necessarily being something he believes. But
it seems to me here like the bigger question or the bigger problem here, at least for Carl, like your position, it seems like it has a lot less to do with feminism and women in games and has a lot more to do with the over-corporatization and monopolization of the games industry in general.
I mean, you could say that, but you would then you would be ignoring the fact that they in fact do lead cultural Marxism inside of the industry. Which, if you just, again, like I said, if you only look through the lens of, show me the women, give me the names, and I give you the names, you'll then say, well, you're just hyper-locked in this one thing, despite literally what I said, that it's literally entire spectrums and ecosystems. People don't even fucking know. People don't even fucking know. They don't even know the names. But they'll speak on it with authority. And then people will then say, I'm not saying that they're saying this, but there will be people who will then say, this is the case and that this person is brainwatted, despite the fact they don't even do the fucking research, because they don't even have opinions of their own, because they either got it from someone else or adopted it as a part of the dogma that comes from the cathedral that believes in it. And then when you press them on it, they have nothing fucking to say!
Carl, just real quick,
Go ahead.
That's not a feminism issue, that's not a women issue. Everyone does this to some extent, and it's a problem across the spectrum. Yes.
Yes, I agree with you. That's not what he said. He said it's only women. He was looking for someone that he could play it on and say, well, this is the average viewer of Asmongold. This is what they believe, and he doesn't even know what the average. There are some, not all.
Are you talking about
there are some,
me?
not all. Yes, you.
Yeah, the average Asmongold viewer believes women and feminism is ruining gaming. Yes, that's an easy give. Anybody who watches his shit knows that.
And if they don't do their own fucking research, they're fucking retarded. And I would tell them to their face, they're fucking retarded. Just like I tell you to your face, you're fucking retarded. Because you don't do the research. You don't even know.
What research did I need to do that what am I retarded about? Give me my bad take.
You don't actually play fucking video games. You play a specific viewpoint.
Claiming I don't play video games, or is this the quote that you're saying?
What I should say is that the viewpoint that you have about video games is your specific view and niche that you can't open it up to, because you do not exist in the broader space where these conversations are happening.
What is my view in position on video games?
From your own words, you think that people are dumb and retarded if they only play one game, because they shouldn't be allowed to control the industry. Are you sure? It's on your vlog. Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's on your stream.
Yeah, 100%. You can run it back because what I said was very clear. I said it's dumb and retarded when somebody plays one video game and tries to act like they can speak on the entire modern gaming landscape. And I'm pretty sure you agree with that because you tried to press me on not playing a very specific video game.
No, I was talking about a broad spectrum of video games. I gave you an example of a genre of video game. And then you tried to get lost in the fucking reeds. And then when you didn't understand the point I was making, you tried to talk over me. You tried to talk over me and then acted like an asshole about it. The same way he said, oh, he's long-winded.
I've been talking over you. Okay, so let me just ask this question point blank. Do you think it is dumb for somebody to play one video game for 20 years and then act like they know the modern gaming landscape well enough to say women or feminism is ruining it?
Can you do it without adding women and feminism? Because I would say yes to it. But if you sit there and say, because women and feminism, I'm going to say, no, because. Because there's going to be a caveat. You're going with a wide generalization spread and not actually addressing the problem that is the space. The space got fucking contaminated and ruined because no one's able to see out of fucking eye.
I'm asking you, is it...
all of us, but go ahead.
Okay, Carl, you would admit, though, if somebody only had experience really with one game, it would be hard for them to speak to the broader industry, right?
Or genre, yes.
Or genre.
Okay, that was my point. Is that Asmongold is over here trying to act like an authority on modern gaming when this dude pretty much doesn't really play video games anymore.
And you did the exact same thing.
Huh?
And you did the exact same thing. By your own standards, by your own arguments, by your own explanations, you did the exact same thing. You quite literally did the same meme. Because you then decided to present yourself as the authority.
Mad at somebody for being elitist about video games? I'm
Yes.
elitist about video games?
Yes, you did literally the meme.
Okay, buddy. All right.
Okay, buddy. It's okay. I understand. You don't understand. You don't know. It's completely irrelevant. It's out of your mind.
Any of us understand?
I don't get. So number one, I do play a lot of modern video games. I literally do.
Not anymore on stream.
Yes, it has to be on my stream.
Considering that you're gonna attack him for things that he does on stream, and he's able to do both while also talking about political shit, same way that Destiny does, kinda, yeah, kinda, sorta.
I'm not attacking the games
that he only plays WoW. Like he's like pretty open about that. It's not like a
he's not out here talking about Ready or Not, Ball Pit. He talked about Mega Bonk for a bit. He's not out here talking about any of these other games that are really, really cool and interesting, and some of these things are pretty male dominated. He's not talking about these games, and especially while he's giving commentary about how like women are sieging male dominated games when we still have very, very, very male dominated games and clearly made for men. Like, is God of War made for women? Do you think God of War is made for women?
Which one?
It's been feminized?
Which one?
Ragnarok.
Which one?
Any of them. Any of them. Literally any of them.
So you're agreeing that the original God of War games were not, or written the exact same way, and are made for the same audience as the reboot?
All of the God of War games are made for men. Yes.
Okay, sure, buddy.
Nah, it can't be. It can't be. Wait,
That's not a rage bait. That's not a rage bait. That's not a rage bait. Nope, that's not a rage bait. There's no way. No shot. There's no shot that you can disagree with that. No, there's no shot you can disagree with that.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that, bro.
What if I give you a stat showed mostly men bought it? Would you believe us then?
Can you repeat that again? I didn't hear you.
What if I like a stat that showed like, oh, mostly men bought it? Would you like then be open to that?
Considering that I've seen the numbers itself, if you try to say, well, men played it, therefore it's male-oriented, there's a very clear difference between the way that the industry used to make games in the past that were for men versus how the current industry tries to make games that are currently for men.
The other way. That was made for women in mind.
Both of you. All of you. I have a question for Carl.
Go ahead.
What do you look at when you want to see if a game is made for men or made for women? What are you looking for to show that a game is made for men versus a game that's being made for women? What's the metrics you look at?
Or made for an entire audience, or made for a specific audience,
or made for neither? Sure, men, women, or neither. Yeah, what do you look at?
I go and I research the writer. I go and I research the developer group. I go and I look into what it is that they're trying to create. I look at the development process. I look at how it's developed from concept to feature complete. I then play it on camera. I give it a good play. I make sure that I buy my own copy, that I don't take a handout, and then I give my honest review of it. And if I can be able to find
what are the metrics? That's what he's asking. Like, what are the specific points that would tell you whether or not it's made for women, made for men,
while
or
you're
made for general
playing it,
audience?
what would you look for?
I was about to answer you, and then he interrupted me.
It didn't sound like it.
Yes, I was.
It really didn't sound like it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It didn't sound like
So,
it either to me.
so I'm going to say it again. I go through all those steps, and then while I'm playing it, I look for the fact of, can I suggest this game because it stands on its own? Is it very clear that it was written with a political agenda, or does it have politics in it that actually enhance the gameplay without it necessarily needing to proselytize to one group or another? If it is replayable outside of that, and if they go out of their way to show that it was not just a bait and switch, that they suggested one thing and they actually gave you another, while attempting to do some type of pander where they slam the original group and saying, this isn't for that kind of audience, or it isn't for this kind of audience. Those are the factors that I look for. Whether or not they are sincerely making a piece of art, because they want to make a piece of art, and not simply try and play the culture war, whether it's enjoyable, replayable.
Can I ask a pointed question? What part of God of War Ragnarok do you believe was not structured towards men and was structured towards women?
The writing of the game quite literally goes from the dude bro mentality of a murder fantasy of sex all the time with an angry Spartan warrior trying to do a revenge quest versus a game that is rewritten in such a design where it is meant to bring in a divine feminine embracement of male sexuality, masculinity, and what it means to be a man in a way that for some people they could claim is meant to pander towards, I guess, the emasculating men. I would disagree.
It's about fatherhood, bro. Did you even play the game? It's
interrupting me again. Interrupting me again.
Yeah,
interrupting me again.
You claim to be a journalist here, but you just said it's about feminine.
You don't even fucking listen, bro. You don't even fucking listen.
You said it's a feminine archetype about a man going into this form of masculinity. It's about a dude going from, yes, a toxic form of masculinity and learning how to be a good father. How is that for women? How is that for women?
Because there is a viewpoint where there are people that would agree that they would rather have a proper will structure. I'm
talking to you. So stop talking about other people.
See, I tried to give you my opinion, but you interrupt me, so how am I able to talk to you?
Okay, don't mention other people. What is your opinion? How is a story about a dude going from, like, grug, toxic masculinity, and then learning how to be a good father to his son, how is that for women?
Because there was a very clear push where people attempted to say that this version is so much miles better than the original version, despite missing the fact that a lot of that circle comes full circle in God of War 3, because a lot of it was about him learning that he needed to start striving for peace rather than letting his vengeance blind him. And there are people, and I disagree with them highly, that they think that this is supposed to de-emasculate. Shut up and listen! For Jesus Christ, my almighty! Shut up and listen! Open your fucking ears! Wait! Try to wait! Wait 1 second! There are people.
You should become succinct. Just try and give him one sentence.
When I try to answer and be succinct, you then interrupt me.
Wrong.
Not.
You're not succinct. You've never tried to be succinct. You have been born...
I have tried to word it as short as I can, and he doesn't understand the context. So when I try to explain it, and then you get mad, I give you the context. Then you say, bro, you're too wordy. Bro, shut up. Try to think. Let people speak.
Everyone, please stop. Carl, finish your point.
Thank you.
And we will respond to it. Go ahead.
There are people that would attempt to claim that this reimagined version of God of War, because it is the beginning of a new canonity, is supposed to be a dismissal of the evil, toxic, woke version that they believe the horribly sexist version of the past is supposed to represent. However, it is my opinion that the people that would claim this are missing the forest for the trees, because it is supposed to speak to a form of male discernment, where you need to center yourself. You need to think of it more than yourself and what you want, and actually try to put other people first, where it would indeed, in fact, be about fatherhood, which is a narrative through line that they had since the original God of War, that they adapted some of the plot from, especially with the plot of the last game, where it was literally the job of Pandora to remind him that his job was not to just be a vengeful person all the time, but to actually consider more than what he wanted, but what the world needed, because his vengeance was literally causing the end of the fucking world. Thus had to sacrifice himself, which then went into the adaptation of him, eventually, as it was then fulfilled in the DLC, letting go and understanding and reimagining and accepting a version of himself that is able to be forgiving, that is able to be fatherly, that is able to be a god of peace instead of a god of war, by not being angry all the time. Something that he does indeed try to struggle with in the game, but most people missed it because they couldn't understand it. Because it comes from this viewpoint that there are people that believe that you cannot do that and be masculine at the same time. Period. Done.
$20 before anyone else responds.
Christ.
$20, because you can pay me money to say things. $20 from Adam Refriended to say it's clear that intersectional feminism has seriously changed gaming. In the past 15 years, fake gamers and feminist voices in journalism and the industry have really shaken things up. Just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for the $20.
Thank you, Adam Friended.
Okay.
So,
how is that targeting women?
Because there are people that if they are not informed about what the actual game is about, they are going to think that it's about pig-headed bull men that think they can fuck women all the time.
Is that a small percentage of people? Why do you care about like a small group of people that you don't even agree with them also? You just said like I don't agree with them. So why?
No, I don't. Because just like when Kimberler said, there are people who are missing out.
How does that reflect what the creators had in mind and that they want to be more for women? How does that lead to that?
Because, as Kim Belair said from her 2019 stage presentation at GDC about opportunity and joy, when people do not engage in this content because they think that they can't be able to enjoy a viewpoint that doesn't reflect the white male-centric view, that they are losing twice. We lose because we can't be able to tell these new, interesting, diverse stories, and then we lose twice again because then the marketplace hears it and, like picky babies, say, well, that's not what you should give them. That didn't make a lot of money. So let's do this instead.
Isn't that Lorenz being a dumb bitch and not God of War doing fuck all?
Sure, but that's not what the journalists said in the industry, which people led with,
sure,
because
the journalists don't make the game. The journalists don't make the game, and your main critique of the new God of War being for women is because people didn't understand the original trilogy. That's completely non sequitur.
That wasn't my argument. I didn't say that.
Well, we were asking you for your metric. Well, hold on. We were asking you for your metrics on whether or not a game is targeting men or women.
Well, just like anybody can say if something's targeting your group, you need to look at the overall message it's trying to send and how it was created with the what's the word, aesthetics.
Just real quick. Just real quick. For me though, and Carl, I have to disagree with you on this
Go
one.
ahead.
Like having a game that during the story says how someone transitions from being a warrior to a father, that seems specifically targeted towards men.
Yeah.
The way
hold on, can I add something onto that quick?
Can't go for it, I guess.
It's not even just the targeting of a warrior going to a father. It's a younger man going to an older man. So it plays directly into the trilogy, because most of the people that played God of War, the original trilogy of God of War, despite the fact it was rated M, probably played it when they were in their early to late teens, and now they're playing the sequel and the follow-up when they are now full-grown adults, out of college, probably, hopefully, in their own households, and maybe even potentially now starting their journeys into fatherhood, going from their previous freedom-loving selves to now having this attachment to a family. That's what the new story is.
How is that about women?
Oh, it's not about women. There's
well,
no
I'm asking Carl.
Oh.
I'm asking Carl.
Asking Carl.
About women?
I mean, Carl's never going to have a kid, so that's a hard story to relate to. That's a woman's thing. That's a woman's thing.
Say it again! Say it again! Say it again! Say it again! Holy shit!
Dox that white baby. Not dox that white baby.
Holy fuck! How quick you went to tell me I don't know shit about fatherhood! You don't know anything about me! You certainly didn't ask.
He just went band for band on the childhood photo, bro, on the baby pic. You gotta cam up. You gotta beat him band for band, bro. You gotta show the baby pic, bro. Come on.
Wait, no, pause. Wait, no, pause. One. No, somebody told me he's never known what it's like to be father. Number one, why did you choose to go there? Number two, why did you try to lie to say, he went band for band? Of course the fuck I would go band for band. You aren't able to speak? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, the fuck I'm not. Because no father, no person who is responsible for somebody who's a child would fucking be calm about that. That is absolutely 100% a reason to fucking crash out. And the reason why it would be something that panders to women
Wait for a
was
second, I don't know what's
something that somebody tried to accuse me of not being a father, so I went literally to go pull out the picture of my child.
Okay.
The reason. Let me get this back on track. So the question.
I was answering the question. I was answering the question. I was answering the question.
Very fatherly.
I was answering the question. The reason why it would be specific to women is because it is women trying to present a viewpoint of how men can approach fatherhood. As much as there could have been men on that writing staff that would have done it, they chose to do it from a leftist perspective. They didn't speak about the average person. They certainly didn't speak about, like, a right-of-center person or a left-of-center person or a centrist person. They decided to view it through a pipeline where the intention is, and if you disagree with this, you don't know what you're talking about, which is half the fucking problem. The fact that you would even attempt to attack me saying that I know nothing about fatherhood is exactly the point why it would be a problem. Because there are people that are not being spoken to, that don't have the ability to speak, because you're trying to take the fucking words out of their mouth, and you think you know about them, but you don't. That's half the problem.
I'm just curious. Why do you say
That comes from a political paradigm. That comes from a political paradigm. That literally comes from third and fourth wave feminism. Why are we pretending?
Calm down for a second. Do you think the game was designed, that the story arc was designed from a leftist perspective?
I don't think that the story was designed from a leftist perspective,
Well,
they went out. There are people who went out of their way to decide to take
We're not talking about that. We're talking about.
Then you don't understand my point. Then you don't understand my point. Then you don't understand my point, because it's the entire point I've been talking about.
So then your entire opinion of a game is dictated entirely upon what the game journos say.
No, it is not. I already told you that it's not.
Game's content.
No, it's not. And I told you that it's not.
Care about so you don't care about the game's content or the
Yes, I do. You're literally trying to fucking steal, Ben. I'm not going to fucking let you. You're literally trying to fucking railroad me, and I'm not going to let you. You are trying to railroad me, and I'm not going to let you.
No, you literally just gave the argument that effectively your opinion is entirely based on
No, it is not.
what journos say about the game.
No, it is not. You're trying to railroad me, and I'm not going to let you.
That is what it is panning out to be.
No, it is not, because you are quite literally missing the entire point from my opening statement.
But this whole thing started from Wick asking you how you would assess whether or not a game is targeting a particular audience. And this is what you came to as your answer.
Because this is exactly what they suggested when they wrote it, because it is a dominant position that those that are cultural Marxists will attempt to take control of a narrative about the game and how it should be interpreted. The same way somebody could say about Undertale, they could say about Deltarune, they could say about mouthwashing, that they could say about South of Midnight, that they could say about any particular game, because they speak first from a political viewpoint and then work backwards. I at no point said that it was based on what the journalist said. You decided to say that about me and took put words in my mouth.
One last heat check. Can I get one last heat check?
Go ahead.
Well, then go ahead.
And I'm gonna bail him the fuck out. Is Doom a game targeted towards men?
Yeah, it's a game targeted towards everybody who wants to play a Doom shooter.
I'm done.
Okay, guys.
I'm done.
We're done.
Sure.
We're done.
We're done.
We're done. We can pack up the panel right here.
Oh, no one's allowed. Oh, no demographics allowed to play a game because of cuss? Of course there are men that play it, but there's also women that play it.
Talking to this guy. How you been, Prawn?
So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you don't know what you're talking about. So you don't know what you're talking about. And you don't have the ability to have the answer. Because half the reason I came. No. Half the reason why we came here is because half of the thing that you said in your speech was that why should somebody listen to you, Asmongold, versus suppose some feminists? And why should some?
The order in this court, there will be order in
Go
this
ahead.
court. So the reason I think that people are reacting as they do, and thank you for the gift sub, Mr. Vite. I really appreciate you. Is Doom specifically, especially the later ones, right?
Mhm.
The ones that the Doom
Dark
Eternal,
Ages.
Doom
Ages,
2016, all these.
Doom Eternal, Doom, the last whatever.
All the later ones, they are specifically targeted towards male audiences. And the way we know that is by the aesthetics of the game, the music that is used in the game, the dialogue or lack thereof, and also what you do in the game, which is rip, tear. It epitomizes strength, might makes right type things. It is obviously a game that is targeted specifically towards male gamers. How am I
I
wrong?
agree. No, I'm not saying that you're wrong and that I don't disagree with it. The problem that I'm going to then say is, but it's not what the original classic Doom players want, and they've been very vocal about that.
What?
No, don't go there. No, don't go here. Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
That's an entirely different topic.
He asked whether or not it's targeted at males.
Yes, it is.
You said it was targeted at everybody.
Yeah, because everybody can play a game. Because everybody can play a game and vote with a fucking wallet. That's literally supposed to be the Joel.
Targeted towards everybody.
Can you give me any game that women can't buy? They're not allowed to buy?
There are some people that have actually made it clear that if they go into a certain game, they will be bullied out of it. And men too. And transgenders too.
That's not what I said. Can you give me an example of a game women can't buy?
There are none that women can't buy.
You can't say it in public or else they'll buy it, okay? So
No. No.
You're right.
No.
It's secret form.
I have like a very direct question for Carl. So
Who's
you
speaking?
said that it was a lot of game journalists were using cultural Marxism and then working backwards as a way to explain things in games.
Yes.
Okay. So journalism and game development are both heavily based upon careers based upon some kind of degree field, and anybody that goes to college is going to have, I would say, on average, more exposure to those types of ideals. So wouldn't it be fair to say, because the vast majority of game developers or games journalists go to college, more of them would be culturally Marxist or far left leaning on average?
Okay, repeat the question, please. I'm sorry. I got distracted by something.
Did Jews go to college?
That's what you're looking for.
What is the question? What the suggestion has to do with Jews?
Just so I could translate, maybe make it a little more brief, is that the argument is that most game developers and game journalists do go to college, and at college they are, on average, more likely to be exposed to Gramscian Marxist views, and therefore that translates into the games that they make and the reporting on the games that they do. Is that an accurate summary of what you just asked, Mr. Polar Bear?
Yes, I can agree with that.
Yes. And you agree with that. Okay, great. So you've answered the question. Good. Is there a follow-up?
Was there a follow-up?
No, there's not a follow-up. I just think that with that understanding, it's fair to say that a large majority of games made by developers who have gone through college and been exposed to more of those ideas would put those ideas into the games that they're making.
Yes, and it would also be the case that the same people that come from the other sphere of influence, or even from the apolitical sphere of influence, would do the exact same thing. There would be a fingerprint of their viewpoints or their worldviews in the games. There's no way to avoid that, just to avoid the all ours critical argument. But the basis is that they should be capable of telling a story despite their politics, something that people can be able to grasp because it is able to actually focus on the actual posing of the question and how it affects the world and how it affects the story and how that then leaves a message that you hold on to and carry on with, like something you can get from a JRPG. Versus, you have to go in with a political mindset that is individually dogmatic and has to be controlled with an intersectional viewpoint that has to blend into all things, where if you're not capable of answering a yes or no question, suddenly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Just real quick, thank you for the gift sub, Parallax on Twitch. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
So then wouldn't the major problem be that a lot of people that are now developing these games just don't know how to write a good story?
Yes, it is all those things and more, but it's more commonly to give you some level of credit, which I guess is giving him credit, but he's not going to see the point. They will just be shit writers. But unfortunately, they start from the politics and work backwards, and then when people don't understand their story, they say you haven't read enough. You need to go educate yourself. And then when people do go read it, and they find out actually you got multiple things wrong about it, they then say, well, you know what the fuck you're talking about.
It sounds like you're talking about bad games, bad writing.
I think most of us who play games pretty regularly, we don't respect those game journos in general. We
don't.
know that they don't know what they're talking about. We know they're bullshit. We know they're normies that are just trying to cash in on the topic.
Or social weirdos, because most of them aren't normies. They are usually political diatribes.
Well, I mean, they're normies in our space, right? They're normies compared to gamers.
Sure, I could probably grant that to you.
So I never listen to him because every time I try and read what they say, I'm just like, this is not a good game review. This is coming from the perspective of someone who doesn't actually play games, clearly, right? We all see through that shit.
Yes.
So what I generally see is there's a pretty big mix in games out there right now. Sometimes you get some really good gems. But overall, one of the problems that we have, which you and Relly both agreed to, is this sort of corporatization and monopolization of the industry that's trying to cash in as much as they possibly can. So they minimize on the content, and they try to get you to pay for DLCs and, do microtransactions and stuff to get you to buy more content and stuff like that.
Yes.
And it really has screwed up at least the AAA games industry. Whereas indie games are still going pretty strong. We have a lot of fun with those. I play more indie games than AAA these days by a long shot. But overall, I'd say the quality games are still out there. You just have to look harder for them. It's not like it used to be where there were just like a whole bunch of bangers coming out and you always knew about them. Now you got to dig a little bit more, because the big name publishers have all been gobbled up by 3 companies, right? So
3 to 5, yeah.
And they're just putting out trash. So that means we got to go dig through for more of the gems that we find in indie stuff, right? Which doesn't get as much attention.
Just $5 from Trib1 to say feminism made you hate gaming. Sounds like the patriarchy can't even hold frame when women don't even want to be there. Anti-woke mobs say losing, get wrecked. Thank you for the $5. And I know Ahrelevant wanted to say something. I'm gonna give the mic to you.
I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a departure, but it's kind of on topic. If Doom and God of War are not games that are targeted towards men, can you give me an example of a game that is targeted towards men?
I didn't say that they weren't targeted towards men, but you're not going to listen to that anyways.
You were asked that question and you said no.
Okay. All right.
No, I didn't.
I would ask a question related to what Zonia said. If I could.
Go ahead.
And this is for Carl. I'm curious, do you hold any blame on the Andrew Wilsons, the CEO of Electronic Arts, or Bobby Kotick? I kind of put more responsibility on them for kind of ruining gaming and
I agree.
Transactions. It seems like they have a bigger influence over the downfall of gaming than feminists online.
Unfortunately, because people don't understand it, because they don't actually do the fucking work, it is the case that there are more people that continue in the industry to listen to the games journalists because they have to go to some type of influencer that can actually break the veil and be able to deliver the opinions that can show what a normal person in the audience plays. It is still the case that even though people take them as a joke at large, the normies or whatever side, everybody could disagree or agree that the game journalists are not that big of a thing. I would say that everybody should agree. It is still the case that they have a lot of power in the industry, yet they are still losing that power. Because it is possible for a regular fucking chud to be able to give a review about something from fucking Seth, or even Asmongold, or maybe even from Ahrelevant if he has actual takes. Of something that demonstrates that you can actually pierce the veil and have a good take about a video game that is a good gem without having to reach for politics, to reach for gender war, to reach for culture war, and it just exists outside of that dialectic. But unfortunately, a lot of their ability to still hold relevance comes from trying to convince the shareholders and convince the number of people that it comes from them trying to reach for something that could be explained by politics, or more simply, recently could actually be explained by just pure, absolute capitalistic greed. Like the drama involving the creator of No Rest to the Wicked and the former Diablo lead for Blizzard, actively telling people that he doesn't have to work anymore because he's now into crypto shit, and that little buddy who still works for No Rest to the Wicked should focus, when he is responsible for the destruction of Diablo, Warcraft, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, because he was the one that brought in King to make Activision Blizzard King before they were acquired by Microsoft, to try and turn out Diablo Immortal, because they wanted to monetize them for as much money as fucking possible. Okay. And then they tried to explain, the reason why is because this, instead of the actual truth. And then it was revealed by the shareholder numbers, and then it was just accepted as a truth. But
okay, 500 bits from Parallax to say the only real complaint this guy has registered is some developers tried to make games to appeal to non-traditional gamers and they didn't succeed. I'm sorry for capitalism, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah.
It's more than capitalism. It's more than capitalism.
Really,
I have a question to go back to the earlier on in the debate, and I know it's a little bit of a derail. But
Sonia, do you mind if it's going to be a derail if I respond to the most recent bit on Carl? Because I just want us to be able to close this instead of getting back.
Go ahead.
When you say that it's not just capitalism, I don't think anybody wants to say that it's just capitalism, but we do recognize that with AAA, all of these individual motivators are coming from the fact that this is a big corporate entity where everybody sees it from their own personal advantage that they can take from that position. People want to get the financial backing for a project. That means that they have to get it from VC. They have to get it approved. That means that they're going to have some kind of argument, some kind of say for why this is not going to fail. You should definitely spend, we're talking millions, if not billions sometimes on some of these projects. Like, it's not capitalism. It's definitely all echoing forth from capitalism.
Like that.
So, Carl, I feel like you're fighting alone here, and I want to come help you out real quick.
Hold on.
I can fight everybody as much as I need to. Because if I give context, I'm wordy.
I'm here to help Carl. Hold on, Zonia. This will be quick. I'll be in a minute, I promise.
Oh, man. Okay, go ahead.
So, first of all, Tuna, you sound like a bitch, so it makes sense that you're arguing for the win.
That was a bit rude.
Second of all, CJ, is that your name? CJ? How do I say your name, dog?
I'm guessing you're talking to me, C. Joanne or Joanne.
Okay, you play in Dragon Age the Veilguard right now. I know you don't have an opinion on this.
Got me.
All right.
You got me with that one.
So, Carl, earlier on in the debate, because going back to the topic of like targeting audiences, you were talking about South of Midnight. You were talking about the games that were sort of trying to target specific demographics that were not part of the broader, more consistent gamer bases that we deal with. And one of the things that I figured I would just bring up here, there's a lot of people who want to make a game to sort of tell their story because it's a piece of art, right? There's an artistry to it.
Sure.
And they want to tell their story. And so the story comes from their perspective. And oftentimes it has a lot of components that deal with whatever it is that has to do with them intrinsically in their lives.
Sure.
And that may be very demographically relevant. Is that necessarily a problem if someone does that?
No, it is not a problem if they do it, but it would be a problem if they do it poorly and dog shit.
So if they do it poorly and dog shit, isn't that just them doing a shitty game, not ruining the game industry?
If they go out of their way to specifically say that they make this for you, and they insert certain things that have to have a cultural, religious, or ethno-religious status that you are supposed to relate to, and they not only get it wrong, but they get it abysmally, embarrassingly wrong, that people would complain about it, yes, that is actually more than just having made a shitty game. Because a person that then says that they're doing it to represent something would have the denigration and the respect to have made sure to do the proper research, to make sure to use the proper rites, the proper rituals, to refer to the proper historical or religious contexts, and not just say, oh, I'm pull something that looks like it's black related, or looks like it's Indian related, or looks like it's minority related, and just slap it on there and hope that not enough people that are knowledgeable complain about it and point it out and say, this is a failure that I do not approve of. I understand you tried to do something well, but next time do it better. And then don't turn around and say, oh, the reason we're being criticized is because the white male gamer couldn't accept it. Because in the same vein of Kim Belair in her speech, she ignores the fact that there are plenty of games that could be played that you could describe as movie games. Would you agree that something like South of Midnight or God of War Ragnarok would be a movie game?
Interactive stories is usually how we refer to them, right?
I would suppose most people would say movie game. That's just the term that they use. It is the case that if you're going to make this type of game, and you're going to do so, that you then not forget that there have been thousands of games that have been made with, say, white male or white female or other ethnicity race protagonists that did not preclude somehow losing twice because they succeeded at doing something that they seem to keep missing the mark of, because they are instead leading with scholastic cathedralism instead of just, this is what is good, and then we're going to build upon it.
You're gonna just.
That was the end of the sentence.
Cathedralism. What is that?
Well, along with the cultural Marxism, because they lead with the politics and with the
I know what
viewpoint.
cultural Marxism is. I don't know what scholastic cathedralism is.
Well, you've heard of the political cathedral, right? People who exist inside of politics that effectively are voices.
Mencius Moldbug. It comes originally from this old text talking about software development, famously about Linux, about whether something's a walled garden and there's a protected internal party class. There's this idea that there's an intellectual elite at the core of society that controls the ways that things happen, and that people in the outer party, people that are in the bazaar, are subject to the whims of those powerful elites.
Yes, that's correct. Notice how nobody interrupted him when he added context, and people have for me? Just noting that. You're correct.
Yeah, because his answer was succinct, and you just rambled.
No, I tried to give the succinct answer, and you interrupt me while I get there.
Scholastic cathedralism. No one knows what that means.
It's a different term that means the exact same thing. So you are telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, but he knows what I'm talking about, which means I did know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so
you're calling me retarded. So you're calling me retarded when I'm 100% correct.
No. This is like an annoying meta where you.
I want to get back to my question.
Enough hate back and forth. Jesus Christ.
Stop. I want to get some of the new people on a chance to have their say. So
but he was answering my question, and he wasn't quite answering it. He was trying to finish.
We don't have an hour, okay? We got to go to some new people, right?
Pay him so we can have another hour.
No, I finished the answer to my question. No, before you went to me, I finished the answer to my question. Like, I finished answering this question.
Okay, we want to go to Rubber Ducky guy.
I'm sorry, I wanted to have conversations, not fucking just big for clips.
Okay. Rubber Ducky guy, C, starts with a C. It's my stream.
Go on.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you got for us?
Oof, honestly, now my brain is like falling over. Okay, so earlier...
Lock in, buddy.
Thank you. Earlier we were talking about how like people who are making these games, they went to university, discovering cultural Marxism, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Fuck me. I'm dead now. I just got
no,
on that.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yeah, let me write my question down.
K, you're here. What do you got?
Yeah, I just think this is hella cringe. Just in general, gaming is obviously being like ruined by just a few bad writers, some bad trends, and greed from the studios to push out something consistently every year. A lot of the games like Assassin's Creed got bad when they were pushing every year. Same with Call of Duty when they switched to an every fucking year schedule. Completely dog shit. But like games are still good. It's just that the amount of content that's being pumped out there is a lot. So there's more games that are like competing with each other, and the AAA studios have to compete with indie games, and they're getting desperate and they're trying weird fucking shit. And it's kind of ass, but it's not because all of a sudden feminism came in and destroyed it, or that there's more women so that way it just ruined the whole gaming industry. It's that there's more shit out there and there's more competition, and some of it's bad, some of it's fucking good. And if you know where to look, you're going to find something you really like. Someone said that indie games are like ruling it right now. I agree. Almost every game I played in 2025 was an indie game. I mean, like Expedition 33. Look at that shit. It fucking rocks. And to say that it's not targeting men, it's just stupid. Yes, there's a whole market that still targets men. I mean, what was Battlefield? What was Chronos? What was Doom? What was like all of those type of games, you know, that have been coming out?
We're targeting everybody.
$20.
I mean,
real quick,
anybody can play it, but obviously it's trying to target a male, like masculine fantasy. Let's not pretend that just because everyone can buy a game means that everyone's the audience of that game.
$20. Just real quick, $20 from Adam Refriended to say, Wick, my guy, I love the panel, but Carl's the only black voice. Solo. No deep southern drawl. Those clips hit like plain mayo on stale bread. Zero spice, zero soul. Bring the flavor king. Get that money, Wick. I don't know. Irrelevant. I thought you were at least.
He's not. The camera's making me look like I'm darker than I actually am. Or excuse me, the light in the room is making me look darker than I actually am.
Why would you say that?
Because I'm caramel coated. My skin is much lighter than it looks on the camera because this fucking light bulb sucks.
Black, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said. It's like, then it's still accurate.
Going band for band on light skinism. That's crazy.
Hey, somebody tried to go band on fatherhood while insulting me, and
Okay, white baby.
We're online.
But no, to Kay's point, I think women are just a scapegoat for the shit that's going on with
100%. I agree.
the shit. Well, all right. It sounds like the topic is resolved. All right, Ahrelevant wins.
Into the chat, and you're like, I disagree with this. I disagree with this. I disagree with this. I'm going to start an argument, and then you.
I can't hear you. You're talking too fast. Slow down. I can't understand you. You're talking too fast. Slow down.
Overclock your brain, motherfucker.
I can't hear him because he's speaking to his microphone.
One that sat here this whole fucking time about like women in the state of gaming and doing the skate.
I didn't say women in the state of gaming. I didn't say that women in the state of gaming. That's his fucking position. He tried to lock me into a position where I supposedly believe that it has to be women and that all men everywhere are a fucking problem. In the tone of agreeing with Asmongold. I disagree slightly with Asmongold, but agree with slightly with Asmongold. Because there's caveats.
What is the topic that you came to talk about? Carl, what is the topic that you came to talk about?
Women ruining feminism, and I said in my opening statement, as I will have to repeat again, because I guess you don't fucking remember, I do not believe that Ahrelevant's position that women are feminists haven't ruined gaming is approaching reality for somebody who actually plays extremism, and that it's not all women or not all men and transgenders, but a specific group and archetype of people that are responsible for the problem. Which means there's people who are using them as scapegoats. And I don't necessarily agree 100% with Asmongold's position. You're trying to lock me into being 100% with his position. The entire time I've been giving context to explain that, and you've interrupted me, got in front of me, put words in my mouth, told me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, that I'm not a real man.
If I can't, here's the deal. Here's the skinny gang. Just real quick. If I can't get $100 in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna end the panel. So if you guys wanted this content to continue, I don't do this shit for free.
Didn't this all start with a tweet that Ahrelevant put out that you responded to?
100%. 100%. And I told him, and I said this to him in his DMs.
And didn't this have to do with the contention about women ruining games?
If you try to put it on just solely women and feminists, you're just looking for a scapegoat to attack, to say this motherfucker's fake adding doesn't know what he's talking about. There's always going to be a caveat that there are people that are doing it, male, female, transgender, or what fucking ever. If you think that it's just solely one, you're missing something. You're missing context and nuance. And if you want just a person to attack, so you don't have to feel bad about it, you're forgetting yourself. You're part of the fucking problem.
Carl,
are you the person who
want to reframe it?
Are you serious? Are you telling me you don't? Are you?
I'm sorry. Are you the person who DM'd me under the name Carmel Cajun?
Correct.
You said to my tweet, there is no way you got tilted from, quote, games are usually male-oriented.
Yes.
Do you think that is at all what I was responding to?
You were quite literally responding in the clip section there, which is why I did the research to go look at your actual whole view. You were quite literally responding and saying in that clip, why should I listen to Asmongold as much as I should listen to the supposed crazy feminists? Both of you are cringe, and I dismiss both of you.
Well, the original tweet that Ahrelevant put out is, I will debate anyone who breathes air and believes women or feminists have ruined gaming like Asmongold.
That's the context of the text in the tweet, not what's in the fucking video. Are you serious?
That's what the challenge was.
So you didn't watch the actual video he posted as... Okay, whatever.
In the video, I don't contend the idea games are usually made for men.
You contend that quite literally nobody should listen to anyone because everyone is cringe.
Jesus Christ.
That's not even true.
Yes, you did. It's in the fucking clip from U20K.
So you're here to debate something entirely different then?
No, I'm not.
Is what you're saying.
I'm saying that there's caveats. Hi, Dev. I'm saying that there's fucking caveats.
So it's not all women. I understand, right? It's not all feminists, but that a certain cadre of feminists and women have, as well as other people, have led to the degradation of the gaming industry.
Gaming industry and gaming space. It's three things. It's the people, it's the industry, it's the space.
Okay.
Yeah, Carl, I have one question. You pointed earlier to the idea that it's cultural Marxism. You've been referencing Moldbug. You've been pushing to this, like the entire point of the neo-reactionary position.
I'm not a neo-reactionary.
Structure. Well, whatever. Whether you are just making an homage to a neo-reactionary or not, I don't care about the label.
Then why'd you use the label?
What?
Then why'd you use the label?
Because that's who you were quoting. That's Mencius Moldbug. He is NRX. He is the part. I'm not going to go into this, man. This is a waste of time.
Why not?
Move past the label, then. If you don't identify, you don't identify with it. I'm not putting that noose around your neck. Now we're moving forward.
Oh, lynching!
When you're pointing, is pointing away from capital, away from the economic, away from the actual like power players in the system, and instead pointing it towards the individuals. And yes, they are corrupt, but why do you think that there are corrupt people trying to take advantage? It's because the corporate structure is itself attracting people that want to take advantage. It's not an art place, it's a factory. Everybody sees that. That's why indie games are doing better. That's why, by the way, $1 million games are being called indie right now, because what we actually mean when we say AAA is bloated slop.
Correct.
It's that, but that's who works there.
Just real quick. So, we got 5 gifted tier 1 subs from Chrissy. Thank you. We have $5 from Machakio to say, I was saving for a poor dancer, just trying to pay for school, but sucked for her. Then we got $10 from AKA Batozai to say, what are we paying $100 for? I was behind to keep the panel going. Then we have $2 from the Trib 1 to say this is a $100 donut. Just trust me, bro. W Trump. Thank you for the $2. But we're at $50. $50 more dollars, and we keep going. We can do it, gang. You're halfway there.
We can go all night.
Going. Anyway, go.
Well, Carl, how do you speak to this idea that it's all about the individuals and their beliefs and their ideology when they're being attracted to these large corporations because they have money and opportunity? Like, they would not be there if it wasn't for capital, if it wasn't for this bloated apparatus.
Well, can I give context, or do you just want a straight up answer with no context that you'll then say, no, that's not the case?
Give the answer and then maybe give some context after. Whatever you want.
The industry got corrupted starting in 2014, technically before in 2012, then metastasized in 2014, then got to a bloat where it overplayed its hand and got way too big to fail in 2019, then burst like a fucking bubble in 2020, and has been trying to recover the position since, blaming anybody they can as a scapegoat, including men, including women, including anybody they could, to ignore the fact that there are people that are either CEOs that lead them astray.
Just real quick, $50 from Jawan Cruz. Thank you for the $50. $5 more from Adam Friended to say, hey, Dev, just say something stupid like you usually do so folks will actually spend money to debate you.
I'm out.
And, gang, if you are in the open panel and you have cameras, turn them on, please, for the content. Thank you, Ice Beans. Thank you, Stormwolf. And I appreciate
What happened in 2012? What happened in 2012?
The beginning of dregs that started Gamergate. The world ended.
No, but I want to say, what do you think was the specific action that not just say Gamergate? What is the beginning?
Leah Alexander and her Whisper Network group.
Anyway, go ahead, please.
Leah Alexander and her group of journalists that started the Whisper Network that actively told companies and told the business, ignore the customers. We will tell you what sells because we know ball. Do you disagree with that?
Okay. I have a rebuttal. That's also the one question I came here for. Does marketing even exist, or would you concede that gay porn is targeted to everybody as well? I don't understand. It seems like you're completely devoid of the idea that marketing.
No, marketing exists. Marketing exists. Marketing exists.
Then why can't we say that some games are made for some people?
Because that is exactly what the marketplace asked for from the hand of the journalist. Everybody has to be a fucking blind subject line that has to be filled as a blank slate, rather than them being demographics that can then be able to sell to a demographic.
Wait, SinglePlayerCarl, what's your argument? I see, Elder Rose is saying that marketing this, and that's why games are being made for women, right? That makes sense, right?
Yeah, but before you get too far, Dev, I know Dev only has a short time. I want to hear from Ice Beans too. Dev, what is your take here? I don't mean to cut you off, Stormwolf, but we'll get into it.
No, you're all good. All good.
What are your thoughts here on...
Well, I haven't had a chance to watch the whole panel yet. I don't know exactly what you guys have covered over the past 3 hours.
Well, let me just ask you directly. Do you think feminism has ruined gaming?
In part, but not in whole.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's definitely some studios, or there are some games where you can point out hey, maybe for example, a good example that I personally have is there was the Saints Row reboot that came out in 2023 or something.
Correct.
And I had an opportunity to interview a guy who actually worked on it for my channel. And I asked him, like, hey, everyone knows this game is a fucking trash fire. It's not appealing to anyone who actually liked the original Saints Row. What happened in the development of this game? And he said, well, the CEOs just wanted money. They were motivated entirely by profit, but they were also out of touch. They didn't know what gamers wanted, and there was a bunch of mid-level people who were millennials, kind of left-leaning. They were whispering in the ears of the CEOs, saying, "Hey, you know what? You should bring on some of these consultants to do to like write the game." And the writing was absolute shit. But it wasn't just that it was shit; it was bad. But it was also definitely I don't know if you guys have played Saints Row, but it's a very edgy kind of game, right? Like there's a lot of sexual content, there's a lot of violent content in it, and they kind of took a lot of that content out of the game. And it was basically due to, hey, let's make this game a bit more safer so that more people can enjoy it, that sort of thing. And there's like a quality conversation which is separate from feminism and like leftism more broadly. But then there's also a political conversation where you definitely have some people, not all, I'm not even going to say it's the majority of them, but there are some people in the gaming industry who definitely, they come into projects and they view them as a vehicle to talk about specific political views in detriment to the actual project itself. And that's why a lot of games, not a lot, some games are shit, basically. That's part of it. And it's not all of it, but it's part of it.
Yes. Hold on, let me say something. That was the case of why I've been referring to clips, because there are more clips I could pull from his stream. He reacts and listens to exactly, I forget exactly what defense group it was, or the name of that person. Dev, you would probably remember better than I could. But he watched the person that was on the video that was part of the reaction from Asmongold, that was on the Joe Rogan.
We're referring specifically to Ahrelevant here?
Yes, on a relevant stream. There was a specific person, I forget the name of him, but he was a part of the defense firm, and he was having a talk that was reviewed in that content from Asmongold, that he listened to the entire part of it, explaining exactly what you described. He watched that 100%. And he and his audience said, oh, this is just dumb, gay, cringe, incel shit. This isn't real. This doesn't happen in the industry. You said that 100% verbatim. I can go find it right now on the timestamp.
You do that because, if, as I recall, you're referring to the guy who was talking to Joe Rogan?
Correct.
Yeah, in that interview, he was saying that it led to the decline in modern gaming. That we're having a decline in modern gaming. That's not true.
The industry does, in fact, work the exact same way that the business elite do. They work one in tandem.
What is this guy saying right now?
Hold on. Yeah, before we go down the loop that you've been stuck in. Okay.
That's not a loop. I promise you, it's not a loop. He just doesn't know context or pretends to not remember. But it's okay. I'll get the clip.
I've been listening to this for over an hour. It's a loop. Okay.
Sure.
What I'm interested in, to kind of bounce off of what Deb was saying, right? Because I'll take it that that's been happening. I can think of a very an example that I would think that this has sort of happened to, or where the companies have decided to go along in that certain direction, would be Railguard, right? But my question to you is, because despite everything, and I watched. I'll be that stereotypical person and say that I watched my husband play this, and my husband is like about as anti-woke as you can get, while still being married to a sort of progressive person. And he also said, okay, yeah, there were some parts of it that were pretty cringe, but then here's the parts of Veilguard that really developed on the whole Dragon Age, that concept that here's what they did good. It's not just that the writing is cringe. It did get better, like later on into the game. So there's still elements there that are redeemable, right? So my question to you is, why you yourself acknowledged earlier that, like, okay, yeah, it's like some people are coming in and making this shitty. Don't you think that that's expected when you have more, like, if you have more games, you have some people who are coming in and trying to make it woke or something? Isn't that to be expected? Wouldn't you want people to vote with their dollar and vote for games that incorporate those ideas well?
Yeah,
like, for me, it's very easy. I wouldn't support, like, if Dragon Age put out another, if they put out another Dragon Age game that basically continued along the whole woke line, like instead of refining it, I wouldn't buy another Dragon Age game. It's very simple.
Exactly. That's what you should do.
Why? Okay, but no, but you said that earlier, but then it seems like you're also saying the very presence of that that direction is the problem.
No, I would disagree with it. That would be someone putting words in my mouth and then saying that I said that. I'll let you finish. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just think maybe I'll have to go and look at something specific that you've said. I'm just surprised that you. I think it's the whole attitude that you have. Like to me, this is very expected. I feel like everything that we're seeing is expected. Obviously, people are going with shows, with books, with any kind of media. This is what you're going to expect to see. People are going to put out cringe, and some of it's going to work and some of it's not. So I don't understand why, the presence of some cringe iterations of it make the whole idea bad. I think that's what I'm kind of getting from you.
That is not
the position you're taking, no?
No. The presence of games that are bad is not the preclusion and the inclusion of every single point I'm making. The point that I am making is that there is clear heads of the industry that are locked into a current perspective, like IO Entertainment, that are trying to remake the James Bond games, that they are very clearly going in a modernized direction where they are going to, as their first game is literally the stories that happened before James Bond became the 00 status he has, that they're going to try to make him and turn him from the direction of the historical Ian Fleming, what's the word I'm looking for? The Ian Fleming presentations that have been that have been done on screen.
Yeah, from the novels. Yeah, but go ahead.
They're basically going to go in what people have joked about calling a James Bond Jr. directive, where he's not supposed to become this male chauvinist that does the job and gets the job done, but instead he's going to be this lighter, modern take. There is a problem where the industry follows the leader. And the problem is not that you have case examples of this happening, because obviously people should vote with their wallet and it should die. That's what they did to Forspoken. That's what they did to the Saints Row reboot. That's what they did to Concord. That's what they're more likely going to do to the Marathon. And what they're also going to do to Splitgate 2. Which, a game made for males, immediately died because the males didn't want to play it. But that's whatever. The problem is that because the industry has this need to talk to, quote, industry professionals, people that are supposed to be trusted, that are a part of the cathedral, they ignore the modern person, the modern average guy, the modern average chud, the modern average leftist, and they speak inherently to this person that lives inside of this nature of political aggrandization and apologia, where they will blame it on anyone and anything. And the problem is that that kind of social rot, which happened long before and has been building since, is causing a destruction of the industry, where it is on its track to go to another reset. And it's not a problem if people do that, because what you're supposed to do in response to that is you effectively build a parallel society, where you separate yourself from the people who clearly do not know ball, don't know your opinions, don't want to know your opinions, will say that you're crazy and cringe if you point out obvious things that anybody can fucking recognize, like a bell curve, and you simply play the games that you want. And you do that, and you share those with people, and end up building a space that is a part of that conversation. Very similar to YouTube content creators. People that can all watch something like, say, if you watch the recent Stranger Things finale, they will have viewpoints and opinions, and they will then come up with explanations for the reason why people react very poorly to them. And they will put it on some type of scapegoat. And the industry, believing and not wanting to just listen to the people that are the customers with money, but instead either the CEOs or worse, shareholders that are dependent on making $1 over a dime at the failure and at the risk and cost of the consumer, effectively cause more of the further collapse and rot. It's like an infection. It spreads from company to company.
Sorry. I just have one follow-up question.
One follow-up, then Storm.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, I really just want to know. Do you really think that people voting with their wallet is not sufficient response?
I literally just agree with you. Yes, it is an efficient response to it.
No. Okay, so then why do you think that it's an infection if there is a solution?
Because they are going to try to drag the industry down with it as a means to try to spite the customer. Because the people that are inside of the industry,
okay.
the people that are inside, yes, the people that are inside of.
You think it's okay. Okay, I understand now. You are fully committed to the idea that this is like a direction that people are dragging, kicking and screaming. Like the entire.
Yes, there are people that are doing it. It is not the entire industry.
I have nothing else.
All right.
I mean, okay, wait. So I just want to like.
Hold on. I mean,
I just want to like make sure I understand.
Hold on. Dad, then Stormwolf.
Create an order. Create an order.
Yeah, I did.
Make a line.
So, Carl, like maybe you're overstating your case, Carl, but I do know that there's definitely instances where this has happened, and it's not quite related to gaming. But there's one that I have I have on hand because I was looking into it yesterday, and it's in the anime dubbing space.
Yes.
You occasionally, you get like Crunchyroll or these other services that they're dubbing anime. They know they're dubbing them inaccurately. They're inserting little political references that don't really belong in that show because the original didn't have it. And then when they're asked about it, they say, "Yeah, we don't actually care if people don't want to watch our show. It's more important for us to actually put this stuff in." And you can tell by the way some of these writers are talking, these translators, they're doing it out of spite. There's like a hatred of their own audience in there that is really toxic. However, all that being said, I do think that the industry is going through a natural course correction because, yeah, these people exist in these companies and they're doing this stuff, but these companies are losing money. Like these games are fucking flopping. No one's playing these games, and it's probably going to be a painful like next 5 years or so. But there is a reorientation happening right now. Like I don't have this doomer view of the future of game. I think it's actually pretty bright.
Neither do I. I don't have a doomer view.
I want to hear from Stormwolf.
I just want to make sure I understand the position correctly before I like kind of go further. So your position, Carl, is basically that like basically a lot of these elites in the industry have this kind of, I guess for lack of a better word, woke ideology, and they're inputting in their game.
Political proselytization.
Political proselytization, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then because they want to put on the game, even if the game's doing bad, they're willing to tank the industry and make worse and worse game and keep making bad games. And then basically they're willing to do that until the industry collapses or there's some kind of reset, basically, right? I guess my question is like, what incentive? I feel like, would you agree that companies exist primarily to make money? Primarily,
they exist primarily to make money.
What if I understand we can have like select instances, but maybe I'm just incredibly skeptical. I'm very shocked that like most games are willing to like just completely industries are willing to completely demolish their entire bottom line just for some political ideology, right? And I always question this. I've always questioned where the problem to this was feminism has ruined the gaming industry, right? I'm always curious. I don't know. Do you think the games are bad because they're playing feminism, or do you think they just don't care about good games? Because I don't know why like wokeness or feminism means you can't have a good game, right?
I never said that you couldn't have politics and have political themes that then make a good game. I never said that. Nowhere in this podcast, nowhere in the debate or in the follow-up did I ever say that that was the case.
Sure, but then I guess my question is, it doesn't seem make sense to blame this on feminism. It seems like we're just making bad games, and like game studios aren't caring because their bottom line isn't being hurt. Because the truth of the matter is, I'm not as familiar with the makeup of game studios, but I know when you look at like other film industries, like a huge criticism level against a lot of different industries right now is that like we're only making what conservatives often say is like woke movies, but like, the truth of the matter is film industries are just putting out remakes because they know and they don't have to make good quality remakes. They can just put out wherever they want because their bottom line is fine because people keep going to see these movies, right? That's why original movies have stopped being made. And you can even look at the Marvel movies or like Star Wars, which have become so oversaturated and so annoyed that people are just kind of like completely ignoring it.
So was that the end of your statement?
Sorry, so I guess my point is, it seems like it's not a matter of like wokeness that's the issue here. It's just like lack of care of quality because they know people are still going to come in and play the games.
I never said that it was just feminism and wokeness, but that's far gone. We just have to accept that that's what people believe, and that they're stuck in the position about that. But that's whatever. Not putting that on you. But
my point
continue.
is, I don't know if it's an ideological issue that's causing like the decline of gaming. It could potentially just be that like there's been bad games. Also, I feel like we're still seeing like as much as there are bad games and issues with games.
Can we just start with a question this is to everyone?
Go ahead.
Yep. Is gaming on the decline?
No. That was about to bring up. That's what I was about to bring up. We've seen brilliant games
in a lot of ways, yeah.
I was gonna say like to some way, sure, but we've seen like Expedition 33 was really good. We've seen
just define decline. Just define decline. That's the disagreement here.
Quality is getting worse. Budgets are getting bigger.
The numerical number of good games is higher every single year than in the past.
Well, sure, but also the number of interest is higher every year. They're just more games in general, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
and
but
so it is better. It's a better time to be a person who plays a video game because I can go online and I have a higher chance of getting a new game that I like and a game that is tailored to me.
Sounds like
because
we
there's
all
more
agree
games being
AAA
made.
AAA gaming has declined. Do we all agree with that pretty much?
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Especially online. Especially online gaming.
I think they're on the comeback though. They're going to be on the comeback. So
Yeah, they're losing too much money to not be.
To be specific on this, like when we're because I want to, Carl, when you talk about the bazaar versus the cathedral,
And I know
we want to. I want to bring.
after
I'm
you,
not going to try and bring it.
Okay.
Say it again.
After you, Zonia, because Zonia's been.
Okay. When you talk about this, I want to like think about what this analogy was really about and why we're talking about it. That's an analogy that came from software, went through politic. We're now applying it to a different type of software. It is all about VC pumping money, making products for the sake of products. That's why everybody's able to like inject all of this individual stuff in. It's because it's not art anymore. A lot of the indie games are doing great because everybody that is working on the game believes in the game. They're sacrificing their life for the game versus people sacrificing the game for their life. But that is when anybody on the other side of the fence from you, Carl and Dev primarily, what we're saying is we think you're missing the forest for the trees. We're saying that there's a corruption that happens when it becomes a capitalistic product, a venture that's about making money, and then everybody individually is not there for passion. They're attracted to the money, and then while you're making the money, you have to find some way to build legacy, some way to express your own individual beliefs. And that's why you're injecting all this, bullshit slop that has very little to do with the property, very little to do with the story in the world. Like, it all does start from the fact that these companies are massive magnets for people that don't want to make art. They just want to make cash.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean,
why
there's
talk about the identity of the people doing it? They all share one identity: grifter, psychopath, idiot.
Okay. I don't know, but
I was going to say grifter.
These are like two related problems. Yes, they're different problems, but they are related problems. And the example that I've been using recently when I've talked about this is if you look at Star Wars, like Star Wars Outlaws or the new Star Wars movies, whatever. That is the ultimate example of art by committee. There's no actual artistic vision when it comes to Star Wars. It's just Disney making money. It is the facsimile of Star Wars with nothing else happening in it. There's no like morals or themes. It's just bullshit.
What about Andor?
Andor's
the one exception.
Andor's the exception.
Andor's the exception.
I could
largely right
accept
there.
that it's an exception, but you were talking about Star Wars, and I was really
I said Star Wars.
very recent.
I think Devin's largely right. I mean, we look at like stuff like the Acolyte, we look at stuff like the Kenobi series, it's really bad. Ahsoka was really bad. He's right. As a large part, it's pretty bad.
So what's the difference? Andor was left on its own.
It's how many people are involved in the team. Movies have bigger teams than animated.
Andor, I think, received a lot of like independence from the big studio in many ways, and had a lot more like leeway to work with, and wasn't tied as much to other characters. Because a lot of the reason why a lot of this other stuff has been really bad is they keep torching other characters and then creating contrivance on contrivance, and there's a lack of care in storytelling.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I add on to something?
So here's a second part to this though, because the first part is the art by committee that we just went over. The second part is that you have games that. Like I think a great example of this is Dustborn. Dustborn is not
100%. Oh my God.
Dustborn is the opposite of art by committee. It is made by a small team of indie developers. They made an absolutely shit game, but it's very clearly their vision, right? It's just their vision sucked. So these are like two different things, and there's going to be some political conversations in here. There's going to be some capitalist conversations in here. These are like there's like a Venn diagram where like it kind of overlaps, where these are two separate but related conversations. And by the way, just to be clear, there's absolutely incredible leftist games out there. Like Disco Elysium is one of the best games I've ever played. It's explicitly a leftist game. Like I'm not like an insane anti-woke person or something.
Neither am I.
Okay. $10 from the Trib One to say, I'm the weirdo who thinks games today are less woke relative to era compared to like the early 2000s or 2010s. It's just outrage for just one woke game gets blasted to hell because of the internet and rage bait culture. And then $5 from my listening library to say, next debate. Will you buy a $5,000 GPU? If not, is gaming over? I mainly platform stream deck play. What are everyone's options on stream machines? And we're going to give it to Zonia first, because Zonia's been waiting.
You're asking me that question?
Whatever you want to say, right? You don't
Yeah, I don't.
Opinions
really
on
wanna
Steam
answer
machines also, for what it's worth. Opinions, not options.
My what I was going to say, I was going to kind of say what you were going to say, Tuna Chip, was that like the big problem it seems that that you, Carl, and even you, Deb, have are really the grifters that hop on to a big industry to make money off of it, who aren't really all that committed to the culture of it themselves, and try to spin their own webs in it and make it as much money as they can. They don't really have the ability to tap into the culture. They don't understand what the players want, but they want to squeeze every nickel and dime they can out of it, and they end up being a bit of a detraction from the culture of the community. And I think inevitably they end up kind of, at least in the gaming sphere, they kind of end up dying off because people don't like the games and lose faith in them and stop buying them. And so there's a natural inoculant in the industry or in the community over time. And so they're not going to persist long term, I don't think. But it's still early in the phase, so it's going to take some time to see them weeded out through people using the power of their own money to not buy the games. So I don't think it's as big of a deal as you might be making it out to be, or maybe you're not making it that big of a deal. It's just sort of your bag you're making off of, talking about it. But there are other things. Like I've got my gripes about modern games that are completely separate from this. Maybe this is something everybody in here will agree with, especially for the older gamers. But one of my big gripes of modern games is all the hand-holding that modern games do for you and the long tutorial modes and shit. And I'm just like, just give me like an old school game where you just jump in and figure it out, right? I love that about older games, and I often go back to older games for not just for the nostalgia, but for that like early feeling of like figure it out, just throw me into it and I'll figure it out. Modern games want to handhold the hell out of you to get you going because they want to try and get as many people playing it as possible. So they want to make it as low bar to entry as possible. Maybe people have recognized that in modern games. Right,
and that's another one of those official design by committee things, because all of those changes to the first hour or 2 hours of the game do come directly from putting people in a room with a controller and seeing how long they can play before they get confused. And they're putting people in these seats that shouldn't be in these seats. They're putting people that don't play the genre. They're not familiar with the sort of ergonomics of like you shouldn't have someone who's never played StarCraft test out your 4X game.
Correct.
Like, don't do that.
I don't feel like, I wish there was like options for like how much handholding you want. I feel like it's just such an easy thing to add. Or like, hey, do you want this or not? I feel like it's such an easy thing to add, and I don't know why more games don't add it instead of the annoying like tutorial, like we were saying, phases.
There's like 3 reasons.
Modes and shit that they throw you through.
There are like 3 reasons why it doesn't happen.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and bail out, but I do want to say something that I feel like.
Go ahead. Last word.
Maybe we're all gonna agree with. At the end of the day, okay. At the end of the fucking day, it's our fault, okay? Because the only reason these companies do anything is because we buy those fucking games, okay? Call of Duty should have stopped after Black Ops 2, but you bought Black Ops 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are you doing, dude? You should have stopped after 2, but we keep buying it. It's our fault. The buck stops with us because the money stops, they stop. That's what it is, okay? Much love, okay?
The money stops, they stop. And that's true for my panel as well. But thanks, Ahrelevant. Really appreciate you, brother, and I'll talk to you later.
Much love.
Yeah, I actually stopped at Black Ops 2. That was the last one I bought.
Agree.
Anyways, I'm going to drop off too.
Sorry,
I'm going to drop off too, so you all take care.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye, Zonia. Just to kind of piggyback off of Zonia's point, and that's kind of where I'm at as well. I mean, there, and somebody mentioned this in chat as well. There's just too many games for me to, pursue. Like if I really enjoyed, I played the original Dragon Age game over and over and over again, but there's really I have too much of a backlog to worry about if like the next game will be better. Like if it's better and I see good reviews, then I'll go for it. If not, no skin off of my back. There's so many fucking games out now. I'm literally playing on a machine that allows me to play all of my Steam games and tap into my husband's PS5 and all this shit. Like, it's just for me, in answer to that question, I think it's never been a better time for gamers. So worrying about a direction that people are pulling us in, I honestly think the market's like, I'm gonna figure that out, right? I'm not gonna support it. I'm not gonna support a game if I don't think that it's done the woke correctly, because I also want to see it done. I also want to see it done correctly. I don't want it to be done where you're shoehorning things when they don't belong. And I like woke stuff. So, yeah.
Based. There is something happening there, though. We can say it's the best era for gamers because we have the sheer quantity, but there is another issue going on, which is that what's going on with your backlog? Why do you have a backlog? We have a market that is now more about selling the act of purchasing a game than selling the actual product itself. People know who are selling and marketing the game, and gamers themselves know, but lie to themselves while they buy it, that a lot of the games you're buying, they just need to convince you to get to the fucking PayPal button and hit approve. That's the other issue here, and where a lot of this this front-facing aesthetics of novelty. Oh, they really made a game about how women have it hard. Like, that's all about making you hit the button. It's not about. So if you're complaining about the gameplay is bad, the gameplay is bad, the gameplay is bad, it's because everybody's buying games they don't play, letting them rot in their Steam library. Eventually, I'll definitely get back to it. $6,000 of unplayed games later. Oh my God, the thing that... Shut
up. I feel myself in this rant, and shut up.
I actually disagree with Tuna here. I think it's a great thing. I think the reason we have a backlog is because so many good games are being made by so many talented people, and it's never been like more easy to come out there and make a fucking good game with the tools that we have out there. That you have a backlog because you found so much shit you like that you fucking bought it, and you just don't have all the time in the world because you're working so hard. You know, like you just you don't have the time.
So much stuff that I've been convinced I will like, and none of the time to actually engage with it.
I think that's more. I think that's more of a
Just real quick.
traditional capitalism thing, though. Tuna.
$5.
Consumerism.
$5 from Alishness. Nintendo is doing just fine as an all-inclusive company with little to no sexualization, unless you find a middle-aged plumber or a gorilla hot.
That is,
Bayonetta 3,
that's mostly
Bayonetta
because
3, liar.
that's mostly because Nintendo is that is mostly because Nintendo is separate from the entire industry from everyone else, to the point that they are people who don't report numbers to Circana like that, because the culture of Japan is very different about that. And ultimately, you have to say with me, my body is a machine that turns 90% off to 0 to 300 hours played, and there is no middle line in between. That's technically something everybody's guilty of.
Dude, the whole gaming industry is decentralized, so I don't know about like Protector or what, but it's so decentralized at this point that every like game I see now is from a studio I've never fucking heard of, and it fucking rocks. And it usually rocks my socks off, and I'm like, when's the next fucking game coming out? I mean, the gaming right now is the #1 entertainment consumption. Like that we like, you know, a lot of people are like getting on that, and those tools have been so like the fact that like Unreal Engine is free and you can just fucking use it, and it's so fucking easy. Like Godot is pretty good as well, and it's only getting better every single update, and it's open source. Absolutely fantastic. I just think that people want to pump out games, and with AAAs, it's a problem that you have to compete with like a studio like, you know, the people that made Team Cherry, who made Hollow Knight. You know, 3 people. They're doing all this stuff, and they're finding themselves having to compete with it. They're over bloated. They don't have vision, and when you don't have vision, what do? You tag yourself to whatever's trendy. Wokeism was the trendy thing, so now your mind associates wokeism with bad game instead of lack of vision equals bad game. Nobody freaked out when Sergeant Johnson was black in Halo. Nobody cared when Shell was a woman in Portal. All right, it's about performatism being tied to these slop games that AAA is putting out because they have to compete with like people with actual vision out there because it's easier than ever before.
Just real quick,
Yeah,
$2
competing
from
with
the
the-
Trib one
go
to
ahead.
say if Street Fighter 33 isn't on your radar, what are you doing? Then you can add to it, and then I have something to say. So add to it, and then I have something to say.
I think with the AAAs, we're kind of like screwed over because I feel like there's kind of a paradox where they're so big and games are so expensive. Like they kind of have to market to everyone to really be successful. I like there's some exceptions with like GTA, but I feel like with a lot of those big AAA games, one of the reasons like they're so milquetoast or done by communities because the marketing team or even before that is like they're really trying to target everyone, which usually ends up being a pretty bad game.
Yeah,
Trib
downsize.
one, $2 says if Mario's Return Part 12 doesn't make you smile.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Kay hit like the nail on the head there with like we were talking about Star Wars. I think it's the same thing with games. Like it's an issue of lack of vision. I feel like you said, it's not really an issue with like the wokeism. It's just about like poor planning and kind of like them trying to make money. And because these games are also really big and have so much advertisement and whatever, they tend to make money, so they can kind of coast.
At the end of the day.
I feel like
Nice
I'll
try,
say the
nice
men in
try.
my life are the worst planners I know. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead with Wick on that one. I can say I am a horrible planner because I have pile of shame literally stacked like over here.
Warhammer
but-
stuff just.
Well, Warhammer and BattleTech for me now, but I wanted to kind of bounce on the whole Disney thing because
Yeah, before you do, $5 from Alishness to say that just saying the real gamers, aka the speedrunning community, are some of the most woke, inclusive community out there. Games done quick are sweats. Okay, go ahead.
Not really.
We
They banned
actually
multiple
have a perfect parallel for what many people would call one of the golden trilogies in gaming, which was Halo, and the Halo TV show that Paramount released. Originally, when they announced the Paramount Halo show, there was a few race swaps of characters, and everyone made a huge deal. In reality, nobody should have been making a huge deal about that because the entire story of the first season was so awful. Me, someone who's read every Halo novel, played every game, couldn't get past the 4th episode. And they had to cancel it after 2 seasons. Halo is a TV show that could have made as much money, if not more, than the Stargate universe from, the Sci-Fi Channel of old, because it's just an intellectual property that's strong. And to look at a parallel of a game that went too far down what many people would call the woke slop or just the slop rabbit hole is Gears of War. You had Gears of War Judgment, Gears of War 4, and Gears of War 5, which were panned as horrible games. And then you would now we're on the verge of Gears of War E-Day, which is, people are saying, is a almost true return to what the original series was. So I think for every franchise we have, or every new game we have that comes out that's pushing towards the more slop or the more, this is a game meant for like mass consumption, as we saw with the last game they revealed at the end of the Game Awards, you're going to have 4 or 5 other games that are refinding their identity, or games that are launching with a new identity that more people will connect with.
Remember when Mass Effect was... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Gang, I am hungry, and it's almost time for me to eat, so I'm going to end the stream really soon. But before we go, couple things. One, not only should you be playing games, but you should be reading books. Okay, I got this beauty recently, The Will of the Many by James Islington. It's book 1 of the Hierarchy series. I'm about 4th of the way through. Really good. I suggest it. I recommend it highly. Check it out. And I'm doing a 50-book challenge for the year. So if you guys want to join me in that, read 50 books a year. Yeah, 50 books for the year. It's about a book a week. We need to read more as a people. That said, if you like the stream, if you like the content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I have a link to Ahrelevant and SinglePlayerCarl's YouTube channels in my YouTube description. Please give them a subscribe and a follow because they have, again, spent their time with us and to give us content. So give them a subscribe. It's really helpful. What we got coming up tomorrow, we're going to be talking about Somali fraud. We're going to have Andrew Mercado. We're going to have Dev. We're going to have Lactoid. We're going to have Ash of Certainty, right? And it's going to be great. Check us out. On Wednesday, I'm going on a Gibbs panel. That'll be something. And that's what we got coming up. So check us out, gang. I love you all. Who's streaming right now? Is Ahrelevant still streaming? We're streaming. Well, right in Ahrelevant.
I have no idea.
But wait, bye everyone.
All right, good night, Wick. Thanks
Good
for
luck on
having
that
me.
panel tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it'll be great. But
Have fun, fraud.
I hope everyone has a wonderful, beautiful day. Goodbye.
Same.
There you go. Are you off?
Hold on. Sometimes it doesn't stop right away. There we go. Now we're off. Okay, now it goes fucking.
Okay, Slur City. Let's go.
I'm out.
Okay, we're done. We're off, gang.
No problem.
But thanks for jumping on.
You're more than welcome. This is not. I don't think it was going to be possible for me to find common ground with Ahrelevant, because he does not think that the gaming space is both the games, the company, and also the people who are playing the games, the make up spaces. Because notice how at the end there, after he had left and did whatever, that we all discussed something that everybody could be able to commode with, right? That's part of the entire point that I was making. Because there are people who specifically look to divide people, when literally gaming as a space was supposed to be inclusive to everyone, and people decided to make it into a culture war, where they became ignoble and decided that if you don't know some type of fact that a person says, they must be crazy, they must be stupid, that they don't know what they're talking about, and blah 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 blah. And I think that everybody else understands the point that I was making, and that they understood it, but there were some people that just, because I wasn't fast enough for them, they got angry. Because I didn't immediately say it with no context. I gave context, and they got mad that I gave context. I don't know if it's because they wanted to stop me from speaking or whatever, but it's whatever. It's content at the end of the day. We'll see.
As long as you had fun. Right?
I had a blast. Also,
what do you think, Dev? What's on your mind
I have to
tonight?
go back and watch the whole thing. I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
He got told about it from the grapevine, because I had people that are in his community and my community go around and remind people, and they don't necessarily move very quick. So by the time that they were reminded again that I was debating today, like I've been telling them, they were like, "Wait, what?"
They can't run very fast. I get it.
There are some autists that they have hyperfixations.
Lost.
Yeah.
Well.
So once they pick their heads up, it was whatever. But I do have some books. I do have a book series, or rather an author, that I could suggest to you for your reading.
Well, suggest your author, and then I gotta go.
Thomas Gladwell.
I gotta go too. Actually, I'll see you guys later.
Or is it Malcolm Gladwell? I think it's Malcolm Gladwell.
I'll have to check it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I gotta go though. I love you. Bye.
Have a good night.
Good panel, man. Good panel.
It is what it is. At the end of the day, I will fight for
Sorry
my
I
position.
came at you so hard, but like,
It's fine.
I'm not gonna lie. You were being pretty inarticulate.
Sure, speaking could probably be hard, especially if people don't know where I'm coming from, but there are multiple times that he went out of his way to be facetious, to say, "What? I don't know what you're talking about," and I'm literally quoting him verbatim, word for word from his broadcast.
Yeah, I was watching for about an hour and I think 20 minutes or something before I joined. Maybe I would have to look at it, because it was I was ending my shift and I was walking back home because I live pretty close to work, and I was just listening in as podcast style. And I don't know, you don't have to take advice from me or anything, but even I
should be open to advice.
The way that you're when you just said at the end that that's what you were trying to get across, it kind of sucks because I agree with that point, but I did not get at all during the conversation that was the point you were trying to get across,
because they kept trying to lock me into saying that I believe about this lockstep thing about feminism, lockstep with Asmongold, when literally from my opening statement I said I actually disagree with him slightly as much as I could agree with him slightly, because you can't blame a sole group. Because if you forget that gaming is the industry, the games, and the people, then you have lost what gaming is. It has a soul, and it is getting corrupted over time.
So the two things I like to think about, and I'm trying to get better at, because I like to be wordy as well, is the first thing I try to think about is if I had 1 minute to try to convince somebody of something, to boil something down to a minute to a minute and a half, how would I what would be the most essential things to get it across in the least amount of times? And that forces me to cut a lot of fluff and cut a lot of things and condense it to the essence of what I'm trying to say to somebody. Also, another thing is just something I'm just surprised you didn't bring up, or at least you didn't bring it up while I was watching, was that the U.S. government literally funded games and movies and shows to
wasn't allowed to
add wokeism.
I wasn't allowed to. It was about filibustering and stopping me from getting to that point, either because he knew that's where it was going, or because he didn't know because he didn't experience it. Which, from his own take, that you could go look at his VOD, that was the case. And even while doing that, because I have a timer here, I have a timer on my desk, I'm looking at exactly how long I was responding. Sometimes I'm not even allowed to get to a minute to explain my point. Because if I answer without context, they're going to say, well, where's the example? They don't want to give the example based on the context of having consumed the material. Then it becomes, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen it. Then when you point it out to them, you break it down to them, the way that any person just consuming it would recognize and realize, it then becomes, well, you're saying this, you're saying this. And it's so fucking soy and brain dead. Because his own opinion is that if you don't have the ability to speak on the matter because you don't know the material, you shouldn't speak. And yet here he is speaking. It's whatever it is at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's all content, because I don't think he wants to get to I don't think he wants to get to an even ground. And by he, I mean Ahrelevant. I don't think
this was putting you on a cross and burning you.
There's people trying to put me on a cross and burning me. And what he did was demonstrate the exact point that people have, that a lot of people feel. We are still live, by the way, at least on my channel. So if you're not comfortable being on camera, let me know.
No, it's fine. I don't care.
But it was the case that he wants to act like I'm some kind of deranged person, multiple people acting like I'm some type of deranged person, that because I have the ability to use nuance and make distinctions, that somehow the question of, do you think that Doom is made for male gamers? Yeah, it is. So you just no, it's made for male gamers, but it's not made for the core audience. The core audience does not want the fucking Doom that was delivered in Dark Ages and Eternal. They want the original Doom that they were given in 2016. They are not for this type of thing. But nobody wants to listen to that, because it's just broad generalizations, no context, no detail, no substance. And if you disagree with it, well, he's a crazy person. That's why it's impossible to speak. Because if you're actually in those scenes and you talk to those people, they tell you very clearly with their words. They're very succinct about how much they fucking hate it. But they would never come here to discuss it, because they know that, for one, they think they'd be taken out of context. That's probably part of it. And maybe some of them are too lazy to articulate their point. Some of them would say, I'm not debating with you, you're getting called a slur. Which I would probably agree with them, because if somebody's being that frustrating that they don't want to hear what you're saying, you probably call them a slur. Because they have no intention of hearing you out. But I came here to be a presentation of the people who are in the middle. It's like, you aren't telling them the actual truth. Because they don't pay attention to the shit that's happening. It is literally a bell curve. One side are the low information people that are like, this is what it is because it's obvious, because they can feel it in their bones. The people in the middle are like, no, you need to be specific about male and female, male and women, feminists and chuds and misogynerds. And then the other side is like, no, any person with levels of articulation, with actual taste, whether they be official business people, whether they be journalists, whether they just be educated, learned gamers, or more commonly, because the YouTuber is beating out the game journalists when it comes to coverage, just normal content creators, that they can see and divine the position. And maybe because they are able to articulate it better in a way that people know their position and they can shorthand it because they're given the grace by being the bigger person to do it. Like, technically, Dev has that ability. It is the case that people will listen to them, and this glub shitto over here, well, this bro's just a lolcow, to represent a group of people, when they're doing the thing that every single person from those groups are tired of hearing, which is somebody who doesn't know ball, who doesn't know game, who they play the game, but they're not of the community. They're of a player base. They don't actually care about the thing. They are a tourist, ultimately. And they are more than happy to slander people at a broad standing point, because if you give them the data point that then ties into the industry trend, they will say, you are ridiculous, I don't know what you're talking about. I gave clear examples of people that I disagree with that are media grifters to the way that Ahrelevant would disagree with, had nothing to say about it, knew no context, or he did and didn't speak on it, because he knew there would be a point in my favor, while trying to criticize me in the middle of it and interrupt me, because bro doesn't know what he's discussing and doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm more than fine with them attacking me. I'm more than happy to defend the attack, because then it gives me the point to expand my point. It's really annoying. It's gonna be very frustrating. It's gonna be very hard to not react to it, especially when it's so flippant and brazen, like the attack on my masculinity as a fucking parent or as a man. But part of the game. Have to accept it. Didn't say how dare you do that to me. I said, nigga, what are you talking about? You're talking out of your neck. You don't know anything about me, and you're immediately assuming that you know what I think, because no one wants to listen. They just immediately from the gums. Just immediately from the gums, criticize someone.
Pretty hard.
I mean, yeah,
You
it's
rage baited really hard with the dad comment. You shouldn't have let that get to you as much.
Maybe, but the fact of the matter is that's actually what happens in the business. When a person has a nuanced take that doesn't immediately destroy someone like Asmongold to be a representation of the supposed alt-right pipeline, which that's not made by Asmongold. That's made by people like Nick Fuentes. That's made by people like Ahrelevant to decide that he is that take. So no one looks any further because they think they've heard it all, and nobody hears what's percolating on the surface or is brazenly being said out forward by people that are Christo-nationalists, such as John Delaroz, such as York Torch Gaming, such as Vox Day, such as JF Trent from the Fandom Pulse. They ignore those individuals because they will claim that they can humiliate the person. Because if it's not knowledge to them that is already agreed upon as the dogma, as this is things that they must believe, they're more than likely just going to speak to the deference of that one lower hand person. Attempting to attack me on that, sure, I shouldn't react that severely, which I didn't react just out of anger. I reacted out of, you just tried it, and you just demonstrated the reason why people have a problem with that. Which is what ties back to the issue with saying that it's made for males. The definition of saying that the current God of War is not inherently made for males or is made for males, and if you disagree with this, you're wrong. You could say that it's made for males, but it's made for males from a perspective that it ignores the male voice and attempts to take a feminist view of how a man should treat himself. So, not men speaking to men, but women speaking to men. And if you disagree with this presentation brought from that feminine view, from that feminine lens, not the male gaze lens, but the female gaze lens of what they say that manhood should be, then you are not a man. That is exactly what I was disagreeing to. And I made it very clear multiple times, but they decided to say that no, I didn't. Because that was what I was expressing.
I don't want to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But there's two things. One, I really need to use the restroom, and I was kind of holding it in, but like,
no problem.
And the second is that I see that Certus is in the Northern Alliance. If you're able to join that, I would like to, like, you know, have him involved because he's just been down there. I don't know if he wants in or not, but we're in a locked chat. So,
I guess there's a room in here that you could use, but I could probably bring you to my server if you wish to speak. If you're okay with that, if they're okay with that.
Well, he's down there, so I don't know. I don't know if he wants to or not, but I saw him join down there, so like I was just saying we can kind of just join down there so that way we can talk to him.
I suppose, yes.
Yeah.
Hello, how may I help you?
Hey, Certus, don't know if you're there or not, but we just came down to include you in the call because I saw you were here. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Oh shit, yeah, I'm here.
Hello. He's in the bathroom, but I'm here. How may I help you?
I'm not sure if you can help me.
Wait.
I was just listening to the...
Hold on, let me check the rules to make sure I'm not broadcasting in a place I shouldn't be. Streaming voice channels in the stage.
I mean, theoretically, you shouldn't stream to your own stream here, but I think we can make an exception.
Okay. I would probably just not to break Wick's rules. I would prefer not to. I could bring you to my server. We'll give you the free room to speak however you wish. Not going to be deafening your microphone like leftists do. I just don't want to break the fucking rules. Because he has a rule in here that if it's not in the stage category, that's the exception. But this is the roost, so it's not the stage. So if you want to take the conversation somewhere else, I'd prefer doing that and not get punished. If that's okay with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me give you a link to the live broadcast of my server. I'll open it right now, and we can then take the conversation over there. Give me 1 second. Can I DM you directly, or do you have that setting off?
No, you can.
Okay. 1 second. I'll do that for the both of you. Excuse me. Anybody who's interested in discussing it can come in. It's not just an empty invitation. Let's see, that is K, correct? And Cetus, yes. So, DM message link. DM message link. Is there anyone here that would also like to come? Nunya, would you also like to come and discuss? Oh, he left. Okay, he left, but this other guy in DM. Okay, he does not have his DMs open, so I can't send him that DM. stage. I can't spell. Okay, there you go. Should have full microphone control.
Okay, great.
Good. And there are going to be probably people in my audience that will want to come in because, of course, my audience is watching. But when he didn't have the setting open for me to be able to DM him directly, so when he comes back, assuming he is your friend or you have him in your friends list, you can send him the link to join the server as well. The server is open in public.
Okay, I will send him that link.
He said that you had an opinion you wanted to talk about. We can more than happily talk about it. I'm here all night.
All right, well, I have a couple of opinions on the stuff that you espoused on the stream. I was crashing out regularly in the chat, to be honest with you.
That's fine.
Because I felt your position was not only incoherent, but also...
It comes from the fact of having... No, it comes from the fact that I have the details that he doesn't do because he doesn't actually do the investigation work to actually look into the takes, find out if they're correct, and then assert them and then have his own opinion without immediately saying every person who doesn't believe I believe must be a fucking Asmongoldite or a sign or whatever. Being actually educated sounds like being retarded if you're not able to be succinct, but there is no way to be succinct and have it more under than less than a minute unless you give the context, because he doesn't want the context. He wants the immediate gotcha answer. I'm interested in the actual conversation about it, not the gotcha answer. If they want to try and crucify me about that, that's fucking whatever. But if they actually have a discussion about it, they're going to realize that if you just keep it in the section of the topic to try to say, say feminism in gaming, say feminism in gaming, say feminism in gaming, you're not going to be able to actually have a conversation about it. Because I said from the beginning, it is the games, it is the industry, it is the people in the spaces. It's just the spaces alone. You need all three of those to be able to have the conversation about the problem. Because if you sit there and you say, the people in the space of Asmongold, the regular Asmongold viewer believes this, and this is something they agree with, I'm not the regular Asmongold viewer. I looked at what his take was, and I also watched the entirety of what he said. That's why I have the subject matter of the clips in question to immediately fact-check him. Because multiple times, he basically just said, you're dumb and retarded if you disagree with me. My opinion is correct. I will bully and I will be elitist to anybody else who's an elitist, which is effectively attempting to browbeat other people the same way that Destiny was in the original clip posted by Yeet20k, which he then attempted to say didn't exist, because that's where it starts from. It started from the Yeet20k clip, then him responding to it, then me saying, deadlock, hard latch, rub up those fries, nigga. He did not want to speak on what I said. He wanted to speak on a gotcha. I didn't speak on a gotcha. I talked about what I had to talk about. I know that I'm right about what I'm talking about, because I did the research. I sat through. I watched the events. I watched the standals. I watched the special stage shit. He did not. I know that he didn't, because he agreed that he didn't. He affirmed that he didn't, and then attempted to say, well, you're just crazy. I don't know what you're talking about, because he doesn't actually know what the fuck he's talking about. Because he's a person that lives and exists in only his own hovel and bubble. In the terms of the three parts, he can say the industry is dead and dying, which industry, if you say gaming is dead and dying because of feminism, you're right, but you're wrong, because the games that are good are going to survive. The games that are bad are going to go the way of the dodo. Everybody can agree with that. I agreed with that from the position, but everybody kept tracking it back to saying, well, see, tell me how it's about the feminism, tell me about its gaming, tell me the examples of the feminists who did, and I gave name after name after name after name after name after name, quoting directly from their stages, and he denied that it was real.
Timeout. Can we do a timeout?
Sure.
If you just want to, you're streaming this to your place, right?
Correct.
Okay, if you just want to gripe about what just happened on the stream, then I think you can do that solo.
I'm not griping about it. I'm explaining the point that I was making. Because I gave him the answers he wanted.
You were griping
because
you did get a little bit emotional there. Because
if emotional about being told that I'm not a father, and then actually explaining my position while a person decides to pretend they don't understand what I'm talking about, when a person who did that work does know, because literally the debate that was had between Smash JT and Hello Struggler, between Smash JT and Colin Moriarty was about this type of subject matter intensely, and he does not know that. He didn't have any of the context for the information. It was the exact one-to-one of that conversation. It's just that because I reacted.
You out that you're never gonna be a dad. That guy was just trying to style on you, okay? But that's not me. I'm here for the substance, and I would say the substance is you entered into a debate that had a very specific topic, and you basically. You said you were here to debate it, and then half an hour in, you straight up conceded the topic.
I didn't concede the topic that it's not that games have been ruined because of women and feminism. I said that it's a half and half. I even said that there are people that are male, female, and transgender who would be responsible for that would be a part of it and responsible for part of it. But it's not all of them. Again, that is nuance that is being ignored because I didn't immediately say yes to yes, which then allows them to play a gacha game. Like the gacha game with fucking Doom. While being interrupted constantly, while explaining it, and then being lampooned for not being fast enough. That is quite literally rage bait. Sure, shouldn't react to that, but actually I should. Because then it's literally a case of, well, because I am saying memes and saying words and saying buzzwords that people recognize, that this discounts his knowledge, his work, and his effort. Whereas any other person that could immediately on the spot be recognized as a knowledgeable person, that would not happen to. Didn't happen to Dev. Sure, for whatever reason, people hate Dev for what he is, but it's literally beside the point. Other people went into nuance, and were not interrupted. I tried to go into nuance and would keep it under a minute, like they did. Interrupted constantly, because, bro, what are you saying? I don't know what you're talking about! That's gonna be annoying for any person who knows what the fuck they're serious about, and knows that they're 100% solid on it. Because effectively, if you take his example with Path of Exile, he is saying that if you play one type of game, one genre of game, or just one specific game, period, you're never allowed to discuss anything about the gaming industry, whatever, because you don't play games, plural. Yet, it should be the industry experts, like in the section of ARPGs. Ziz, Mathivilification, Ziggy D, originally Chris Wilson, the lead of Grinding Gear Games, the current developer leads, Jonathan and Mark, and everybody else that's in that space. That person is going to look there, and they're going to say, no, these people are very 100% knowledgeable. And not only do they play one game, they play multiple games. They might play multiple games in that genre, but they in fact do know ball. And that's part of the third thing, which is a part of the community in space, where if you're in the thing, if you're actually of the people and in the people and of the place, because gaming isn't just you play games and you're separate and you have a backlog, it is that you actually commune with other people. Because if you don't commune with other people, you're not in a community, you're in a player base. You're a separate person that's disconnected from the industry. You might as well be in a shelter. That's not truly a part of what causes the problem, of what causes the industry rot. Any person who did their fucking research knows this. The cathedral is a problem, because they're the ones that set the rot in place, that led it to where it currently is now, where it can only be able to recover by the hand of the marketplace guiding it towards correction. There are parts of it that is part political, there are parts of it that are part cultural, there are parts of it that is part intelligentsia. You cannot discount it from all of them. And what they wanted to do is to lock into a straight, hard answer, while also attempting to rage bait the person to make them look like they're fucking retarded. Any person who's looking at that from the middle, they're going to be like, wow, this guy's a fucking asshole. And if they come here and ask me directly, like you can here, I can show you the clip. We can watch it live right now. But you're allowed your opinion. You can disagree and say that I did poorly because of this, and this. But that's a human response. I should crash out about that. Because when you then try to tone police somebody like that, based on their culture and based on lived experience, you're effectively attempting to tell them that they have no idea whatsoever, and that they're just some fucking gobbledygook also-ran that could never have something to actually communicate and express, which is what people do with video games. They discount them the exact same way because it looks like dog shit because it doesn't look like something that comes to the industry, but it's able to communicate something effectively. But people lose the nuance of it because they get stuck on, well, is it factored towards men? Yes. So how could it be that this is related to feminism? Because the feminists are literally a part of the longhouse telling men how to live lives based on their standards rather than on a male standard. A proper, non-toxic male standard that takes accountability rather than just offsetting it on people and using it as a skinwalker suit to attempt to tell them that no, you're crazy and dumb because the nuance requires you to explain, yes, because women are literally trying to tell you what to do. And it's not the men telling them, listen, we have to work together, and we're not going to teach them bad prophecy by leading with this intelligentsia from the cathedral of the colleges and the schools and the industry and the developers that are lockstep in agreement with this because they specifically want you to give this bare bone, no context answer, which causes people to talk past each other. 100% we talk past each other in that debate because he doesn't know what I'm talking about, because he hasn't seen it, because he is either not involved in it or he does not want to accept it as a truth. No, you say whatever you have to say to agree to that. Because, yeah, that was long-winded. But that's the actual trauma and properly true answer. People don't want to hear that. They want to blame somebody as a boogeyman and say, it's his fault! It's his fault! And keep in the culture war forever. And I'm not interested in that.
Okay. You're right. That was very long. I don't think I have the capacity to synthesize so much content down to like 3 or 5 points that I can respond to. I do believe that it is a skill to make a point articulately in a short way with not too many words. So I would say that is a failure of yours in a debate when you are having a conversation with somebody else, that you need so much time to elaborate on a point until you get to the actual answer of a question. And I would also say that the problem with the debate was specifically for you. I mean, you were in a harder position because, of course, it's much easier to defend that, no, actually gaming is not completely ruined. So you had a huge claim to prove. And you brought up, I mean, maybe that's the fault of the format because it's not 9 hours.
It's a fault.
So you couldn't enumerate, I don't know, 2,000 examples.
I mean, I have them prepared. I have plenty of data points I could have used. I was only planning to use 3 to 5 to keep it simple in context. But he doesn't even know the basic shit because he doesn't pay attention to it because he's not in the space. He's not here. He doesn't notice shit. He just sees what he reacts to, gets mad about it, spurgs about it, then says Asmongold bad, and that he's done for the day. As long as that's where he gets to go to, anything else is under the fucking bridge. Because I'm coming from the position of, no, there is a little bit of this is true, but Asmongold's not right either. If I'm not immediately with Asmongold, then it's somehow that I'm trying to scapegoat out of the debate, and that I'm not representing the position that I said from RIP. Excuse me.
I mean, yes.
You know what you could have said? Oh, sorry. My bad.
No, you can go, Kai.
I was going to, you know what you could have said that would have alleviated this from the beginning? You should have said, I don't think that feminism and women are the sole problem, but I think that their contribution to the problem is significant.
That's literally what I said from my opening statement. That's literally what I said from my opening statement.
You're not saying that. You're not saying that, though, okay? Like, I mean, okay, maybe you are saying that in the way you think you're saying that, but it's not like being communicated effectively to someone else. Communication is a two-way street. You're sending a message so someone else can receive it. If the other person is like consistently not receiving it, you got to try something different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm not allowed to be able to speak because he's mogging the microphone the entire time, acting like a jackass. We can all agree that's what happened.
You did speak quite a lot. I'm pretty
sure
if you go back and watch.
Yes, I can agree. Yes, I can agree that I spoke a lot.
At the time you were talking. Yeah.
I wouldn't say 70%. I'd say more like 55%. And I'm not even the person who started that first, because the only reason I started speaking, if he was speaking over me, is because he started trying to smug at me first. Sure, you could probably say that I shot the first shot by quoting directly his exact words from his VOD that were a part of the point, which I should do, because I know what he said. I know he's lying through his teeth. He is just saying what he can to look good in the debate, which is why I had the clips set aside to point this out. You can go through the VOD itself. I still have the VOD information in general before he deletes it, if he chooses to delete it, that you can go find it. I have the one from the event, and I have the one from the follow-up, where he said specifically, I'm going to go through, and every single person who responds to this, I'm going to call retarded because I'm right. Because I said so. Because I know so. And while I could probably say, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's coming across quite literally from the beginning, and I have it linked here, what I said as my my disagreement with Ahrelevant, literally from jump, I said that. It didn't come across like that because he kept trying to pull it back to a position of, I don't immediately say yes and yes to women and feminists to ruin gaming and so and so and so and so. Because I have the nuance to say, it's some people, it's some men, it's some particular lived people, like people of lived different experiences that come from different circles and different groups and different walks of life that basically ignore information. It's like ground news. They don't see it because they don't hear it because it's not covered in their sphere of influence. They ignore everyone else because everyone else outside of them are retarded. which you could probably say for everybody.
Yeah, but you didn't join the conversation to have a conversation about, okay, well, I think these are all the things ruining gaming. You came in with a prompt, right? And you need to enforce said prompt. So even if you don't think it's the full problem, you can articulate and put an asterisk there. Hey, they're not the entirety of the problem.
I did.
But what you're there to have a conversation is to prove that they're even a problem to begin with. Like,
I
even
did.
in the slightest.
I did. And when I did that, I was told that I'm not talking about what I'm talking about. Quite literally,
I don't agree with you.
I would say, and I would hold on. I would say, and I agree with you. I didn't defend it well enough because I didn't behave more violently in the debate into being more aggressive with explicit words.
No, listen.
And that it wasn't clear enough that everybody understands by not using the actual words.
Intervention right now because you're under. I'm sorry, I have to use this word. You're under the delusion.
I'm not under the delusion.
That you should have just been more aggressive, and then people would have understood you better. No, you're literally telling me. Hold on. You're literally telling me I'm not being articulate enough. It doesn't make enough sense to the common layman because I'm using the actual words that the industry uses to describe it, and he doesn't fucking know because that's not the words that he's using. There was somebody who was.
You just have to be articulate.
Again, I would agree with you. I didn't use those common words because I used the exact words that the industry would use. Because the immediate response from people who will then say that is that I don't know what you're talking about. That's not what the industry says. And I had the example on hand to show, yes, it is. That is what the industry says. So you're disagreeing with people who agree exactly with your position, and you're telling me that I'm crazy, but these are the people in the industry that agree with that, even though they would then say, but SinglePlayerCarl is retarded because this, and this, because they're ideologically captured. Yes, I can agree with you. Okay, that is the case. But no, I'm not deluded.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to make an argument why let's make it easier. Feminists, it could be men, could be women, right? But before you answer, I need you to wait a second, think it out in your head, and then give the argument. And the argument cannot be 2 minutes long.
1 minute long, 30 seconds long. I never give response for 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Feminists ruining gaming.
Because the industry is ideologically captured and it is corrupted down to the roots, where people since 2014 have been saying this since Gamergate 1, since Gamergate 2, since Gamergate 2.5 Comicsgate, since Gamergate 3 The Revenge, with people like Smash JT, like, what is his name? Karutis Rambo, and the like, and other political media grifters, all destroying the space, the industry, the business, and conversations around it by attempting to hugbox, isolate, remove people, arguments, discussions, thoughts from the entire discussion, and blame a singular or multiple groups without ever addressing the case rot that started from the industry being poisoned from the start when the developers and the journalists said, ignore the customers, listen to us. Period. I said that at least 10 to 15 different times.
Okay, well, let me take a stab at this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll make the same argument that he just made.
Yeah.
I think that feminism is harming the industry in part because they are strong-arming the narrative and trying to divert the conversations in a way that is incongruent with the demands of the consumer base that built this industry. They're currently diverting the talks, blame gaming, and subverting what the industry has been. And anybody that has tried to speak out against that has been bullied and shunned.
Bullied, shunned, silenced, life ruined, specifically canceled with the intention of then giving another reason to hate them, which is that this person thinks this, which also means he's a wife beater. Did you hear about what he did? He's got cases. Happens all the time. Continues to happen. And not just the developers.
Okay.
Not
the
just,
point of me doing that was to show you that there's a clearer way there. You can say things where even people that might not agree with you would at least understand where you're coming from. You know, because I didn't even understand where you were coming from most of the debate, my man, until we had our one-on-one talk.
Lolcow debates are not real debates. That was partially a lolcow debate, because the other person had no intention on listening. You can have people give long discussions and give long answers. If the person disrespects the person to the point that they want to interrupt them and mock them and say this guy doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't want to fucking listen, that means he either knows that what I'm saying is correct and doesn't want to actually address it, because that means he has to get into a point of saying, well, actually, no, you're right. I shouldn't blame Asmongold, because Asmongold is just one guy, just like I'm one guy, just like you're one guy. And actually, though, despite these people having done this cultural rot to destroy this, there are many people that have seen through it, which people did agree to, which means they were actually in agreement with my opinion and my point, but decided otherwise. Because that wasn't the bit that creates a clip to go viral, to then make somebody look like a lolcow. That is literally part of the reason he does that, or why anybody could do that. Because the person who wants to actually have a debate and discussion about that is not going to pretend otherwise. He literally tried to lie to my face about things he said himself, that I quoted him verbatim, word for word, and said, nah, I didn't say that.
I understand that, but you went on a Wick panel first off.
It's a Wick panel. It's content. I know. I know. It's not my first time. It's not my first time.
Brother, you're cutting me off.
Go ahead.
You went on to a Wick panel, right, which is inherently not going to be a good faith discussion.
Not all the time.
That's just like since you know it's not going to be a good faith discussion, you got to practice how to deal with those type of like environments and discussions.
That was my response.
How to navigate it. I don't think you were navigating it properly. I mean, you can disagree with me if you want to, but I think that it shows in the performance and how everybody like kind of came like thinking.
No. Because if they don't understand where I'm coming from and they immediately say this, and this, because they don't understand the context. Because somebody doesn't want to hear it, or they don't want to agree, or just agree with it, where you could very clearly see there were people in the panel afterwards that did in fact agree with some of my points. They did in fact approach the exact position I was describing, that is the case. Again, can I be succinct? Sure, maybe, but even if I did, Ahrelevant wouldn't have cared. It's not my first Wick debate. I've been there before.
It doesn't matter if he doesn't care. People are listening that care.
Yes. So the people that are in the middle, that are actually interested in hearing about it, they're going to come to me and ask me. They're going to have the conversation. How do I know? You're currently here. You're currently here. What are you talking about? There are people in my chat room that are here listening. What are you talking about? I'm live on 5 different platforms. There are 5 different platforms listening to me right now that we're listening and watching, as well as other communities that we're listening and watching. Yes, they do. They are asking me right now in my DMs. There are people who message saying, please bring up this, please bring up this, please bring up this.
Yeah, but that's not everybody, bro. That's not, you just...
Any person that's interested is going to come to me and ask me. Any person who wants to write me off and say this guy's fucking crazy retarded, those are not the people that I'm speaking to get to. Those aren't the people that are in the middle, that want to hear what's actually being said. Those are the people that are a part of a diatribe, that are a part of a side. But unfortunately, nobody wants
to know if they agree with you or not, and you didn't give them the chance to agree with you.
How when I'm being interrupted and being made an example of by somebody who's intentionally trying to act like he doesn't know what I'm talking about, when in his own broadcast he used the exact same descriptions, the exact same words, and the exact same points. That is somebody trying to obfuscate.
I'm gonna attack what Kai said from a slightly different angle, but it's essentially the same message. I wrote down the things you said, like I listened really intently, I got my notepad open and I wrote them down.
As you should.
And I formatted them as a proper argument with like propositions and a conclusion. And I think for you it's extremely important, I think, that if you do these panels in the future, that you try to do that as well.
I literally did that, and I was interrupted every time I tried to make a point. I don't know how else I can say that to you. Every time I tried to give the succinct, short answers, I was interrupted by someone who said, "Bro, what are you even saying?"
I mean, that is just not... You feel that way. Okay, I would advise you... Let's not do he said, she said. I would advise you to rewatch the panel, and you will see... I think that you had ample time to speak. They let you speak. They let you elaborate on your point many times for many minutes. And because you put so much content in those, that wasn't very honed in on giving a specific answer or making one specific point. You were scattershotting. It was very hard to follow the through line. When Kai...
Bro, we literally saw it on the vid. We literally saw this on the vid. What are you talking about?
Sorry, what was that?
We literally saw this on the video. What are you talking about?
which video? We saw what on which video? Because I'm talking about you on the Wick panel, and we're not watching the Wick panel. I mean, I watched the Wick panel, you were on the Wick panel, and you showed off a video of an interview once, and then you showed off a video of your debate opponent talking about Asmon and what led to the tweet and then the debate, right?
I'm talking about the debate that you just witnessed and were a part of and listening to.
Yes, in that debate, I saw you being able to speak for periods. Sometimes you got interrupted, of course, but you were given ample time to expand upon your points.
So, I never actually got to finish a single thing that I was talking about. And when I tried to give elaborations, somebody actively, forgetting his name as it's already leaving my mind, Ahrelevant attempted to tell me that what actually happened didn't happen. Because he only knows the version that is the bit that everybody recognized as drama. He didn't actually do the research behind it. Every single time that I gave an example, he pretended he didn't understand it. When I gave a succinct answer, that should be very easy to recognize. Because these were actual situations that came up, that were discussions. Entire videos by multiple content creators, multiple channels. Not just grifter social justice warriors or the like. Literal multiple fucking channels. Respected channels in the business. Respected channels amongst the YouTubers and creators. Multiple people who can be able to back up what I said with their own content in their video. Separate from what I said. Okay. Watch it verbatim. Every single time that I try to... Listen. No, I'm not. No, I am not. I'm telling you that it's something that everybody has recognized. Let me finish. Literally every time I gave an example of something that a person that actually knows what they're talking about, not just they saw a drama video about it, recapping it, like for, say, example, Pirate Software. If all they know is the Roach clip, which is exactly what he said, because I said, no, not the Roach clip, the entirety of his behavior, which then led to him getting canceled by his audience. Because of what he said, and how he behaved, and how he acted. Not just the roaching clip, his entire behavior from OnlyFans 2 led to his cancellation. And yes, it came from inside in his audience. His most ardent supporters are still there, but he went from a 25,000 channel, 5-figure Andy, to a low 4-figure Andy, because he tried to deny that every single person on the internet supposedly doesn't know what I'm talking about, when we all did. I'm not even disagreeing and conceding to you that I can't, or disagreeing or not conceding to you that I can be long-winded. That's because I give context first. That's what you should do. And I did. And I asked to give context and wasn't allowed to because they immediately, he, Ahrelevant, immediately attempted to say, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Because either he doesn't know, and all he knows is the drama, not the actual context, or he knows, doesn't want to agree, because if he agrees, it means, wait, actually he does have a point. I just disagree where he's coming from. There's no way that you can look at the actual conversation and put the blame on women and feminism alone without discussing the entire nuance of the problem. When I was short-winded, I was told that I don't know what I'm talking about. When I gave an explanation and gave the details, I was told that that doesn't happen, you don't know what you're talking about. Yet somebody else gave the exact context of what I was talking about and affirmed for a fact that I was not crazy, that I in fact did know what I was talking about. And then I pointed out, notice how he wasn't interrupted? Oh, that's because he was short-winded. I tried to explain the exact point, and he used the exact descriptor that I was discussing. I talked about it from a layman's position. He talked about it the way that a learned scholar should, which I would say like what Dev would do, or say Adam Friended, who was also watching, would do. So I was told that I'm a retard, that I don't know what I'm talking about, when literally multiple times over, both during and after, people affirmed and agreed for a fact that I was right about what I was saying. And then still tried to put labels on me at the same fucking time! So it's like a struggle session is what attempted to happen. You could even say that right now. It is a struggle session that's happening. It is ridiculous to say otherwise, because I already said before we even came here, I will take advice. I can learn to be shorter. I can learn to be able to establish it in a way that even the lowest common denominator should. But a person who's actually understanding the space should actually already know this, because they wouldn't just know clips and viral threads and LSF, because that's drama baiters. That's interested in just the clips and going viral. Sure, it's a Wick debate. Again, not my first Wick debate. But I handled myself fine. Whether or not people agree or disagree with me is not the case. It's my point to be out there and to present it. If they attempt to say that I don't know what I'm talking about, they're more than happy to come here and talk to me the same as you are. The same as you are. But I'm going to disagree and reject highly 100% the case that I don't know what I'm saying. Because if you look yourself, even with the clips that I sent you, it's over there in the chat, you click on the top right corner where it's got the speech bubble, there are the links.
Yeah.
Review it yourself. You will see that I am right. Again, you can disagree with how I approached it. You can disagree with how I handled myself. You can say I handled myself poorly. Don't disagree with you, especially when it comes to the crash out about telling me that I'm not a good father or that I could never understand anything about fatherhood. But that quite literally is a part of my point. People don't want to understand it, and they want to immediately blame a boogeyman. And if the person doesn't agree lockstep with this normie position, and it's not even a normie position, it's an uninformed position. If they want to agree and disagree with an uninformed position that doesn't understand what's happening because they're not actually locked in, they're completely separate from the greater conversation in the third space, then they're going to assume this person's crazy. Or they're going to attack the person like they're crazy. Because at that point, they're attempting to attack the person, not actually understand where he's coming from. Multiple times, I was dragged back to, say feminism and women, say feminism and women. And every time I said, no, it's not all of them. It is some of them. And it comes from the industry. And it comes from activists that are more interested in it. Again, from the clip that I gave Wick, which I'll give you here, we can watch it together. I will be able to show you that is the case. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I disagree with your viewpoint. I disagree with your dissertation of it. Now, would you like to look at the clip?
If you think it'll help, you can bring it up. But I just disagree with you.
You're allowed to do that.
Point you're trying to make, and on your view of the debate.
That's your
actually.
That's again. That's your choice. No one took that away from you. Yeah. I'm not taking that away from you.
Yeah. Nobody is. You're correct. Didn't claim you were.
So timestamp for it comes from this live stream. It starts at 1:42:02 and stops at 2:03:24. The exact thing that I described, and I sent this to Wick before, but Wick didn't bring it up. His exact point from his VOD is something that is being explained by the person from the Joe Rogan podcast that explained exactly the phenomenon that is happening in the games industry, because it's happening to every industry. And he attempted to claim that it wasn't happening because, I don't know if you noticed, almost all the people who came in from the additional panel were people from not from WhickChat, from Ahrelevant's chat! They were all people who came... Yes, there were. I'm looking at them on the names. I'm looking at the names from his broadcast. Some of the people who were there, yes it was. Zonia was in case. Yes it is. Zonia is the case.
If you're saying this effect is happening in the games industry, that may very well be. Like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm not making an argument either way. But the problem with the proposition is that you are saying it affects the game industry, and it affects it so negatively that it is ruining it. And then there is a number of examples that you can name and that your opponent named that were great games and where there was an upwards trajectory in the gaming industry visible. And then a few of the examples that you gave,
a few of the examples that I was allowed to give. The few examples I was allowed to give before I was interrupted endlessly with a filibuster and a stunlock.
Because a long time, people are going to interrupt you.
If I'm not allowed to explain my point and a person keeps saying, what? What is he talking about? That would be the case.
Okay, wait. This is one of those things you are allowed to explain yourself, but you have acknowledged this just a couple of seconds ago. You've acknowledged that you are willing to improve, you're willing to accept the criticism that you are long-winded, and like Kay has said, on a panel like Wick's, on a panel show that is hosted by Wick or by similar creators, it is just as important to have your facts straight.
I did.
As it is to deliver your facts in a manner that is punchy, that is short, and that gets to the point. And it's more important, I would say, to put forth your conclusion with maybe one proposition that backs it up, and then when people challenge it, either the proposition or they want more, then you give more. Then it's more of a dialogue instead of going on a huge and epic rant that touches on 5 topics and it
He didn't touch on 5 topics. He only touched on 2. He didn't touch on 5 topics. He only touched on 2. As direct counters, which again came directly from his content. If I'm filibustered,
Also, you lost me with.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. You go ahead and speak.
I was gonna say you lost me hella with the God of War example. I think that it actually like debunks you really hard.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because if you're going to try and teach men how to be men, men have to be able to teach men how to be men. Not just from the viewpoint of a very toxic viewpoint of feminism that decides that men need to be broken women and that they need to immediately listen to a longhouse of women that are going to lecture men on how to be men. Because women cannot teach men how to be men. Men have to teach men how to be men. And not the toxic version of what is said by the red pill. Actual men that have grasped it should be capable of doing so. Unfortunately, a part of that political proselytization and that ideological capture, it is the case that...
Stop. You have made a point, and now you're going off. You have made the point that you...
I made the point, and I'm explaining the reason why I'm making the point. Please stop interrupting me, because that's the shit that I was talking about. Please do not do that.
You have made a point that was good. It was to the point. You addressed Kai, and then you are going off, and that's exactly why you should be stopping before you go.
Cetus, I'm gonna be serious. Cetus, I'm gonna be serious. Please do not interrupt me again, especially when I'm making the point, because that was succinct. That was an under the minute answer. You immediately fucking interrupt me at minute 20, at second 25.
If you can't see what you just did there, I don't think anyone can help you.
Okay, goodbye. There's your problem. So, like I was just saying, because you're not trying to hear me, and they left of their own volition before I even banned him. It is the case that literally, if you can't listen, that is a problem. You literally just demonstrated the exact point of what I'm talking about. So, to answer what you just said, while you fucking left, women cannot teach men how to be men. The specific politically captured ideological lens wants to use the female longhouse as a way to lecture to men, both the proper ones that should lead and the ones that have no direction, that they need to listen to this toxic viewpoint of what feminism chooses to rot and say to people. Because if you attempt to say, no, actually, at all, it's not, you have lost the ability to understand what I'm saying. Because it is literally the job of non-toxic men to teach men how to be men. And that it is their position to capture it ideologically and say, no, actually, this is what men would agree with too. Because they are actively silencing the male voice. And attempting to replace it with the longhouse voice. And if I don't agree with that by committee, which is exactly the part and the problem with it, especially from the political diatribe, that is literally the reason why I kept saying what I said. You demonstrated an inability to listen. Literally, that was under a fucking minute. And you decided to tone police me about it. You're not trying to help. You're actively a part of the problem. And yes, as you can see here from the clip in the side, the name of Zonia, that Zonia person, is literally from Ahrelevant's chat room. Half of the people who came in were people who were Ahrelevant viewers. To get their yucks and yums in, to get in on the thing, to dunk people. It was a case of 2 minutes of hate. Filibustering, interrupting, not listening, not communicating. I can agree that I can be short and succinct. I literally attempted to be just now, and you fucking filibustered me and tried to interrupt me. But you didn't even say for the part that was the piss of the clip. So I'm going to play the part of the clip that wasn't played in the discussion, and we're going to get through it. Because again, there's no way that you can go through the content and tell me that's the case. So, like I said, from the clip that starts here at, bring it up to my thing, that starts here at 1:42:02 and goes to 2:03:24. This literal clip is exactly what I said was a part of my point. That he attempted to dismiss. Because he in his chat said, oh, that's just male toxic incel shit.
Bro, we're loose. We're loose. Strongly. But the problem is you have this combination of capitalism-driven capture efforts.
Like, this is what I'm talking about.
Games.
Madden is woke, of course. Because that's how it goes. If it's modern, it's woke.
The CEO saying the same thing.
Battlefield 6, the wokest game ever. Whoa, that's so woke.
Wait,
Escape from Tarkov, one of the most popular extraction shooters in history. It's so woke, there's no women in it. It's so fucking woke, there are 0 women in it. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is literally what I'm talking about, man. And I'm not joking. You cannot play a woman in the game, even if you wanted to. You can't do it. But no, everything is woke. Everything is woke now. now everything is woke.
Making money is fine. Like I'm a believer in the free market generally, and I'm a believer in capitalism strongly. But then the problem is you have this combination of capitalism-driven capture efforts combined with people who don't care about making money nearly so much as pushing their particular social ideals. Like
the chuds are breaking containment. Bro, we're loose. We're loose now. Ah!
You've probably seen this in Hollywood. You certainly see it in the game.
Yeah, these people not realizing the games they grew up with were also political, but so ingrained that the stances were invisible. Yeah, like a great example. We watched a video on the game Wolfenstein. Anybody remember the game Wolfenstein? The literal anti-Nazi, anti-fascist game? I watched a video on it where it was going through the various plot points of the game. If that game was released today, Asmongold would say that is woke slop made by like trans femboys. Literally. Because there's like a black woman in it who's like, yeah, I hate fascists, and his head would explode. Just off of that. Those words alone would make his head explode, let alone the other context around there. It's literally just a black woman character who hates Nazis. It's in one of the games. He'd lose his mind. The main character fucking like lives and dies by hating Nazis and trying to kill them. Oh my god, this is about Donald Trump. Fucking loser shit like that.
Industry where you have
yes
people who are joining the industry not because they want to make great games,
yes
not even because they want to make money.
Yes,
it's like making great games is the best reason. Making
right.
money is an acceptable
Second best reason.
It's because they want to bring about greater equity and representation
yes, man,
of people that look like them. And like that's fine to have as a feeling out of your mind. But there's people who are joining where that is what they want to do.
That's
if anyone's against it, they're going to berate them. If anyone in the company says, I actually think we should.
This is such a level 1 analysis. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, the people who make video games with a social kind of commentary in mind might think that the game that they're making is good? And that it has a social commentary aspect also to it? Kind of like a lot of the video games that we've come to know? Maybe like God of War, the modern interpretation, which is very clearly a story about like masculinity and like what it means to grow into being a father. That's literally what the modern God of War games are about. But that's not political. There's nothing political about that. There's nothing political about Kratos learning how to be a good dad, be a stand-up person, a role model for his child, change who he is to be able to guide it. There's nothing political about that. Like, it just reeks.
Especially from the position where through the entirety of the fucking games, he's being manipulated by the gods, most specifically women. First, in the first genre, it's Athena. Then, in the second game, it's the Norns, dictating his fate to him, as well as Freya, as well as other people as well. Oh, that's not a part of it whatsoever at all. But that nuance can't be reached because the people in question don't want to discuss it, because they don't want to fucking hear it. Because they're incapable of hearing a point that is closer to a minute done than being able to actually accept the case that, no, you're just trying to browbeat somebody. Clip continues.
It reeks, yeah, the Bioshock series, it reeks of just, there are social commentary things we don't like, and we will shit on them when they either, one, are too much, like, they're too much for us to handle, they're too in our face, we feel it hurts our feelings, or if the game or story or whatever it is, it's just not good. Like, it reminds me so much of the Star Wars movies, where it's like, Star Wars was bad because they just wanted to make a woman lead, like, super strong and powerful. No, the Star Wars movies were just bad. They just didn't have good plot, the new ones. They just weren't good movies. But, yeah, you're right, just blame it on the fact that there was a woman lead, and she could do a bunch of shit. Sure.
Should make games for our customers, not the people you wish were our customers. Like, let's make games for the guys who buy our games, not the moms who wish were buying our games. And people like that are being ejected out of company.
They are, and nobody wants to do it because of toxic positivity. Who wants to be the guy that is the person who's the inhibitor that says maybe we shouldn't make this character non-binary? We already have 3 non-binary characters. You're gonna find yourself in HR tomorrow for a microtransaction, and out on your ass next week for being.
This is just literally not true. He's talking about.
But it is true because it was exactly the case of Sweet Baby Inc. for both Kimberly herself, but more specifically, the black individual. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head without necessarily going to Writing Raven's channel for him and the Master of the TDS that revealed that, in fact, they do that moralistic browbeating to the point where they attempt to cripple them and get them to bend to their desires and their will. Pull that up real quick. Or actually pull it up on the side in case I need to put that through with context. Because I'm trying to remember the name of the person in question. I think Gothic Therapy is the channel name. I want to say that his name was Cameron something. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think it actually was this one right here. No, not that one. This one.
Sound bites. And Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. At this time,
here for the next one, we mean it.
Today's leak isn't on Terrified.
Him. It's Cameron Wild.
Cameron Wild. That's right. This individual here. This individual who was the one who admitted this inside of the interview in this section. Link I can provide for everybody here in the context. Whoop. Back to the clip I was showing.
this in the age where Blizzard had a massive lawsuit against them because their workers couldn't stop sexually harassing the female staff. Like, this is just a made-up thing. This idea that, like, HR is going to crack down on you if you ever do anything bad inside of any video game company ever. This is just not true.
Racist.
It's very politically incorrect.
That's right.
That's the Bud Light dilemma, right?
Exactly.
Dilemma, bro.
Tried to make Bud Light for people who don't want Bud Light and make fun of the Bud Light people.
Exactly. Mythical audience.
Yes.
It's a mythical mainstream audience. They say it's even worse in gaming because they'll say things like, 50% of gamers are
50 are women, but they're all playing Candy Crush and these other bullshit games that aren't real. They're not real gamers. They're not playing Elden Ring. Yeah, there's like 6 girls that play Elden Ring.
Again, I will take this with anybody. Asmongold is not a real gamer. If we're doing real gamer, like line in the sand things, you are not a real gamer if you play one video game. I refuse. I don't care what the video game is. I literally don't care if you have 15 years of your real life spent, like 12 years of gameplay time in League of Legends. You're not a real gamer. You play one video game. You are a real League of Legends player. You're a real World of Warcraft player. To me, and I think a very tangible definition for gamer is that you play video games. Games. Plural. You play more than one video game. You have a arsenal of video games that you play and that maybe you play well, whatever it might be. That is like this idea that I'm a gamer. I've only played World of Warcraft. What is Minecraft? What is fucking Red Dead Redemption? What's GTA? What's Battlefield? I don't know what these are. Like what?
Ring, but there's not 10.
Are stay-at-home moms.
Exactly.
What? That obviously is true.
It's not true.
And what it is something like there's a lot of stay-at-home moms who've played Candy Crush a few times.
He's literally just jerking scaff.
Notice every single thing that I said and repeated multiple times about how the industry is affected by this and how it has actually caused the acquiring of the companies that are a part of it, of which the one that I named is just one of them. You are trying to tell me that I did not do that and that I wasn't succinct about it and I wasn't an example of it. And yet here we can find, inside of this context, here it is, him saying, oh, that's just him glazing the guy. It's just him glazing the guy. And at no point did he disagree that this happened. On his VOD. Clip continues.
Oh my god. And like a lot of them. And like therefore we need to build that market. Okay, oh my god. Like I don't want to get into a fight over like what a gamer is, but what do you think?
I do. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, think about this. Just think for a second.
Get a business plan. To go after the young men primarily who buy a dozen $50 games a year.
You know what's funny? This strategy, this marketing strategy, would have kept video games as a niche that was deeply unpopular and considerably less profitable than it otherwise would have been. If their market strategy that they're talking about existed, Pokemon would not be even half as popular as it is. Stardew Valley would have never existed. The Sims wouldn't be half as popular as it is. There are so many different games. Fortnite wouldn't be probably like 40% as popular as it is, 30%. There's a fair number of women who play Fortnite. This idea that like all of these games must be geared exclusively towards men is just not something that makes financial sense. There is money to be made because women play video games. Getting women into video games is good for the companies that make video games. It's just really, really dumb. I don't know. It's like a bunch of fucking people who go to McDonald's complaining about like how restaurants fucking make food. It's like, bro, you just eat slop all day. Animal Crossing's a good example. That game literally would not exist without women. Like, I gotta imagine Animal Crossing's at least 70% women. Like, at least 70%. This idea that, like these games, these are good games, by the way, it's just predominantly women. Like, Animal Crossing's a good fucking game. But this idea that it just all needs to be catered towards men makes no financial sense. They're just looking at these, like, fucking Dragon Age Veilguard examples, or fucking, you know, whatever the fuck examples of, like, games that they can call DEI. They're just going like, oh, integrating women in gaming is bad. But they completely ignore the phenomenal successes.
Or the mom who once spent 5...
My girlfriend plays Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is another thing that has a, I guess maybe not super surprising, women audience, right? A lot of women play the game. I know a lot of women who play the game. The game's pretty good. Like, yeah, that's another one. That is a good game that also women played, that also targeted women. You know what I'm saying? Like, it seemed like that was a general audience targeted game. It was good. It was solid. Women play it. Men play it. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just annoying. It's just, again, it's particularly more annoying for video games because I love video games so much, and there's so many good video games to just hear people who know nothing. You know what I might do? I'm so passionate. I might make a video on this. I might make a video on how video games are not dead anymore. You're just retarded. I might make a video on this because there's so many games that are just ignored that were recently made that are phenomenal. Path of Exile 2, fucking Project Zomboid, like all of these games that are good, and even some of them targeted towards men, like Path of Exile targeted towards men. And this idea that like there's just no good games anymore. Red Dead Redemption 2, like there's so many games that I could go on with this list. Ready or Not, pretty much exclusively men are gonna play Ready or Not. I don't think I've heard of a woman play Ready or Not. That's a good game. Like yeah, I don't know.
Dollars on Candy Crush.
And yet when I explained this, I said that there are plenty of good games, and that most of the ones that are going to be doing this activistic tripe are either going to say that they were specifically targeting a non-binary or female group, and that it's not bad that they did, and that it's fine that they do, as much as they do for men, but that it's not all at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, you're also forgetting the fact that the industry is not just the games, it is the people that are making them and the people that are playing them. And somehow, you can't see the cultural rot that has happened, and the conversation about people trying desperately to either see past someone or see past eye to eye, because we didn't get to get here to hear this bit. We didn't get to get here to have this example. That someone is attempting to moralistically browbeat on it and say that it doesn't happen, doesn't exist, and that it's never been bad, it's never been greater, when actually we're hearing more about these success stories because they are good, in spite of the industry trying to put out slop, rather than the slop is just bearing it and that we're just finding these things because we had to excavate them. It's because you have to go find them. Because people are usually talking about them by word of mouth. Because they're inside the same spaces, discussing things. We haven't even gotten to the end of the clip, and he's been yapping about it the entire time. and repeated a lot of the same talking points. And when I defended against them, people told me that I was crazy. And here I am, hearing the exact same thing that he said, that he lied to my face and lied to everyone's face. By proxy, by trying to obfuscate and say that it didn't happen.
Like, keep laughing at it because it's so fucking stupid. Joe Rogan does it. Joe Rogan apparently had to quit playing video games because he got so fucking addicted. So, but even he knows this shit.
And if you say that, if you put it the way I just put it, they're like, that's so sexist of you. Why don't you want to bring in new audiences? I saw this.
Yeah.
I saw this when I was in Silicon Valley. What I called it was, I said there's too many people who drink Starbucks and not enough who drink Mountain Dew. And
Oh my god. This is our guy, man. This is our fucking guy. Wow. Holy shit.
know exactly what I mean when I say that. Like, exactly. It's been a really bizarre thing to watch in all of these different industries.
Yeah, it's a mind virus. It's a little bit of a dog whistle there. I mean, it's not even really. I mean, yeah, it is technically a dog whistle, but like, it's like dude is being pretty obvious with it. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy's just feeding the Asmongold narrative here.
100% led out into corporations. One of my favorite questions to ask people is, starting a company's hard. You don't fail most of the time, even when you don't constrain yourself.
Feeding the Asmongold narrative. The Asmongold narrative is actually companies are in fact going the way of the dodo in the business section, and that this is repeating across the rest of the industry, which is why companies like Ubisoft are getting acquired. Why Guillemot is having to sell to the companies to acquire them. Why Ubisoft is going the way that it is, and that ex-developers from their studio were able to make these games because they finally left the cultural rot and then soared by having a vision and then executing on it. Despite the fact that they're telling them this industry and this genre is dead and that there's nothing interesting in it, and then they provide the counter answer that it is the case. Asmongold narrative, despite saying the exact words. And yet the clip still isn't fucking done.
To trying to change the social system. Like, look, if you could make it where there's all those moms all get into games and it was free, like,
here's the best thing about it is that the games that moms get into are like World of Warcraft. There are more soccer moms playing World of Warcraft than probably there are, like playing a lot of these other girl games.
Is he just making shit up now? Where is he getting this information?
Claims that people are making shit up now, saying that there are not people who are playing these examples when there are plenty of people who are playing these examples, despite being supposedly games made for this male-centric environment, while denying that it's not just that it can appeal to men, it also appeals to the women too. Because they're being brought in for more than just, it panders to men, it sells to men, therefore.
Playing the new Call of Duty, even there's that, yeah, this is the thing, I'm playing side, yeah, everybody knows this.
No, I don't believe that's true.
No, I don't believe that's true, but didn't look it up to fact check it, but I did. And I got the numbers right fucking here.
You have to take resources you would have put on your customer and put it towards them. One of the questions I ask people is just ideologically. Imagine your job is to build for a company. And the company, you know exactly who they are. You know how many men there are. You know how many women there are. We don't have to say.
Still had nothing to say to this. He didn't say anything to this to debate, didn't say anything to this on his clip. And yet I'm being told that that's not what happened. Because we never got here. Because it was instead of game of the guy is retarded. While attempting to filibuster. And stunlock. Because despite trying to give context, the person doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Either because he's pretending to, or he only knows the drama version. Because all he sees is Asmongold. And he disagrees, and all he can talk about is Asmongold. Because it's a form of Asmongold derangement syndrome. That he can't see outside of that, because all he sees is this one sphere of conversation. He doesn't see any of the other ones. Ow, man. He doesn't see any of the other ones. So I must be a deluded fool, and not just somebody who actually comes from outside of just having lockstep opinions, to the kind of circles that Ahrelevant lives inside of. With the people who are there, who then join in afterwards, to try to point their fingers yet the with the supposed retard. While actively hearing what I'm saying, then telling me I'm not saying what I'm saying. While still having the opinions that they are expressing here. Asmongold doesn't really play games anymore. Manosphere cringe logic. Dog whistling. Companies don't have profit as a main goal is insane. Just making shit up.
Say how many there are. Like, don't make it about one gender.
You're gonna make it 50-50 instead of make it based off of the amount that there actually are. That's what he's gonna say.
Versus another. Just, there are lots of men, there's lots of women. I won't pick a number. When you're designing this building, should you have a number of bathrooms that would best serve the actual gender makeup of the company, that would allow them to use the bathroom and get back to their desk without waiting in line? Or would you do anything else? Like, would you pursue a different strategy? And if it's different, what would your strategy be? And maybe say, well, I would.
Another clip from the side, which he expressed. Everyone knows this, and this is common sense, being code for you're stupid if you disagree with my bullshit. Where effectively I was told I was crazy because he has no idea what I'm talking about, because he either knows and is pretending to be retarded, or he doesn't know because he's not there because he doesn't know ball. He only knows the bit of the context and the drama that he knows because he doesn't take his head from underneath the rock, from the space in which he occupies.
Who the fuck is a lot of people? This is amazing.
Why is my hand cramping?
Because it's, the easiest way to do it. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But if they say, well,
man, how about that?
I would, I want to create an environment where it should eventually be 50% men, 50% women. I say, okay, so wait, you're a company, 90% men, 10% women. You think the men should have to wait in line 5 times as long as the bathroom because some men might make more women want to work in this company? And it's one of those really interesting dividing.
This is a horrible analogy for a business. So under this analogy, a business would only look at their current market share and demographics and never try to get a larger market share or different demographics, ever. We have 50%, or we have like 60% men and 40% women demographics. Let's not do anything to move the demographics in either way. Let's never do anything. We have 100% men and 0% women for our customer base. Let's never do anything about our customer base. You notice how this totally breaks down when you put it at the revenue end of a business? It's because when we're talking about revenue and making products, it just totally breaks down.
Except that even in the sense of a singular industry and a singular business that is able to make a product that is single-mindedly focused on what it's focused on, explain the success of grinding gear games and Chris Wilson and the legacy that he has left in the hands of Mark and Jonathan to upkeep. Mention that, didn't have shit to say about it. Which is exactly why I brought it up in the first place. And yet somehow, again, he attempts to claim that what was said here in context is retarded and dumb. Didn't have anything to say about it during the debate, and yet on his VOD is saying that it's retarded and dumb, it doesn't reflect business sense, when quite literally, the integrity of how you run a business like this is a part of what brings people to play that game. Because one of the appeals, if you play a forever game that is only in one type of genre, is that you need to have the integrity that the company respects your time and your influence to the marketplace to your wallet. And just like you should be buying games that are worth your time, you should also be buying games that respect you. If people are making crap that actively disrespects you, treats you like you're retarded, they clearly don't understand you, don't understand your culture, and are wearing it like a skin suit, it should be your case that you turn to somebody like Grinding Your Games that takes integrity so seriously that they will make buffs and nerfs based on the response from the industry, all the way that it goes back to the foundation of who started the company and who he left it in the hands of as stewards. But no. The market says, actually, that's dumb, because why would I not just make as much money as possible? Because what's blood yapping about? And yet the clip still isn't done.
Questions where do you want to solve the problem that allows you
Ow,
to
minis.
You want to feel good about not solving problems. That's it. 100% follow.
Stretch.
Yeah, it's the CEO of Andurial. He's the one, by the way.
Yeah, growing the customer base, increasing the market share. Like, this is the idea. The idea is very, very basic.
Also, that was the name. The company was Andurial.
I want to get more people who do this. Maybe you want to change demographics because you think you can milk men more for money. You can milk women more for money. Whatever the fuck. You think you can do these things. You think it's easy.
How about I don't milk anybody for money and I make a game that they're able to buy with their money, which means I milk everybody. Because I'm not specifically pandering to men or women. But if you're going to say, well, the marketplace actually appeals more to men, alright, cool. So what brought them in? Because it appealed to them too. Because they like it too. But no, I had to put the blame on feminists and females. Therefore, the problem is that because I didn't immediately blame women, or because I'm supposed to be accused of blaming women, they don't understand. Because I explained the nuance of that situation, and they actively didn't listen. And put words in my mouth. And yet the clip still isn't fucking done. Wild. It's almost like context requires explanation and dissection. Can't blame Wick. It's Wick's channel, it's Wick's audience. It's a part of the discussion, but it is what it is.
Easier to do this versus that versus that versus this. So you push, you advertise, you target an audience. That's business.
Whose company, Mod Retro, got taken out of the Indie Game Awards because he was like a totally, basically, okay, so they were selling.
He spends a lot of time yapping here, so we can fast forward through that. But, and yet still, the business does not immediately just attempt to say only men can be appealed to this. It appeals to women too. Somehow, demographics, if they could have a male-centered audience, means that it is their goal to only feature to that audience and never another demographic or another gender. Which is why I kept saying what I said with my caveat. Somehow this is crazy. It's crazy that both men and women can like something. Like Saturday morning cartoons. Somehow, it is possible that two genders, two demographic groups, more than two demographic groups, would be the case covering such a thing. Especially in terms of culture. That was ignored and I was told I was a fucking crazy person. Which means, if we're gonna go by his argument of he deserves to have the right to scold people and tell them they don't know what they're talking about, I can put ban on ban towards my actual play hours. I bet I know more about Exile 1 and 2 than you do. And therefore, you don't actually like being in the player base of that game. The community of that game. You're not in the community of that game. You don't understand the culture of the game. You are just viewing it as a person that is going to a business and buying a product completely asynchronous, and thus soulless, and thus faceless. You're not interfacing with people to be a part of it. You are choosing to staff your belief of it. From a distance of, you are hands away. You are long-armed away. I need to turn the VOD on the camera. You are hands away from the issue in such a way that the person can't be making common sense. And that's retarded and dumb. Webcam. And we're back. It is the case that I said that multiple times. But no, you just want to clip. You're not fucking listening. You ain't want to hear me, you just want to fucking dance. Or in this case, smug to the camera and get a clip and say this guy's retarded, he doesn't know what he's talking about. While actively admitting on your own VOD, on the other VOD, excuse me, that you're going to go out of your way to call people retarded and say that they don't know what they're talking about because you want to be completely ignorable and ignore what they have to say. You want to be completely ignorable and do things like antagonize and say Savvy's a retard and doesn't know what she's talking about because you want to pretend that that's the case. You know what you're talking about and nobody else is sensible and rational while going out of your way to pretend that they're retarded because you don't want to hear what they're saying. You just want to dance. And yet still the clip isn't fucking done.
Selling a Game Boy, but I mean it's not a Game Boy, but you know it's basically a Game Boy. It's a portable video game system. Can't say Game Boy. And they're selling this portable video game system, and the proceeds for that portable video game system went to veterans. I don't know if it was homeless veterans, for some.
Go real quick.
You know, believers rather than creators.
To come in and be better or to be a better product for the customer. They see it as to come in and affect that change, even if it takes the company in the process.
That's right. Because that's why they're fucking parasites. Because they don't care about the host. All they want to do is extract as many virtue points and as many social points as possible.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna be done with this. It's just so stupid. Like we never do this for art. And in fact, we do the opposite. We look at people who are making pieces of art.
We do this in art. We don't do this in business. But you're speaking on what the businesses will do to appeal as many people as possible, rather than making art and putting it out there for people to find. So it is the job of the business to make a piece of content that is art that people can be able to connect to, but also the job to make it a product that they're going to consume. That sounds a lot like appealing to those demographics should be not about trying to hit one specific demographic, but as many people as possible. But when I say that, it's scattershot. I'm going all over the place while giving context and explaining things that you can be able to investigate of your own volition. And then actively ignoring it because you don't want to hear what I'm saying. Because you're immediately interrupting me before I've even gotten to a minute of a response. Because you decided that I'm long-winded, but you don't want to hear what I'm saying. Because you don't even know what I'm talking about. Because you're out of the conversation. Say what you will about being succinct and having trying to make it shorter, but you don't even have the context to have the conversation because you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Because you're not here. Because you're not in the conversation. You're not in the space. You don't know ball. You don't know what you're talking about. You're actively ignoring things because if it's not drama slop for you to consume, the second you don't have context, what's blood yapping about?
Media.
People who care are going to look into it. If they don't care, they're just going to come in and say, bro, you're coping. And yet that doesn't explain how many people are here. They can sit there and you can watch at a distance. Doesn't matter. I know what I said is right. You're not going to debate me on it. Either because you're going to say, oh, look at how you performed here, which that wouldn't make sense because if it's content and I'm an easy lick, shouldn't you? But then, secondly, again, you lied and said that this isn't what you said. You tried to filibuster it, and you tried to say that it wasn't real. And tried to, yeah, buddy, your way through it. Here you are! Here it is!
And we say to them who are like, yeah, I'm not in it for money. I'm not in it for like, making the best movie for every single person. I'm trying to make a piece of art that says a message that I believe in. And that's it. And we don't go like, well, that's like a super shitty way to do things. They're just like, okay, yeah, if you want to make a piece of art that does that, then sure. If you want to disagree with the actual message that they're giving, that's a separate thing. But they're saying you are a piece of shit for wanting to create a piece of art that you believe in spite of like the money and stuff like that. Even though
no, they, which is me, which is the space, which is the scene, which is the business, which is the industry, which is the marketplace. No, the marketplace is not saying that. The marketplace is literally saying, is it a good piece of work? Do people want to buy it? Your position starts with trying to put all of this fucking sin and blight on Asmongold. And that's where you stayed. You stayed and disagree with Asmongold. Well, so you agree with Asmongold or you disagree with Asmongold? While completely ignoring what I said. And pretending that I didn't say it. And when even showing the example of it, saying, yeah, you said that, but you didn't. Because you don't recognize the words being said. because you don't immediately grasp onto it. You decided it's a lost cause. And therefore, it's a lolcow that we deserve to mock, antagonize, and milk for attention. When literally, you do agree with what I'm saying. And you do know what I'm talking about. And you do understand the points I'm making. You just decided in the moment to be facetious. Even if I shortened it the way that you wanted to, you would have still attempted to believe that I didn't know what I was talking about. You didn't want to hear me. Especially considering somebody knows for a fact that I'm quoting him directly. And he wants to leave with a, well, you see, I know what I'm talking about. I at least can relate to the people, when the people in the middle should be actually interested in actually hearing what has to be said, especially when you're lying through your teeth. Because if you had it your way, you would actively tell people they don't deserve to play video games, and don't deserve to have a space in it, which is exactly the point of why I said there are some men, there are some women, and there are some others, and some activistic threats that are doing that to infect the company, because they believe that they need to have a top-down approach of they should consume this because it's good for them, which goes in line with Kim Belair and what she thinks, as she is one of the people that is involved in these companies and is leading a company that is causing that to the games. Didn't address that! Didn't talk about that! Maybe because you didn't fucking watch it.
Well, they haven't laid out the argument for that these people are doing it without the money in mind. Like, they could just genuinely believe pushing the...
And literally, that is with the money in mind. Because they attach themselves to products and say, look, the product is successful because we wrote it very well. How can you say that it doesn't relate to men, when it in fact should relate to men? Because it's coming from the viewpoint of a woman's perspective and a woman's diegetic. That doesn't make sense either.
This message would also make them more money. You could, again, argue that's dumb, but, yeah. This idea, they're making video games, and they don't care about money. There's plenty of people who make art and don't really care about money. Do you think all of these companies, do you think Death Stranding was made exclusively to figure out how to make the most money? No. If anybody pitched a walking simulator video game to somebody and was trying to maximize profits, that shit would have hit the can instantly.
So, here's a question that wouldn't have come up. Do you understand that it was made because it was made by a philosophical and directive auteur who has a vision for a design that people then connect to? Because even if you want to say that the gameplay itself was a meme, the trailers for it was a meme, the understanding and the dialectic of it was a meme, people still connected to it and it was better than anything like Joel and One golfing? Have you considered that? Was it the case that you understand that? No, you don't. Because you think they start with, it's making art and the art is important, and they only care about money. How about they connected to a person that they knew could make something that was very beautiful and artistic, and that they would then have the job to then market that to people for them to connect to it? That was brought up, and you ignored that too, and told me that I was lying and wrong.
That shit would have been vetoed. No, they wanted to make a piece of art, and maybe they had some money in mind, probably had some money in mind, but they wanted to make a piece of art that told a story that they cared about. Literally.
So, by your words, Hideo Kojima would have been filibustered and told, no, you can't make Death Stranding, and therefore you don't get to make your sequel. And yet we have some of the best representations of women, some of the best stories of women, and some of the best narrative games that are interactive because of the fact that he is who he is, and he has the background he does to have made the games that he did, to get to the point where he could then make that. That's not even speaking to an authority. Because I was accused that I was speaking to an authority, despite the fact that multiple people can notice the exact same thing if they are actually watching this content from these individuals that have this shared agreement and this shared view. Even if they don't necessarily know all the things that I do, they agree with the base argument and they notice the things to the design that are there by question. And therefore, they understand that it's happening. Again, the bell curve. But no, that's not the case. Said that during the back of the panel. You tried to act like that wasn't the case.
Really? I don't know. Sorry about that. We're gonna do TikTok debates, bro. Sorry.
You completely clicked out of it. You didn't care. You weren't interested. That wasn't the part of what you wanted. And yet that entire clip could not have been done succinctly. You can't even argue about being succinct if you can't even be a succinct listener. You cannot say I was given a chance to speak when every single time that I attempted to lay something out and break it down, give a concise answer and a quick answer, and I was allowed to go into it, and I'm interrupted every single fucking time, that I'm given a chance to speak. No, I'm not. Quite literally, what I should have done is I should have called him a slur to his face, is what I should have done. And I should have said he's retarded, because he's not actually hearing what's being said, because he just wants to rant about a particular person, which I did say. But I wasn't more aggressive about it. So, instead of coming for an actual discussion, to try and find common ground, I should have just played to my audience and my base, and I should have called him a fucking retard. And I should have kept calling him a retard, because he doesn't actually want to hear what's being said. Because he can't see anything else outside of his particular viewpoint. It is the case that some people are stupid, and they don't deserve to have the ability to have breath of life. But, unfortunately, if I did that, I agree with you, Bogdan. If I had done that, I would have been giving him what he wanted. So I didn't do that. I kept it nuanced. And because I kept it nuanced, I don't know what I'm talking about. That every single motherfucking content creator that's worth their goddamn salt could in fact understand that. How is it that Dev can understand it, even though he doesn't necessarily agree entirely? How is it that Adam Frendick could probably understand it, and understand that I'm talking about the political proselytization, and I'm talking about the cultural Marxism that is part of the reason why there's rot, that the industry is falling down on? Because they continue to follow the design of trying to listen to the authority, to the authoritative figures that supposedly have clout amongst them, despite the fact that the shareholders continue to ask for evidence and proof to show it. Because with the destruction and the shuttering of both Luminous and also Deep Silver / Volition, it was the case that Embracer and Square Enix were the ones that led the charge to figure out how much money it cost them to do so. That didn't come from because it was made to be based against a particular audience, because it was specifically only male-centric and female-centric. Technically, if you really want to be serious, the particular pivot of what you could use to represent that was that they were technically representing a female Quirk Chungus type, which would have been closer to the female liberal, rather than the male gamer that would have been the 100% source audience of the original Saints Row, I would say quadrilogy. It really depends. There are multiple games. If you go up till the one timeline of Agents of Mayhem, it's like 6. If you only include Gat Out of Hell, it's like 5. And I would say Gat Out of Hell is the last one, because it's just a reskin of Saints Row 4, but it tells a side story and gets additional content out of what was there. You got these 4, 5, 6 games that demonstrate that the game that was brought as a renovation and a reinterpretation and a retooling for the modern audience was 100% rejected and could not stand up to its testament. It's a quadrilogy, but there are multiple spin-offs. So, an ending in Gat of Hell creates the world of Agents of Mayhem, which is a very, very dogshit game that I don't suggest you play. Or, well, let me take that back. It's probably mid, but it's expensive, and I don't think it's worth your money. Let's go there. Because you have Saints Row, you have Saints Row 2, you have Saints Row the 3rd, then you have Saints Row 4, then you have Saints Row Gat Out of Hell, and then you have Agents of Mayhem, and then you have the reboot. If you just go with the original games that are listed and titled as that, then yeah, it's just a quadrilogy. But it's 6 games in total, if you include everything up to when they then rebooted the franchise. Because Gat Out of Hell is in the nature of the tonality that they had after Saints Row 4. Because it builds off the building blocks of Saints Row. It's basically a reskin. I don't know, man. Some people don't know fucking ball. Some people don't know ball. Some people can't be taught hunger. Some people don't know ball, and some people can't be taught hunger. Because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen to it. But it is what it is. The person who did his research doesn't know what he's talking about. Especially when you then have the example of the confession presented from people here, like that of Cameron, played for everybody at home in case they don't already understand it and didn't know it, didn't see it themselves.
There have been moments. I can think of one in particular. Don't need to get into the specifics of the game, but it was a situation where the identity of the characters was fairly important that we get it right. And in this situation, we actually had to have a more heart-to-heart, really foundational conversation about these are some of the experiences that you are necessarily going to invoke, or some of the messages that you are going to invoke, some of the implications you are going to invoke, regardless of whether you want to or not. It's not a question of like, are you doing it well, are you doing it badly? It's just, it's there. And so here are the options for how that could go. And this was a pretty, I would say, like unique situation where they were willing to take days of their time to talk with us about it. And I think in that situation, it was, as a marginalized person, I felt making myself very vulnerable and being brutally honest of just like, hey, I think what you're doing is not cool. And then being met with a less than optimal response to that, and then having to say it again, and then again and again. What I would take out of that, what I have taken out of that in hindsight, is know where your personal and professional limit is. Choose your battles. Decide as much as you can which hills you're willing to die on, and which, you know, maybe you would rather not. I think that really will serve you well, and get very specific about your priorities. Be willing to let certain things go, maybe, but that comes with experience. It's not something that I knew in the moment. I think in hindsight, I will say I wish I had been a little less vulnerable, and so that is a very valuable piece of information that I now have about myself.
Let's break this down. That wasn't hyperbole. That wasn't a joke. That wasn't taken out of context.
That was Cameron Wild describing how they kept pressing a studio again and again and again until the studio gave up.
They didn't collaborate. They didn't find middle ground. The studio just surrendered.
They even said the first response was less than optimal. So instead of respecting that, they went harder.
And when pushing didn't work fast enough, they got emotional. Not to connect, but to guilt, to manipulate.
Then Cameron said, I wish I had been less vulnerable. Not because they went too far, but because they resent needing to.
They didn't want dialogue, they wanted obedience, and they were pissed it took effort to get it.
And then came the kicker. People need to be willing to let things go. But they weren't talking about themselves, they were talking about the devs.
And then you reflect this against what I put in my own video on my channel, which didn't want to use myself as self-referential information. But that's in Ghost of Yote.
For people, they're gonna not constantly repeat the shoe body bop again for the 1500th time.
What I would take out of that.
Again and again.
Emotional. Not to connect, but to guilt, to manipulate.
Then Cameron said, I wish I had been less vulnerable. Not because they went too far, but because they resent needing to.
They didn't want dialogue, they wanted obedience, and they were pissed it took effort to get it.
And then came the kicker. People need to be willing to let things go. But they weren't talking about themselves, they were talking about the devs.
Are you able to influence how many or in what manner when I'm included at the time stage of the game, or can you only get 5 on characters already insert? So for me, I find waste my form of offensive humor system and what you do on building the narrative. There are two times when you kind of offensive work, and one of them is that you're presenting the floor starting there, and kind of drop yourself like, this might be offensive, this character feels you have to get negative today, or this, this plot point is trouble that you have to with him kind of offending. And that's when I work actually a lot more, and I try to do, but now when I try to do that now, I prefer to, you know, spread that work on a team of experts who backgrounds who can better my own life and kind of on that. Because that's everywhere, you know, there's not a lot of creative input in there, allow us to get like, a lot of time. That has to do with results in cuts such a thing for such changes.
That's essentially what Sweet Baby Ink does. That is in no way, shape, form, or fashion an issue with gaming.
You see, the perpetual problem that exists with content creators and individuals and influencers like 8-Bit Closed Fist and the rest of them is that they are on platforms that all of you may not already be engaged.
Again, I don't know what to say. A person who intentionally doesn't want to hear what's being said and wants to be a part of it is effectively a crab in a pot that needs to boil and die off on its own, because they're a part of the problem. And it's faster that they do it themselves than others give them the chance to do it. Because if you continue to give them the ability to have breath of air, you are going to spin yourself in a circle, effectively dealing with people who do not want to fucking hear it. I wouldn't say that was headband era, Carl. Technically, we're still in headband era, Carl. I just have it. Sometimes I just end up not putting the headband on because that involves me doing my hair. That's really what prevents and stops it. Bloodia is me doing my hair. That's actually the divisionary part that stops me from putting on the headbands. But it's literally the case that the people who claim that they know ball are not the ones having the discussion and the conversation, and thus are a part of the reason why the conversation goes the way it goes. They don't see it, they don't hear it, they're not involved, they're not included, they don't care what anybody else to say, they're only interested in their own ability and benefit to consume the content they have. Something that I wanted to bring up, but I did not interrupt them because I listened to them instead of just filibustering constantly and saying my opinion everywhere, is that half the reason why there's backlogs that people don't get access to, assuming it's not because they're a content creator and thus they have things to do, which is technically the same thing as saying you have a job and therefore you can't spend your time consuming all the games you purchase. It's there in the backlog to get to when you have time, is because that's a part of the people finding games to play, but not being able to consume them all at one position. Because a lot of it is, the game is good, but the point at which I wish to purchase it is not at a price point which I am willing to buy into. So I will play this game at a later date and buy it at a later time, so that I can investigate it for my own desire. And that is a reflection of the fact that a lot of the people looking at the industry and looking at the scene and looking at the businesses, they are buying in only when the game goes cheap, which means they're not actually getting into the content to view it at the time when it's disposed. Which is to say, they're not buying the game when Saints Row Reboot is the first thing off the block, and then having had wasted money, like that one guy said. It is that they are getting in and jumping in when the game goes on an extended heavy discount, if not like being sailed as a pure permanent closing store offer price, because it's going to be delisted. It is the fact of the matter that is the case, and what causes the backlogs, which is a representation of people literally having no trust in the business and industry. So, what causes them to do that if they're not investigating of their own volition? If they're not one of the people that is taking their job to go through and look for, is this game something that I appeal to? Is this game something that I want to buy? Not specifically, is the game made for me? Is it pandering the men? Is it pandering the women? Am I interested in this? Is this something that I want to buy? What was the philosophy that they had behind the creativity of the game? Did they succeed at that goal? Did they accomplish that goal? Do they then blame a target audience as, this is the reason why our game didn't get popular? Do they blame, quote, the chuds? Or do they take their lumps and say, we missed the mark? If they have to blame someone for a failure, if they fail. And if they succeed, do they say, I don't care about, and I'm not going to be a person who tells you, listen, I bought this because I want to believe that the chuds need to be fought. But said, this is a good game. I support this game. I play this game. I'm going to suggest this to my friends. Literally the case example I gave in the debate. And as I'm fucking answering the question, somebody interrupts me again. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear it. Because I didn't say, and it's feminism's fault. They didn't want to hear it. Because I didn't say, and it's Asmongold's audience's fault. Because it's not Asmongold's fault. And it's not his audience's fault. And it's not his space's fault. It's everyone collectively, actively talking past each other, because they don't know how to call a spade a spade. There are some people who don't know ball, and thus they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And there are some people who are disinterested in the spaces, and the conversations being had amongst the spaces, and the people and the disagreements that are being led by the industry, and being led by people in the middle, that are observing it, consuming it, and then holding those opinions when they go to the store with their opinions, to pay with their dollars, and vote with their wallet. And then there are people that are able to understand what's being said, and they know what's being discussed, and they know what one of those people, or what some of those people believe, is what the industry is going to tout as the answer to the question. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you and your individual choice. Just like you and your individual vote when you're in a booth. Because no one should be there with you, in your ear telling you what to buy, unless they are promoting something to you by word of mouth. And you are ultimately responsible for your choices and your decisions that you make at that point. That is a good thing that you should do. That is what everybody should fucking do. You should not immediately look for a boogeyman to blame and say that if you don't agree the way that I believe, you must be a crazy person. It's like a repeat of the first debate, actually. Because I did not have a vehement opinion that was immediately yes and yes, and I blame feminists and I blame women. But instead, I blame the people who are uninspired, and I blame the industry, and I blame the people who think that they can label a boogeyman and say that if you stop listening to him, and you stop listening to grifters, everything will change, is the case. But again, it's one of those cases that if I agree with it, I'm damned. If I don't agree with it, I'm don't, because they're not interested in hearing what I'm saying. And by they, I mean specifically, Ahrelevant. He doesn't understand it, he doesn't get it. Because he's not actually he's not in the community. He's just one of the many faceless people asynchronously interacting with the game. He wants to tell people that you don't know what you're talking about, because he wants to be an authority on the matter. But he's no more an authority than I am. And again, why should you listen to him over me, or listen to me over him? It's because they should be able to identify it, that it comes from passion. But that's not the case. It must be that I'm just some kind of lolcow who's crazy. Again, we're gonna start calling you slurs. I'm gonna show up there and have the argument, but I'm gonna start calling you a slur to your fucking face. We should, or rather I should say, we should call you a slur to your face. But in the sense of good faith, I'm not gonna do that. Because then that's not a discussion, that's not an argument, that's not a debate. That's lolcow milking. I'm not interested in that. You don't have an answer to the question, you absolve yourself from it. You don't want to have the discussion. So you should shut the fuck up. And you should leave. Because you're not interested in talking. You just want to blame it on Asmongold. That's it. I'd say that it's exhausting, but no. It's energetic. I literally could go all night. But there are people that I can see in each channel, in each broadcast, that are sitting there watching, and they are holding their opinions away, and they're not speaking because they want to yuck the yums at a distance, which is retarded. It is what it is at the end of the day. It is what it is at the end of the fucking day. but I don't know what the fuck to tell you if we can't see eye to eye and have a discussion. Pip, why are you asking how the debate was? You can watch the VOD if you're uninformed. I will tell you my opinion, though. I think I did fine holding my ground and demonstrating the point that it is, in fact, a lockstep agreement that if I don't immediately buy in to Asmongold bad, people will immediately say, you don't know what you're talking about, you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy. You can't be able to answer a question. Because people want to blame somebody instead of actually have the nuanced position. Because they are uninformed and don't know what the fuck's going on. Because all they listen to is drama slop. And because all they listen to is drama slop, they don't know what's being discussed. I think I did fine. The fact that I was attacked the way that I was attacked means that very clearly, yeah, that's the reason why people don't interact with that. Especially if you're going to blame somebody and attack them and say they know nothing about fucking fatherhood. And that you don't understand the difference between actual fatherhood taught from the position of holding your position as a man and somebody who's very clearly, diatribically, being controlled by the longhouse. Which goes back to the politics shit. Which goes back to the industry shit. Which goes back to the cathedral. Which goes back to the layman not knowing these things because these are conversations being held in spaces where they're not at. And I am. Because I'm in all of them. Belong to them. Not a tourist. Experienced person. But because they don't know what I'm saying, because they either facetiously say that they don't know, or they literally don't know, and when I try to tell them, they then keep saying, bro, what? I don't know what you're saying! They're not going to see it, they're not going to hear it. Those are not the people that I'm speaking to and speaking for. I'm speaking for the people who are in the middle, who want to understand, who want to know. The people who want that, again, like I said before, they're going to come and ask that. If they don't think that I know what I'm talking about, they're going to sit over there in the position of saying this guy's a retard. And they're going to act that way. Because it's just about what they remember last. Not about the discussion that could be had. It was just to say they come for the spectacle. They don't actually come for the conversation. They come to the side which they want to say is winning versus the side they want to say is optically losing. Because it's all about being an optics cuck. And I refuse to go with a slop position. That's why I said from the beginning, that is not what I think. And every single time, I was met with, yeah, it is, you're not being clear, you're not being clear. Even when I was clear explicitly to the note. They didn't have anything to say to it. Because they instead wanted to tell me, bro, you're long-winded. Bro, you're cringing out. Bro, you're coping. No. You just didn't want to hear it. And you tried to extend that. And then you demonstrated exactly the behavior that I was talking about. You're not going to rage bait me like that. I'm sorry. I recognize what you're doing, and I'm not doing it. Hence why I gave you the space to speak. So you can't say that I disallowed you from speaking. Because while I was about to ban only him and speak to the other person, both people left. Which means their only interest was to try and extend what they thought was 2 minutes of hate. Which is what Ahrelevant wanted. I didn't give him everything he wanted. And he's upset about that. And left for that. But instead tried to put it to the fault of the other people. Because eventually, since he didn't want to come halfway and see and hear and actively demonstrated he didn't want to hear what I was saying, he wanted to stay where he was, he demonstrated the point of what I was there for. Which was that, as I say again, as I read again, from exactly what I said verbatim, what I sent to Wick. Cough, cough. I do not believe Ahrelevant's position that women and feminists have ruined gaming is approaching reality for someone who actually plays and streams regularly, because it's just a case of Asmongold-related social contagion for attention. It is literally just Asmongold arrangement syndrome. You're looking at what Zachary's saying, and you're saying that every single person agrees with his opinion lockstep, yet I don't agree with him lockstep. There are caveats that are responsible for it, and you don't want to hear it, because you just want to say the regular average person could never address it. Yet being denied by someone. I don't think it's all men, I don't think it's all women, but there's a group and an archetype of creators, attention seekers, and snake oil salesmen that have eroded the social trust and the social fabric, because it is three things at the same time. It is the games, it is the industry, it is the people, which applies to the space. It is the games, it is the industry, it is the space. You don't occupy the space, so you don't have the context of what's going on. When I tell you blatantly that it is the case, and you would know it if you play it, and that you would experience it, you then told me, no, I'm lying. Then later said, yes, it is the case. So you agreed with my point, but tried to tell me that I was a liar. You told me that I didn't know what I was talking about. That's rage baiting. That's being facetious. That's being disingenuous. That's being dishonest. That is lying. Why do people care so much about Asmongold? Because Zachary's a big name. It's like what I said when I brought up my case example of Pirate Software. People dunked on Pirate Software because it was a case example of a big broadcaster being exposed as somebody who betrayed his own core tenements that he claims he believes and ultimately was ransacked by his own audience, eating him alive, and everyone else at the same time, but only from the space which they occupied! They don't know that, because all they were interested in was the bubble where we said Moldovia's fig tree 50 times. I'm talking about how he talked, how he acted from the beginning, how he acted in the middle, how he acted at the end, how he acted when he got G-kicked, how he went on and coped and lied about how he was behaving and said he couldn't see what was happening on Dr. K, how he continues to hold that position to this day because people were supposedly attacking him to attack his community, and thus he doesn't have to respond because it's just lolcows trying to milk him for attention. So he doesn't have to speak. That's somehow impossible for people to get. And yet they still agreed with my tenement and opinion. While saying, well, it's because you weren't succinct. No, it's because you wouldn't shut the fuck up. It's because you didn't shut the fuck up and you don't know what I'm talking about because you don't know ball. You're not from here. I agree, Bogdan. But it is what it is. His audience will say that he wins. You guys will say you understand where I'm coming from, but there are some caveats. The things that people could accuse me of being long-winded, didn't disagree with them. But that's because I gave nuance and context. I literally did what they claimed. And then every single time I tried to give context to explain the situation, because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because he only looked at the version that was about drama. He actively ignored it and said I was stupid and dumb, when any person looking back on it would know it's the case. They eventually got literally involved in it because when it got to the bigger content creators like Josh Strife Hayes and Charlie and Dr. K, that's when people really tuned in and clipped in, because once they got into the roaching clips and then looked at the entirety of his behavior at OnlyFans 2, they then went back to his older content and found the exact same pattern of behavior of antagonism, harassment, and bullying that he exacted upon the Accursed Farms. If you deny this as something that happened that everybody fucking covered, you literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Any person who tries to argue with that and won't come in by their own assertion and instead hide behind their favorite content creator and said, well, I don't believe that, I believe what this person said. You're fucking retarded and a part of the problem. Have your own fucking opinion. You don't know what you're talking about. I can promise that you don't. Because you're only interested in the bits that perked your attention and you ignored everything else. But sure, you could ignore the drama bit. You could pay attention to the drama bit, laugh and say, ha 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 ha, what if I'm a retard? But if you actually don't know what the full context of what you're talking about, and then you attempt to sit there on a stage and say, this is what happened, not this, you are a fucking retard. And you should be called a retard to your face. Because you don't know what you're talking about. But it's alright. It's alright. It's alright. What time is it? 10:53. If you have a question, I suggest you ask it. Because I'm going to start playing video games for the night. Because now, I don't have anything that I necessarily have to be awake for except a phone call at 10 o'clock. So I can shut up and play video games. Send your tweet, send your post, send it in my DM, send it in my inbox, and I'll try to answer it. Especially if you're in chat. Give me a second, and you leave the room. Ha 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 ha! Thank you. All I did was I read your comment real quick, Bogdan. And that nobody has anything to say, because no one's asking any questions. Yeah. Once it was very clear that the conversation can't move forward because he wants to deny that anything that I said is real and that there is no relation that it has to, and supposedly I went scattershot everywhere because there are multiple case examples that show how the industry has become defiled and corrupt, and thus it's falling over on itself because there are people that literally only pay attention to something happening when there's a spectacle rather than actually being informed of what's going on in the events. Being a part of the events, watching the panels, listening to the panels, doing the interviews, doing the work. It is the case that they just pretend that it doesn't exist because it's not in their sphere of influence, because it's not in their face. It's not on LSF, therefore they don't understand. Because all he reads is LSF and Drama Slop. So if it's not on Drama Slop, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. If Asmongold doesn't talk about it, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Except when I'm quoting the exact thing that Asmongold is talking about, that is a part of the reaction to the clip, it's just a struggle session. Nobody wants to hear what's being said. It's just a struggle session because it doesn't conform to the universe that they live in. So the circle just goes around and around in a circle because the people are inherently and intentionally not listening. It is a joke. But I have to be there to present the argument because this is what happens. You don't want to have the conversation. You don't understand. You don't get it. You are a part of the reason why the industry is dying the way that it does, and why the spaces are dying the way that they do. Forever we kept missing the third link, which is you will play games, you disagree with the industry, but you can't see the problems that then cause people to not have the ability to see eye to eye because you play what you want to play and you ignore any and everybody around you because you're only locked into your view, your audience, your space. You're not going to the greater space and participating in the community. You are a tourist that is coming by and looking for something that you're interested in. And when you can't react and relate to that reality, you have no idea what's going on because you barely interface with it. You are basically a tourist. And as you are a tourist, you don't know what you're talking about. We're in a room with some person who's actually learned. And then you attempt to say that I don't know what I'm talking about, while then agreeing with something that is then brought up by a person who officiates exactly what I just said. Because you're supposed to be a person who's book learned. You're supposed to know the things that I'm talking about. So it's the case that I do know what I'm talking about, and you can't offend to it because you don't know what the fucking book you believe in says for your ideology and about the viewpoints. Because ultimately, you're actually a leftist normie. I could say the same thing to a person who comes from Asmongold's audience and believes in the lockstep bullshit. Lockstep bullshit. That believes in the lockstep bullshit because they would do the same thing, and I would say that they're retarded. If they sit there and say, the industry has gone bad because of women and feminism. No, it hasn't. It's gone bad because you take your opinions, and you don't actually have an opinion of your own that you can elaborate on. The second that somebody pushes against your viewpoint, it falls down. You can't be able to enunciate and elucidate on what you're saying. You just want somebody to give you an immediate thought quip that's a thought-serving cliche that doesn't express anything. Only based on the drama that people have noticed. He wants to say that it's not women in gaming and feminism, but it's a bunch of other extensive factors that only relates to the business sense, but forgets that there are games that are made with vision, that are able to stay in their vision and literally put the customer first, and that's why people trust them with their money. They put the customer first, and they trust them with their money. They ignore the people who would say, monetize them for everything they're worth, and they say, fuck you, we listen to our player base, we listen to our community, and we give them what they asked for. And as much as you could say, they supposedly are targeted at a male audience, they don't solely focus on a male audience. They make sure to bring everybody in. They are actually inclusive. They fight for those people when it fucking matters. And they're able to elevate their voices and demonstrate, yeah, you could bring in guys, but look at all the women that are here too enjoying the shit. What's your explanation for them? But because he wants to come from the viewpoint of they must hate gaming, they must hate women, they must blame feminism, they must blame all women, effectively blaming the Longhouse, and only the Longhouse, because it's the only factor that's there. It's the fact that there's these other multiple factors that the left wing wants to ignore and that the right wing would immediately blame and go lockstep with the agreement of. So it's so actually, technically, it's Dunning-Kruger in the middle. It's two sides in the middle representing Dunning-Kruger being retarded as fuck, where the people who are educated know that that's not the case, and the people who know ball, who they don't have to be a fucking scholar, they just have to look and enjoy the shit and notice and know that they are supported by the developers making what they're making to know that, no, that's not the case. Anybody else have anything they want to add before I leave? Yes, no, maybe so. Yes, no, maybe so. Hello, Avalon. Feminists started the slippery slope because they pretended it didn't exist, while the right has decided to game theory them, and they're fine with sliding to the bottom of that slope if it means feminists hit the ground first. If the feminists hit the ground with a wet, bloody thud first. I'm good. Nothing further. Avalon, how about you? Technically, you left after Dev arrived, so you weren't there for the conversation that happened afterward, but I think you were here for the majority of the conversation. I think you crushed all of them pretty much low difficulty. Well, we'll see what happens. I think I did fine. Certainly, I can choose to use less words, but I can also just start calling people a slur to their face when they decide they don't understand what I'm talking about, and actively lie to my face when I have clips directly from their own VODs, proving that they are in fact being facetious. It was looking like you were on a Jubilee panel? Sure. A surrounded panel, probably, with Wick as the mediator. Optically, it can look... Optically, you can claim that it looks like bro's spurging out, bro's losing his mind. But no, I did fine. I defended my position, I elucidated what I had to say, I expressed myself, I made my points, I defined my points, I gave some of my evidence, not all of my evidence. I then supported it. Then I was ad hominem. And then the other guy, in a proper reaction to somebody attempting to attack somebody and claim that I would never have experience with fatherhood, attempt to tone police me and say, bro, you shouldn't react like that. You shouldn't have listened to his barbs. No, actually, I in fact should have gone band for band with, excuse me, I am a father. I know what I'm talking about. No woman can tell a man how to be a man. Only a man can discover how to be a man. Whether he learns it himself on his own in the wilderness and then becomes a man that way, or he learns from another man that teaches him, and teaches him well, and does not give him a toxic version that just leads to him acting like a warlord, but instead an actual fucking instructor that can then lead his own children forward. Oh no, I should absolutely crash down on that. That's like somebody saying, actually, you should just let somebody browbeat you and tell you that you shouldn't defend your children. No, yes I should. I should defend myself as a man, because that's what a man fucking would do. You wanted to score optic points. You attack me and you say that I don't know what I'm talking about. You then attack me and say, oh, he'll never be a father, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Here I am demonstrating that yes I am. No matter what I say or do in the debate, I'm going home, or rather I should say I'm going home. That's second home. No matter what happens in the debate, or what I say here afterwards as a discussion with everyone else, or whoever decided to try and come to tone police me or whatever, it is the case that I still have a partner and I still have a stepchild. Or I should say, my girlfriend I have a girlfriend and she has a child, and as the boyfriend, I still take the responsibility of being a parent with that stepchild. I still have my relationship. I still get to go to second home and spend time with the two of them. Nothing else fucking matters at the end of the day. Because people who are going to make assertions about me and know nothing about me do not have the room to speak. Because that's literally the reason why somebody like me should be there. Because effectively, when you try to lay the blame at Asmongold, what you're actually doing is you're attacking all men everywhere. And thus, oh, you see, SinglePlayerCarl doesn't have, doesn't know what it would be like to be a father. Therefore, the average Asmongold viewer isn't a parent. And thus would be bad, and or would be bad parents. That's what they attempted to say by doing so. I should absolutely crash out on that. I should absolutely point that out. I should absolutely point that to be the case about the story of, Ragnarok. But I should also point out all the other cringy and dumb shit that has to do with the mogging and the writing in the story that wasn't quite good. But I don't need to even make that example. But it's literally just the right side of history that you want to speak on. So yeah, I should actually speak on that, because that's the right side of history. A man is going to stand up for his family and defend them. I'm not going to let you disrespect me, her, or that kid to score bounty points. It is 100% justified that I should put your foot, and that I should put my foot in your ass and say you're a part of the problem, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. The henpecking, the longhouse of society, to come from it from effectively a female point of view. Effectively coming from a female point of view to do character assassination instead of actually addressing what I'm talking about. Because you desperately want to reach for something. Couldn't find it, so you attacked something that you thought was going to be an easy take. I shouldn't respond to that with, does he know, chat? Does he know? Does he know? And then show a picture. No. I should definitely say, you're an enemy to men. You don't actually want to hear what the men have to say. And no. I would also disagree with him using white. Because it's not even about white men. It's about men in general. It's about men in general being framed as a group of people that are man-children instead of being people who are on different walks of life, reaching goals and milestones that other people either have reached as well or that they have already bypassed, and they're not in lockstep agreement with what would be pontificated as an extension of the Longhouse. That's a long-ass message, Avalon. I gotta go to the second view to look at that one. Did Dev come in and start talking about the game that Dev came into his chat room that one time because he was gone into other people's streams and told that story 6 times? I don't know. If you're talking about Saints Row reboot, sure. Masculinity means to provide for your family. It means to the patriarch in every sense. To be a leader when nobody else wants to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the wife and the peace that you create for her and the kids that she's raising. In exchange, your wife gives you all of her love, all of her devotion, all of her care, and if you want something more, you go above and beyond. That is a good relationship. Not lecturing men that they're defective women. And or they're not sacrificing themselves well enough on behalf of the Longhouse because they're not dying appropriately as an appropriate sacrifice to the viewpoints that they have. Ultimately, the whataboutism and the conflation of my opinions and trying to constantly bring it back to, but how does it relate to feminism? And answering the question multiple different times, multiple different fucking times, is honestly the fucking problem. It is literally the case of, oh my god, Bloodier, you're already there before I am. It is literally the exact same connotation of men used to go to war. Men used to go to war and die and shut up and we didn't have to hear their opinion because they were dead. That was what was being said in the moment that somebody had tried to attack me for masculinity and for fatherhood. Men used to go to war, and this guy's never been in one. Yes, I have. I've been in the war. I've been in the ditches. I've been in the trenches. And I've earned my place. You're not going to tell me that I haven't. And you're not going to tell me that I don't see the viewpoint, because you ultimately don't understand the difference between what is actually masculinity from the position of a man, and what is a person teaching masculinity to somebody as a woman. And not doing so with the responsibility of knowing that a woman can't necessarily teach a man how to be a man, and they're doing their best to make a proper leader, but unironically trying to then lecture to people from the position of the Longhouse, which is the political proselytization, that they have to do it the way you say, otherwise they don't know what they're talking about, and they're dumb. Again, we're not going to do that. We're going to call you a slur. We should call you a slur. But no, I'm going to just be nice instead. I'm going to be nice and I'm going to be civil, because that doesn't move conversations forward. I can't convince people by doing that, if that's how I choose to act all the time. Should be, but I'm not going to do that. No. Because that would be retarded. that would be retarded and would be abdication of the responsibility. I have to wonder how they would react to a woman saying that they agreed with Asmongold on some level. They would be called a pick-me. Pick-me, pick-misha, KK Keisha. Because effectively, I think I agree with whoever said it, that Ahrelevant is basically an extension of a hoodweeb. He doesn't know anything outside of his bullshit. Because, yeah, it is literally just that simple. Intersectionality activism in gaming development, in game journalism, and in game discourse. Which then leads to the social rot of the order, because they literally tell people that this is what you do in order to make money. They do that thing, and then it fails. And when they ask the shareholders how much money they lost, they say, well, boss, I. And the explanation then given by people who are fucking midwits, like Ahrelevant, is that, well, see, it's just that the marketplace, they decided it was just intrinsically about money. When literally they made an argument first about culture and then worked backwards. The culture wants this, and there's an audience for it. Therefore, if you make this, you'll make money. Which is what then leads to them chasing the dragon and chasing the trends. Simple. And I said that multiple times. Hello, Lando. I don't know if you saw the debate. It already happened. We're in the aftermath. Oh, no, you were watching. Okay. I'll ask you, Lando. How do you think that I did? You won that debate earlier. I saw and I watched. They tried to gang up on you. I agree. I agree. You think that I did good? I agree. Lando, do you think that there's any position that I probably could have been better at communicating that ultimately didn't come across because I was constantly being filibustered and stunlocked? I was curious to see the Steam library.
Thank you. You don't have to ask. It comes with the penis.
Thank you, Lando. I was curious to see the Steam library just to see truthful or how crappy it was. I was betting the majority of it would be the movie games and the most popular ones. Notice, Master, when he said what he said, in the clip, he said, I have all these hours and I have these many games. Then, on the broadcast, he said, I have all these games to a number of what was like, 300, 400, 500? Then on the broadcast, he said, I have all these hours. So if I use the example of saying, oh, if I have more experience than you in the game, I should actively say, you're retarded, you don't know what you're talking about, sit down, little bro, I would have been in my place to do so. Because that's exactly the viewpoint, as we've seen with the context. We saw it before I went on, we looked at it and reviewed it after I went on, because we had people come through who didn't want to hear what I had to fucking say. That was the case. So, with the authority, that was the example that was being argued. And he didn't whip it out! He didn't whip it out! Because I can almost promise you the name that is on his Steam is not the name that he probably goes by. I don't go by SinglePlayerCarl on Steam, I go by Mr. Random. Because that was my handle before I changed to a better, more searchable name. Because, like, it's the same thing ironic if you brought up CSGO because he has thousands of hours on it. I don't know. The case matter is, ultimately, it doesn't matter what game we could bring up as a case example. It doesn't matter. Because at that point, you're tone policing, and you're actively trying to tell people that because they don't come from where you come from, they don't know what they're talking about. But this is the problem that I have with him attempting to bring up these games and say, well, bro, there's thousands of games! I don't know, did you plan? Are you in the space where they're talking about them? Where they communicate with them? No, you just own them? And you played them? But you're not a part of the scene and the conversation? Goes along with the point that I made. Gaming's equivalent of a hood weave. I think so. There are so many people to this day that do not realize that it is a play on words of me having been a womanizer. So many people, without me having to tell them, have not figured out that that is a play on words on when I used to unironically be a Lothario. Certainly I don't look like it, boy. But even if it was the case that I brought up a game because he has thousands of hours on it, it wouldn't have mattered. I could have brought up a game that I have thousands and thousands of hours, that have thousands and thousands of hours on. I could have brought up as I did multiple examples in the situations of the demographics of the people that are inherently 5% dominated by women, that there are people that behave in such a way where they try to use feminism to defend their bad play because they say they're being harassed by Nazis, harassed by incels, harassed by chuds. He tried to say that didn't happen, when that's half the reason why the spaces are broken up. Because, just like all of the communities that used to exist on Twitch, they don't speak to each other. It's literally different content creators and different scenes of influence that are hugboxed into each other, because unless you are a known figure, you're just another name on the screen. And then, if you're supposedly another name on the fucking stream, you then become a person that, oh, Lil Bro doesn't know what he's talking about because he's not one of the greats. He's not one of the top 8s. Therefore, his opinion is irrelevant. Which leads to this forever war argument. It's retarded. It's retarded. It doesn't solve anything. It's more important to address the things that everybody recognizes. So, he doesn't know about the case examples of people having been banned permanently because of somebody reaching for attention and crying wolf and playing victim. But he knows about the situation. That was the case example of somebody saying he's being bullied by the internet and then putting it on lolcow Nazi chuds, trying to attack him and attack his audience by proxy through him instead of directly criticizing him. Because the only part he recognizes and interacted with was the drama shit, which is retarded. That's like if I asked the question, okay, you say that about games that are ARPGs, what do you think is the primary audience and the primary base that plays Warframe? The answer would come up women. There would still be a lot of men, because you could say that maybe in the past it was sold for men, but it's actually sold for a person who doesn't want to have to reset. You could sit there and say it is meant to be something that panders to and attempts to benefit and appeal to men, and yet here's all these women that outnumber them 5-1, because it's not just a farming game. It's effectively an RPG. It's a story game. It's a campaign story game, just as much as it is a farming simulator where they do the same thing over and over again. Just like you could claim that they do in Seasons of WoW. Make the same argument about Escape from Tarkov. Make the same argument about whatever fucking game you pull out. At the end of the day, if you try to deny what I'm saying, it's either because you don't know ball, or you believe that you have to blame a fucking group of people. Which is wild and weird. Because if you're there, you know that's the case. There's no way you can say that it doesn't happen. It happens in CS:GO. It happens in Valorant. It happens in games managed by that are managed by Riot Games entirely. It happens with shit that's managed by NetEase. Literally, Necros just got fucking G-checked and fucking canceled and forced to apologize because of a Grok joke he made using AI to make a thumbnail title for him about Lady Loki. You're going to say that Marvel Rivals was meant to pander to men, but it ended up bringing not just men and, it brought not just men, but women gooners? And there is probably a 2%, 3% blend where you have maybe just a little bit more men, or just a little bit more women, but it's still equal, while they're all effervescently gooning about the skins and the base models themselves. We're going to pretend about that Baru account female who's like, my ass is the ass that makes Squirrel Girl an invisible woman. Or are you going to pretend that that doesn't fucking happen? That that's not a part of the scene? That that's not a part of the space? Apparently so. So I guess those people don't belong to a community. I guess they don't belong in a player base. I guess Necros isn't a person who's recognized by people like Fats Overwatch. It is what it is at the end of the day. It's not going to stop me. It is what it is at the end of the day. It is what it is at the end of the day. Anybody have anything else that they feel that they want to add before I go offline? Because I still have a group of people I need to talk to before I technically leave and come back after stopping the stream. But Anything else? Any closing thoughts? Any final thoughts? Also, thank you, Lando, for the gifted sub. And I appreciate you supporting my opinion. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Speak now, forever hold your bandana. Speak now, forever hold your bandana. One needs to go to bed. I didn't realize the Warframe had gone the toxic route. I mean, technically, a lot of spaces have gone the toxic route of attempting to gatekeep and attempt to tone police people because they say that they don't deserve to have the ability to have opinions and that they don't know what they're talking about. There are multiple spaces and multiple games in those spaces where that happens. Those people, however, are a vocal minority. They do not represent the amount of people who are there. They do not represent the amount of people who are actually there. The people in the silent majority are very much in the middle who agree with what I'm discussing because half the reason that those games appeal to those people is the fact that it's fully removed from those other toxic spaces. Because at that point, if you're saying that toxic spaces don't exist, why do you think people say League of Legends is the #1 most toxic game in existence? Where even if you play a game, you're not playing that game socially with people unless you are playing with specifically only your friends. Like, again, what are we talking about? Competitive games in general are a part of the fact that they come from a space that has been made toxic and thus aggressive and thus risky because you could end up getting yourself bucked up, broken, and canceled if you say something to the wrong person and they're able to take you out by attacking you like a Karen or attacking you like an attention-seeking jackass looking to get cut off of you on the internet. 100% the case example. 100% the case example. Hell, you don't even need text chat in order for it to be extremely toxic. You don't even need communication tools for it to be extremely toxic. As long as a person is able to act out in a way where they can't be penalized other than in a way that could affect them for like a temporary ban and not a permanent, you lose your account and all of the NFTs and or digital merchandise you've bought on it. There will be ways for people to throw matches as a hard enter, as a soft enter, and as a soft locked cheater. Based on what the culture describes is the case for what that entails. That you can be able to be toxic without ever having said a word. And then when you're held accountable for it, you then sit there and say, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything wrong. To the point that it becomes necessary for consumption and integrity. Which, I guess, if no one else has anything to say, that's what I'm going to end off with as an example for people to consume at home. You can find it on Chris Wilson's account. He literally made it like an hour before the original nerfs to Path of Exile 4's League on hotfix 13 and 14. So it wasn't a case that he was in response to it, but that it was like very impeccable timing. With protecting your online RPGs and economic integrity. This communicates the point of what I'm discussing with how a space is going to require a way to protect itself so that it can be able to speak to the matter that they are deeply invested in. Watch that video at your own leisure, at your own time. It's an insightful look, especially if you're somebody who plays these games already or you've never considered these thoughts. It'll get you on the mindset of talking about what I'm talking about. Also, if you really want to be an asshole, if you really want to do something that's going to be an asshole about it, somebody get in contact with Asmongold and send him the VOD of the debate and make sure he sees it. You want to really piss him off? You want to really give him something to fucking cry about? Send that clip of that to Asmongold. Make sure it comes across his feed. Make sure it comes across his feed and let him talk to me about it. I bet you he'll recognize what I'm talking about. But no, you'll be pandering to Asmongold. Doesn't take a fucking soothsayer. If it's true, it's true. Doesn't matter who it's fucking coming from. I mean, it depends. You never know. If Asmongold cares because it chooses to push his position, that's whatever. But if it's the case that I literally spoke verbatim, word for word to the argumentation, and spoke on the matter, and things that were 100% said in the clip and said in the VOD that were a part of it were ignored because he wanted to say, no, I'll never give Asmongold credit. It is in the case that it would be, number one, a perfect thing to do for an audience. Because, hey, you want to say that I'm wrong? Let's go to a bigger platform and decide how many people actually believe. No, do it. Do it, Juan. Do it. It's funny. It'd be really funny and good. Do it. The only reason I don't do it is because it would be too forward if I do it. No, like I say always, I shouldn't be the one that goes to him and says it. You guys should be the one that present it to his audience and present it to his chat and say it, so that he can then talk to me. I mean, sure, if you want to send it over to people like Bering, by all means. I'm up for some Bering song on Sorghum Trump. It'd be a blast to the past. Pretty much, not just Asmongold. Send it to everyone. Send it to everyone and anyone who's listening, who's willing to talk about it. Like, literally send it to any content creator. If you really want a good one, send it to Adam Savvy. Send it to send it to Madam Savvy. Send it to Madam Savvy and show her, or rather, no, I'll give you a better one. Because I already made a tweet where I pointed out exactly this. 1 second. I got it right here. I sent it before the debate. This one. Somebody mentioned to send in her DMs and bring it to her attention this particular tweet. Bring this clip and this tweet to her attention along with the debate. Him specifically saying, this person's retarded, she doesn't know what she's talking about, doesn't look into her, says that she's a bot, says that she's not a real person. Send that clip to her. Get that to her and get her in touch with me. We can go from there. That's what I say for you all to do. That's my wishes for you all to do tonight. Spread my gospel. Spread the gospel of Nicolations. Tell them of the Negrohood. And let's make something really funny happen. Okay? Okay. That's my decree. Let it be done. No, just add it to her. Take this tweet, repost it, quote it, add it to her, and say, Madam Savvy, you need to talk to SinglePlayerCarl. That's what you do. There's your call to action. That's what you do. Take this tweet, send it to her DMs, send it to her as a quote, make sure she sees it in large numbers. Because if not Asmongold. If Ahrelevant refuses to have the conversation because he decides to dismiss other people because he's retarded and he doesn't actually know ball and he doesn't know what he's talking about, bring it to the people that he said were retarded and said that they were a bot. Discuss it with them. Do it. Do it now. It'd be really funny. Do it now. Anything else at the top of my head? I will be playing in the Second Win Private League that starts on the 9th. I don't know if the Private League has a lot of slots that are left. You'll have to look into it. You can go to Talkative Try's YouTube channel and to his Twitter feed, and he has things promoting it. Him, Walkaholic, forgetting our content creator's name. Him, Walkaholic, Walkaholic, Surgog, Talkative Try. I can drop links for it again inside the Discord, inside of the comment area, or in. I'm gonna put it in Community Group Gaming. 1 second. Am I allowed to send a link? I don't know. It's taking a second to boot up. Begin! Give me a link! Let me send the link! I think I have to go to the tweet. Fuck me. I think I have to go to the tweet. The sister Discord is the campaign codex. No, that's not the one. No, I have to go to his tweet to go get it. Ah, my throat. Here we go. Here is the tweet, which I'm going to repost in the server. And I'm posting that to the thing in PoE 1 and PoE 2, but also again inside of Community Group Gaming, and then the link to get inside the server there as well. I'll repost it as well, because here is the tweet that has the link on that. This is the clean link to what sends you to join the Discord. And I'll post that as well inside of Community Group Gaming. Okay. I think that's all my itinerary. Thank you. God bless. Thank you all. I love you all. You're all very based. Very beautiful. Very big penises. Very big penises. Very big boobies. And I'll see y'all in the morning. Vamonos. 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 Ow, my ass hurts. Erg. Ow, my ass. Yes, I'm aware that I will not be able to reconnect. Alright, bye everyone.